Adjustants, operatives, commanders and dolls, and enfielders. Welcome back to another Snowbreak video. I did an Arc Knight video last time. I will do this one because we had to do the event. I'm not sure if I'm going to be doing commentary. I probably will. This probably be my last commentary. Let's see. Let's see. Changshen, you're adorable, but we need to talk about Akezia, okay? I'm messing around, but this is Akezia's time and Marin's time. But let's get on with the event. Back from Bygone. What a wonderful animation. But yeah, I said Bygone. Back from Bygone. Anyway, main story. Progress 1. Let's go on. 3 days before our departure, the R&D department finally completed the full development cycle for the new exosuits. Pleased beyond measure with her own work, Frida eagerly put together a showcase event. All the girls show up on time, and the usual quiet meeting room was, for once, filled with a cheerful chatter. Luna, ever thoughtful, placed a product pamphlet in front of everyone, along with a freshly brewed tea and a tray of bite-sized pastries. Nita, you're back! Although we do need an upgrade of Nita. Nita again. I can't even pronounce her name anymore. So weird. While Nita and Boo Boo whispered back and forth, Luna made another round of placing a small service card before each of the girls. It was good for a free exosuit tune-up with Frida of any time. Will Frida get a new exosuit? Probably, because hers is like way underwhelming. So who knows? I guess Frida doesn't call herself a genius without a reason. She clearly understands that humans' interest in science is rarely so pure. The lights snap off, and everyone blinked in surprise before their gaze shifted to the hollow display up front. Frida stepped out from the wind shadows. A second later, a spotlight locked into her, illuminating the proud, confident smile on her face. Looks are all spread across the girl's face. Some had their times claps at their chests, ready to applaud. She pointed at a crescent-shaped component displayed on the hologram. Will that put any strain on her system?
この戦術装備はすごいの。 生体設計図通りにホルモンを調整して骨格も筋肉もググッと短時間で再成長させちゃうの。
I don't think this is a spoilers, but it's already given that she will get an upgrade because of that.
再成長ってもしかして。
In the dim light, the sparkles in several pairs of eyes became more pronounced, especially. Oh my god, I do like Echo's eyes. Echo's eyes is so adorable. Oh, Tease did have a cute animation there.
リフの思った通りだよ。でもこの技術を悪用しようと思ったのなら諦めた方がいいよ。私の調査によるとこれはアカシアにしか効果がないの。彼女が睡眠カプセルに入った時にまだ成長が止まっていなかったから生体設計図に成長する余地が残されてたってわけ。
悪用するってなんでそんなことするんだ？全然わかんない。
見た。
I thought she was gonna say more, but that was really bad.
まあいいや。話してもよくわからないだろうから、ひとまず本題に戻ろっか。
Fredia sighed and pointed to the side. A spotlight tracked her gesture and moved in on that direction. Two founded screens stood under the beam, a slender silhouette outlines against the embroidered surface. I can't pronounce that word. Anyone could tell Akesia was hiding behind them.
ああ、フリティアが屏風を借りたいって言ったのはここで使うためだったんですね。
さあ、ではお待ちかねの時間がやってきました。
The girls applauded for full enthusiasm, but the delicate shadow behind the screens remained still, even lightly trembling.
あのさ、分析員は私の新しい姿に期待してるの。
Yeah, this is actually really rare. She didn't get that much spotlight before, so it would make sense. From her wavering voice, I could already picture the anxious look on her small face. Change or no change, as long as it's you, Akesia. I'll always be looking forward to it. Akesia finally relaxed, took a deep breath, and stepped out from behind the screens. For dramatic effect, Fredia has cracked the stage lights to full power, binding white shadows Akesia, forcing all of us to shut our eyes and brace for the reveal. When we finally opened them, thank you, C-Sun, for giving us this. I know it's really revealing, but then I don't mind if we get a full exosuit, like cover the body as whole. I don't mind both. I've been saying this many times. It was the same familiar comfort face. Aside from the new exosuit, she looks almost unchanged.
あれ、そのまんまじゃん。
Nita scratched her head. Then she couldn't resist circling around Akesia for a closer look.
おかしいな。なんで全く変わってないんだろう。
By the way, when I mean like fully covered, I don't mean like the censored version, like giving them a little bit of leg space? No. Lengthening the leggings around there. In that sense. I'm not sure what it's called. I mean like in the sense of pants. In that suit. I'm not sure. It's hard for me to explain, okay?
これが再成長した後だったりして、私としては ちょっと背が伸びた気がする。ほんの少しだけど。
I like her petite form regardless. She lifted her hand over her head to show the tiniest gap, revealing smile warming her face, and her voice no longer carried a nervous tremor from before. Looks like she really does prefer staying the way she is.
その可能性がゼロとは言えないね。任務中にもう少し様子を見よっか。
任務といえば。
Life stepped closer, gently wrapped an arm around my neck. After fixing my collar with a familiar touch, she let her warm hand settle on my chest.
私が行かなくても本当に平気なのか?
Just stay home and wait for me. This mission isn't a tough one. I'll be back before you know it.
あなた、任務中はくれぐれもお気をつけくださいね。
出発日がもう少し遅れたらよかったのにな。もうすぐ名刀祭だから、旦那と一緒に餃子を食べながら花刀を見るのを楽しみにしていたのに。
I like that too. When I return, I'll make it up to all of you. I haven't ever stepped out of the building yet, and the girls are already clinging to me with a quiet affection. Feeling their longings, I couldn't bring myself to say goodbye.
はいはい。あんまり心配しないで。私とマリアンがついてるし、きっと順調に任務をこなして、すぐに帰ってくるから。ね、マリアン。
はい、アカシアさんのおっしゃる通りです。
A quick wink and subtle nod were all it took. The steps to my side eased me out of the room, saving me from the knot of lingering goodbyes. The real conclusion of that product showcase didn't happen until the day we set out for Lucelion. By then, the three of us were already aboarded the ferry from the Ossular airport of Lucelion. While we were out on the deck enjoying the breeze, I received a text from Fredia.
あれから戦術装備の各データを計測し直したんだけど、どう検証しても同じ結果しか出ないの。どうやらアカシアはフェーズコアの力による変化を拒んでいるみたい。今のところ融合度に影響は出てないけど、できればアカシアの状態を注意深く観察してね。何か気になることがあったらすぐにフリティア先生に報告してちょうだい。
I put my terminal away and glanced over at Akizia. It was practically folded in half over the railing, arms and upper body dangling there with a look of pure boredom. Careful. Keep that up and you'll end up in the ocean. I slipped an arm around her waist and carried her back to the safer spot, then smoothed her with tangled gray hair back into her place. I don't mind her long hair, but the pigtails was kind of like a downside to me. It feels like a downgrade. I wish they could have put it as a Kaguya exosuit hair. The Kaguya hair. That's all I meant to say. We still got some time before we could reach port. If you're bored, we can play your favorite games together.
いや、今回ゲーム機は持ってきてないの。
Why not? Actually, to be fair, you're not supposed to bring games while you're on a mission.
あの時代の名残があるものって少なくなってきたから。
Oh, non-compatible. Okay.
もしなくしたり壊れたりしたら二度と手に入らなくなる。
So it makes sense.
だから寮に置いておくことにした。
But they'll wear out one day, so try to prepare yourself for that, alright?
じゃあその日が少し遅れることを 期待するしかないね。ねえ分析員、その日が来ても私のそばにいてくれる
？She tilted her head up slightly and closed her eyes, fingers clasped over her chest and as if making a quiet prayer or waiting for something. So I leaned in and gave her my answer. Our lips met, cool at first, then turning warm and moist. By the time we finally put apart from that long and wine kiss, I still have no idea how to pronounce that. The horizon has already begun to reveal the faint outline of the city dotted with patches of color. The peeps of Hallucians were born with an eye of color. Taking in the view, I had to admit, there really was truth to that saying.
あら、そろそろ着くようですね。
Marine glided out of the cabin with her usual grace, and judging by her eyes, she seems more interested in the smudged lip gloss on my lips than in our destination. She wrapped herself around my arm, drawing in close. Her voice brushes my ear, and soft, entreating an edge with a quiet danger.
分析員さん、アコシアさんだけじゃなくて、私のも味わってくださいね。私の唇はスペシャルなんですから。
Don't worry, I'll give each flavor the attention it deserves. Between our laughter and banter, the ferry has already slipped into Lucien's bustling harbor. Stalls line the waterway, most selling trinkets like carved fox, while others also sold fresh vegetables and seafood. Under the gentle sunlight, the whole city seems full of life, while it was hard to imagine that beneath all that calm and color lurking the pilgrims, festering out of the sight like a wound that refused to heal. The streets were packed with people, so dense it's hard to tell. Damn. Hold on. I'm trying to scroll. I don't know why it didn't scroll. Where the crowds even begun or ended. Just as we were focusing on the road ahead, a sweep of rose-red slipped before our eyes.
こんにちは。セシルと申します。
I think this is our first redhead girl, other than Tease, to be so bright. I think Tease is more like a red-orange. Hers is like red. Circeus? It's so hard to pronounce words already.
はい。彼女は今のローズランに詳しいので、任務に同行させれば、あなたの助けになると思います。ですが、これは私の提案に過ぎません。どうするかは、あなたが決めてください。
A capable Levitian agent. Sounds good to me. Let's go with your plan. Hal paused, a faint flicker of awkwardness crossing her face.
いいえ、彼女は私の部下ではありません。カロリンに彼女の経歴を調べさせました。55年に大学を卒業した彼女はユグドラシルに入社し、半年間研修生として勤務していたようです。その後、間もなく退職しました。
An intern who only spent 6 months in Yggdrasil. Then what's your reason for trusting her?
報告書と一緒にこの推薦状が届いたからです。
Tal handed me a thin envelope. From the paper coarse, yellow textures, it was clearly old, yet the envelope was unexpectedly smooth, almost uncrusted. The moment I opened it, a sharp sense of familiarities hit me, and handwriting was still clear and precise, each stroke controlled and unmistakable. It was my handwriting. So, which department was she in during her internship?
安全部からです。つまり、あなたの直属の部下だったのです。
Those few words were almost enough to drag me back to the certain winter night, where memories blurred together, half hidden behind a veil of frost.
ここでは落ち着いて話せません。ついてきてください。
With practiced ease, Cedes, I keep on thinking Circeus hailed a passing boat and hopped aboard first. Once we were all seated, a key of address into the boat console. Moments later, soft music and a recorded announcement drafted through the cabin speakers.
結構いい船だね。現地ではゴンドラと呼ばれている船です。ローズランが5年前に運送システムのアップデートを施しました。それにより無人操縦機能の他に完成 AI で総合完成できるようになっています。
Let me guess. Cathedral Technologies handle all the tech support. Maureen didn't answer. She simply gave me a sweet smile. I could tell she was proud of what her family has built.
観光客の皆さん、我らが美しい水上都市へようこそ。
The voice was clear and bright, and uncannily similar to Maureen's. I glanced over just in time to see a flush rise to her cheeks. Her fingers had already slid to the console and turned off the announcement.
あれ、なんで切るの？マリアンの声に似てるねって言おうとしてたところなのに。
Wait, could it be?
実はアナウンスの声の主は私の姉なんです。今の紛争が終わり、情勢が安定したらアンドレオチ家も事業拡大を考えるべきだとずっと言っていたのです。例えば観光業とか。そんな日が本当に来るのでしょうか。今のローズランは現状を乗り越えられるかどうかすら怪しいというのに。
Circeus lowered her head, nudging her glasses higher as she murmured under her breath.
それは。
Sorry, I had to sneeze. The lively atmosphere we built quickly vanished. No one felt like talking, so we just watched the scenery go by. Marine leaned lightly against my right shoulder, brows knitted in thought, while Kezia rested her back against mine. It felt as an invisible line had split the little boat in two. The three of us on one side and the Ceres alone at the bow, arms wrapped around her closely at drawn knees and shrinking into the corner. She radiated a timid, withdrawn air. The longer she stayed silent, the more curious I became about her. Circeus.
はい。
Back when you were in the security, did I ever mark you down? She paused, thinking over my question before realizing what I was doing and let out a chuckle.
いいえ、部長はよく面倒を見てくれました。
Glad to hear it. I've forgotten a lot of what happened back then, so I was worried that...
はい、わかっています。また部長にお会いできただけでも満足です。まだ未練タラタラな感じだね。
Ikisia's slightly sour comment drifted astern, and Circeus turned her face away in the embarrassment and just like that, the distance and unfamiliarities between us finally began to melt away. The little boat cut through ribbons of blue-green water, scattering glittering ripples as it carries us to the residential waterfront. After letting us through the few twists and turns, Circeus stopped in front of the small, nearly kept house.
私の家です。どうぞお入りください。
The furnishing inside were simple, with a faintly old-fashioned touch. One bedroom laid out was probably just right for her, living on her own. The one striking feature was the large terrace facing the water. Circeus had set a table and chair out there, and after inviting us to sit, and quickly brought out tea and snacks. So, shall we get to the main topic? How much do you know about the Lucilian current situation, especially Sophie's plan?
3日前にソフィーが訪ねてきました。神託とか巡礼とか罪を洗い流してくれる洪水とか、それって降臨団がよく主張するものばかりじゃないですか。もう誰もそれに騙されませんよ、聖女様。
Sophie took an unhurdled sip of tea, and a faint, resigned smile settled on her lips.
私の仕業であることは否定しません。今日はただあなたと昔話をするために来ました。過去の不愉快な出来事にいつまでも固執する必要はないと思いませんか？
She set up cup down and looked out over the terrace. The houses along the canal rose in soft, uneven tiers. Their bright door and window, giving Lucilian the look of the city held forever in spring. A faint scent of baking bread drifted through the clear, gentle air. A sharp, helpless ache wells up inside Sophie. Why couldn't Lucia and Elena live here? Why did they have to die in that dust-choked sanatorium? Wasn't happiness supposed to belong to everyone?
あなたがユグドラシルから送り込まれたスパイであることはずっと前から知っていました。でも大司教様に報告しようと思ったことはありません。降臨団で下っ端から上を目指してきたあなたの苦労や分析員の名前を聞いた時のあなたの目の輝きを私は見てきました。そのひたむきさに心を動かされました。でも残念ですね。彼はすべて忘れてあなたをあっさり置き去りにしてしまった。私をからかいに来たのですか？
Circeus gripped her skirt tightly, and her eyes sharpened as they met Sophie's.
誤解しないでください。セシル、私は心からあなたに幸せになってほしいのです。
A gentle breeze passed by, as soft as Sophie's words, stirring the water and swaying plants.
数日後、ローズランは洪水に飲み込まれ、町のすべてが破壊されてしまいます。このことを分析員に伝えてください。あなた方が再会するためのきっかけと考えても構いません。
By the time she finished, her cup was empty. She rose and walked towards the door without a word, her expression calm and unreadable. The seemingly casual melody carried a hidden power, leaving Circeus no room to act. Outside the window, the canal ripped in eerie, unnatural patterns, stirring by Sophie's song. With Sophie taking the initiative and Circeus' ability not suited for combat, Circeus could only watch as Sophie stepped out into the sunlight.
つまりユグドラシルに6ヶ月しかいなかったのはスパイとして降臨団に入ったから。
はい。ソフィーとはそこで知り合ったのです。じゃあ、彼女が洪水の正確な時間を口にしたのですか？ありません。巡礼者から聞き出そうともしましたが、曖昧な答えしか得られませんでした。
Circeus shook her head. Marine, however, narrowed her eyes, her gaze sharpening. She slipped her left hand under the table and dragged her nails over the little finger pads again and again, as if using the strings to steady herself. Toward Marine's hand. I cupped her fingertips in my hand, softly rubbing over the reddened mark. Under my gentle touch, she slowly relaxed. The chill in her hand faded, replacing a hint of a warmth.
ですが、嘘なら、わざわざ私にここまで話す必要はないはずです。
あれこれ考えるより、ソフィーを捕まえて問いただせばよくない？
アカシアさんの言う通りです。今すぐ家の者に連絡して、ローズランをくまなく捜索すれば、きっとソフィーを見つけられるはずです。分析員さんはどうお考えですか
I was just about to nod in Marine's proposal when a pierced scream erupted outside. The stiffening, heavy presence of Titagen seeped through every corner of the little house. Let's take care of whatever's out there first. Keep it quiet and make sure no nearby residents get hurt.
はい。
Okay, Winded Alley, let's go. So it's only just those two. We're not going to focus on any other characters for the time being, so.
ゲームスタート。なんでここにも変異者が？
ソフィーと一緒に来たのでしょう。
あなた、こいつら全員ビジョン島送りにしよう。
I'm telling you guys, it feels good to throw daggers like this. I think they should rework Akezia 4-star operative for this one.
ちょろいね。
I think I'm glad that they kept the aesthetic of her using like the drawing weapons, the drawing knives, that is.
水の中から変な音が聞こえない？
水路から潜入してきたようですね。だからアンドレオチ家の目をかいくぐったのですね。
あなた、弾薬箱を持ってきて。
Alright. Okay, so this is the skill. Oh! That's a new enemy. Okay.
よし。
I like this one.
回収完了。ローズランの小道は狭くて複雑だから身を隠すのにぴったりだね。
分析員さん、アカシアさん、確認していてください。私は塔に登って上から敵を一掃します。
任務達成だね。あなた、とりあえず一回セーブしようか。あなたが好きならよかったわ。
Yep, she's really good to play. It feels very comfortable. Unlike the 4-star one, you have to use a gun and then when you use a skill, you throw the knives. This one, they actually made a good upgrade. I like it a lot.
見ててください。私の変身。あなた、こいつら全員、ビジョン島送りにしよう。
I think I'm using a 4-star weapon.
ヌルゲーだね。
Yeah, you could change her skill. You have an interchangeable skill for this. It's like there's no cooldown. Oh wait, does it have a cooldown? Let's
あ
see.
なた、とりあえず一回セーブし
Yeah,
よう
there's
か。
no cooldown for that. It's like toggle.
向こう岸にも変異者がうようよい
Wait,
るよ。
so it didn't matter where I
一気
go?
に倒しちゃう。
Alright. Freezing device. Break it through to activate to freeze the water surface. Okay.
ゴンドラで向こう岸に行こうか。
いいえ、それだと遅すぎます。
川が凍った。どういうこと？
あの装置はローズランでよく使われる防災手段の一つです。装置が起動するとナノ結晶触媒をまき散らし水を凍らせます。近くのゴンドラを見てください。船には座席がなく、代わりに熱を吸収する耐熱バルブが乗っています。吸収された熱が後で外界へ送られます。これで洪水時の水位をコントロールしているのです。
さっき手段の一つって言ったよね。他にも防災手段があるの？
はい、ローズランの外周には450機の移動水門が設
こ
置。
れも全部仮想度テクノロジーのものなの？
はい、ローズランは昔洪水被害をよく受けていたので、アンドレオチ家はその対策に力を尽くしているわけです。
あなた、弾薬箱を持ってきて。
Yeah, it feels very satisfying.
レルゲーだね。
I think the next character who should get a next update, better good upgrade to this is Haru. She's mostly a blade person. Ah. That wasn't supposed to happen.
レルゲーだね。
Hold off enemies to buy time. Okay, sure, why not?
あなたが好きならよかったわ。
Alright, next stage, we're gonna get back to the storytelling or the dialogue. Under our coordinates, clean assault, the change in the alley were cleared out in no time. After images of Marine flickered across the rooftops and along the corners of the building, however, the only one on the clock tower solidified and leaped gracefully down before me.
さっきなんだか。
Marie glanced at Kezia, a faint crescent formed between her brows. Her lips parted, but no words came. She wasn't imagining it. I felt it too. Something in Kezia had shifted in that moment. She's been guarding my blind side the whole time, and in that brief moment, when we stood back to back, I could feel the girl behind me growing. Her long hair brushes my shoulder, the body leaning into mine, carried a steadier, surer strength, and even her scent felt richer than before.
見間違いじゃなかった。私、さっきの一瞬。
By the way, I didn't use her ultimate, so I'm saving that ultimate for when the boss battle comes.
多分、フリティアの言ってた再成長なのかな。でも一瞬すぎるし、パワーアップした感じはなかったけど。
So you drew on the transverse cord just now?
雑魚ばかりだったけど、あなたが囲まれるのを見たら、なんだか焦っちゃって。
I meant to say transfer core. Let's see if I'm most likely gonna be wrong, but I'm gonna read that again later if it shows up. Realizing she overreacted, Acacia ducked her head in embarrassment and kicked at the pebble by her feet. Beneath her fluttering lashes, her eyes were like twin cherry blossoms, full of quiet affections.
可能性は2つあります。フェーズコアのチャージが不足しているか、アカシアさんがまだ完全に戦術装備に慣れていないかのどちらかのはずです。
Ah, transphase. Okay, transphase. Ew. I hate that word now. Probably because the word trans in there.
いずれにせよ、今後の行動に支障が出ないよう、仮想度テクノロジーのエンジニアに調整を依頼した方がいいと思います。
But I had barely gotten the word out before Marine gently picked up on what I meant.
でも、フリティアさんの同意を得ないとですよね。
Our eyes met in a brief moment of sharing understanding and a soft warmth passing between us. Just as we were about to continue, a sudden commotion flared nearby. Shouts and hurtled footsteps tangled together, shattered the quiet of the residential block. A well-armed squad poured out of the alleys from all directions at once, surrounding the four of us in an instant. Startled and defenseless, Circeus stumbled backwards, shrinking away until her back was pressing firmly against the wall.
どういうこと？分析員、手を出す。
待ってください。
Marine stepped forward, placing herself between us and the squad. The guards shifted and splitting to either side and opened a narrow path. Everybody was going gaga on this one. A shape clicked on heels, echoed on the marble path as a girl in tailored suit approaches at the measured, deliberate pace. With each step, her gaze swept over me, sharp, predatory, like a wolf sizing it up as prey. Then, at the very next heartbeat, the predatory air vanished. She approached in a few quick strides, and stopped right in front of me, breaking into a wide grin. All the cold arrogance from a moment ago was completely gone.
あら、この人がうちの弟な。
Brother-in-law?
うち？
あら、ごめんね。テンションが上がると鉛が出ちゃうのよ。
She waved it off, already acting as if we already knew each other for years. Marine let out a quiet sigh and stepped up beside her. Standing together, their resemblance were clear, although the shades of their hair and color, along with their temperaments, differ greatly.
分析員さん、こちらが私の姉です。
マデリンっていいわよ。というか、ローズランに着いたのになんで連絡くれないの？港に迎えに行くつもりだったのに。
少し用事ができてしまいました。お姉さんはどうしてここに？
なんというか。
Her expression shifted back to something serious. After a brief pause, her eyes settled on Circeus. It's alright. She's someone we can trust.
そう。じゃあ担当直入に話すわね。最近、町に変異者がたくさん出没しているの。私がここに来たのも彼らを追っているからよ。目的もなく徘徊しているだけだから対処が難しいのよ。
Sophie using them as a distraction to slow us down from finding her.
ソフィーって？
説明すると長くなります。まずは家に帰りましょう。この件は分析員さんから直接お父様にご説明いただいた方がいいと思います。
Wait, are we actually gonna see the dad? Are we actually gonna see the dad? I'm curious. I highly doubt it, but then you're getting my hopes up.
お父様はまあいいわ。マリアンの言う通り、とりあえず帰りましょう。
Before long, a speedboat bearing the Andretorius crest picked up the dock. Madeline briskly issued patrol order to the family guards while motioning for us to board. Marine took her seat with grace, and Akezia hopped on right after her. When it came to Circea's turn, she hesitated, glancing up at me with a timid look.
私もですか。
Yeah, come with us. Yeah, come with us. Yeah. Ah, yes, come with us. The Andretori's family estate sat in the northern Lucian, the manor backed by more than 300 acres of private woodland, and surrounded by water on three sides. After transferring from the speedboat to a car, looping around the three roundabouts, we finally crossed into the inner grounds of the spiraling estate. Compared to the Genora's manor, the Andretori home clearly... Damn, it's way too fast. The Andretori's home clearly favors natural scenery over the artificial grandeur. Aside from the central fountains and a few essential paths, lemon trees seems to grow everywhere. The shadows wasn't a state-only charm. Wooden treeneries connected by stepping stones, forming winding garden paths. Branches heavy with golden fruit hung over them, perfuming the early winter air with a clean citrus scent. We haven't even reached the door when the head maid spotted us and walked over with a warm smile. But the moment she recognized Marines among us, her expression froze with a heartbeat before she smoothed it back with well-practiced composure.
お帰りなさいませ、マリアン様。お父様とお母様は大事な話があるの。
奥様がまずは分析員様と二人でお話ししたいとおっしゃっていました。
You killed my hopes up. You killed my hopes up. So basically, only the mom wants to see me. Okay. The dad does not have a say in some way. Got it.
分析員さんと二人で
It was rare to see Marine's dissent. Madeline couldn't help but let out a small chuckle.
彼がお母様に嫌われているかもって心配してんの？安心しなさい。みんな彼をものすごく気に入っているのよ。本当は今すぐにでも。
Wait, is it Madeline or Madeleine? Oh, you know what? Yeah, I guess it's Madeleine.
お姉さん
A cry sharp of embarrassment cut her off. Realizing just how fluttered she'd gotten, Marine covered her burning cheeks with both hands, seeking a mortified glance in my direction. She pulled her gently into my arms and leaned close to her flushed ear, speaking in a voice only she could hear. Don't worry, I can handle it. And while I'm away, take care of Akezia and Circeus for me. She nodded with her face against my chest, lingering there for quite a while before finally pulling away and looking with a reluctance at the head maid led me down another corridor. The Andretori's residence was large, yet quiet. Our footsteps were the only sound echoing through the empty halls. Before long, the maid stopped before a set of glass doors.
分析員様、どうぞこちらへ。
Beyond the door lays a sunlit terrain. It was not very large, but opened onto a striking view. A green sea of treetops stretches all the way to the horizon, merging with the shadows of the drifting clouds like an oil painting. The pale sunlight mellows the hanging fruit into soft gold. Hundreds of tiny glimmering points scattered across the canopy like a rivers of stars. A woman in the blue dress regarded me with a gentle smile. The corners of her eyes touches with the soft imprint of time. She shared a similar hair and eye color with Marina and Madeleine, but her demeanor was more composed than the former and more grounded than the latter. She carried the warm, gentle grace of a middle-aged woman.
どうぞおかけになって分析員さん。
Please, just call me Yujita Kyojo, ma'am. You're my senior after all.
偉い立場にいらっしゃるのに謙虚な人ね。マリアンの目は確かなようね。人生を託すのにふさわしい男性だわ。だけど分析員さんのことはこれからも分析員さんと呼ばせてちょうだい。これからの話はうちの事情ではなくローズランの未来に関わることなのだから。
Her smile faded. A warmth slipped away as a frost solemnly settled over her features. If it's something that serious, shouldn't the head of the house Androtoris be here as well?
夫は頑固な人で何かに没頭したら最後他のことには目も向けなくなるの。今はまさにそういう状況よ。でも安心してちょうだい。今日話したことには代理当主である私が責任を持つわ。そしてアンドレオチケと仮想度テクノロジーを動員する権限も持っているから。
Alright, let's begin. Since you called me here for such a formal meeting, I assure you already have a solid grasp of the situation.
あの絶望の映像が放送されてから巡礼活動がますます盛んになったの。たくさんの人が歌声の影響を受けバルハラに身を投げたいと渇望するようになったわ。このタイミングでローズランでは信託の噂が流行りだした。噂の元がソフィーであるという確証は取れているわ。彼女はイエロ社を出てから真っ先にこっちへ来たらしいわね。あなたたちがローズランに着く前からソフィーの捜索を始めたのだけれど、今のところ手がかりは一切ないわ。ここまで徹底的に痕跡を消せるなんて、きっと宇宙にいるあの AI の仕業に違いないわ。
She had spoke at length. By the end, the light in her eyes had dimmed, replaced by the wary mix of uncertainty and concern. Losing to Edda has been a bitter blow. It left her wondering if the technology they took such pride in could no longer be relied upon. Which would their future be headed?
分析員さん、ソフィーとエッタのことを知っているのでしょう。洪水の予言に信憑性はあるのかしら。
私の選択が正しいと証明してみせます。どうか見届けてください。
She once told me that, but until now, I had never been able to connect those words to the prophecy of a flood. I paused for a moment, thinking it through, then nodded. Given what we know about them, yes. According to my intel, the flood isn't far off, a few days at most. Miss Andretori shook slightly, then let out a long sigh.
それなら早急になんとかしないといけないわね。
Yes, but before we do, you may want to hear what Marine has to say.
あら、あの子に何か考えがあるの？
Afternoon sunlight filtered through the curtains of the manor sitting room at the maids, moving softly about, setting down black tea and pastries for the four girls. Acacia made quick work of her cookies while Circeus took small, careful sips of her tea. Marine, however, seems lost in her thoughts. She stared down at her cup. Through the rising steam, the surface reflected a small crescent foaming between her brows.
洪水のことである考えがあるのですが。
As soon as the words left her lips, the room felt briefly silent. The other three turned towards her.
考えって？
Marine set her cup down. Her fingertips tapped lightly along the rim as she searched for the right words. Only after a long pause did she continue, her tone measured and cautious.
さっきゴンドラに乗った時に思いついたんです。ローズランの住民たちを事前に内陸に避難させてはどうでしょうか。そうすればローズランは無人となり、ソフィーが何を企んだとしても住民たちは無事に済みます。分析員さんもこれが最良の方法だと言っていました。
She hasn't even finished before Madeleine slumped back into the sofa, stretching lazily as she let out a yawn, clearly not taking any of it seriously.
マリアンったら家業に関わったことがないから複雑な利害関係を理解していないようね。アンドレオッチ家と仮想度テクノロジーの権力はローズランの外では通用しない。他の都市圏にもそれぞれの大企業があるし、勢力範囲もルールも異なるの。そもそも内陸にはデンドロンがあるんだから、私たちのためにリスクを背負ってまで難民を受け入れてくれるはずないでしょ。アンドレオッチ家が洪水で壊滅してしまえば、向こうには何のメリットもなくなるわ。こんな割に合わない商売、誰が進んでやるのよ。
She casually picked up a piece of cake with her fork and held it onto Marine, completely unaware of how her sister's expressions was beginning to darken.
このことはお父様とお母様に任せておけばいいのよ。久しぶりに帰ってきたんだし、夕飯は何を食べたい？
私は真面目にローズランの未来について話しているんです。そんな風に私を子供扱いしないでください。
Her voice sharpened, anger flashing in her eyes.
わかったわよ。それじゃあ、私も真面目に話すわ。さっき言ったあの問題を、あなたはどう解決するつもりなの？
三大都市圏が簡単に私たちの言うことを聞いてくれないことは分かっています。ならば短期間でアンドレオッチ家の影響力を高める方法を考えるべきです。ユグドラシルとの協力関係を強化し、アルスター全体に揺るぎない同盟関係を示すことが最も得策です。
でも、もう十分に協力し合っているんじゃない？これ以上どう見せつければいいのよ。
Madeleine shrugged. Her sister's suddenly intensity has caught her by surprise, and even her pushback sounded less confident. Marine drew in a slow breath. Her gaze swept over the room, steady and unwavering. Then she spoke with absolute clarity.
ヘイムダル隊員である私がアンドレオッチ家の当主となり、 二大企業を結ぶ架け橋となります。
はあ？今あんた何になるって？
The winter wind rushed through the lemon trees, rustling and rattling, the restless swarming of the storm to come.
あの子を当主にするですって？少し浅はかすぎるのではなくて？
Reckless? I wouldn't call it that. As the youngest of the Undertory's daughters, she'd always been protected, and because of that, often overlooked. And now, the very girl long ignored by her family dares to reach for the very heart of its power. Is that courage not enough to prove how determined she is to save the people of Lucelian? A faint flush touches Miss Undertory's cheeks. Her gaze dropped. A hint of shame flickered through her expression.
いくら彼女が真剣に考えているとはいえ、これだけでは三大都市圏を納得させられない。そんなこと、あなたも分かっているでしょう。
I understand. Yeah, I understand. If one bridge isn't enough, then let me be the second. If I enter the covenants with the head of the House Androtory, such a bond should be proof enough to how strong our alliance is.
制約ね。
She froze for a heartbeat, the fine lines of the corners of her eyes seeming to deepen for a moment. But she quickly hid her surprise, returning to her sharp, calculated demeanor as she worked through the implications in her mind.
それなら明日当主継承の儀式を行い、ついでに制約の儀式も済ませるのはどうかしら。そうすればすぐにでも三大都市圏の辺境制限を解除できるわ。
This feels like a political marriage, but I'm pretty sure that they still have dealings together, so it doesn't really matter that much.
言われてみればなかなかよく考えられた計画ね。
Let's not rush this, ma'am. A covenant is no small matter. We should ask Marine herself what she thinks. She frowned, a flicker of confusion crossing her face.
二人は昔から愛し合っていたんでしょ？いつかはあげる儀式なのだから、あの子が反対するとでも思っているの？
Ma'am, with all due respect, the way your family treats Marine is far too insensitive. No matter what benefits the covenant may bring or how deep we're in love, rushing this without consulting her is disrespectful. I intend to make up what Marine has been owed, rather than take it for granted that she should simply accept whatever we decide on her behalf. That's all I have to say for now, if you excuse me. She froze in place, hands crossed together before her, tightening with tension. Her lips parted as if she meant to speak, but in the end, she only watched in silence as I left the terrace. I had only taken a few steps into the garden corridor when I spotted a familiar figure. Marie sat on the swing, her brows slightly furrowed as she drifted in thoughts, completely unaware of me coming up behind her. It wasn't until I gave the swing a little push that it snaps back to herself.
分析員さん。
Were you waiting for me, Marie?
はい。ずっと帰ってこなかったので心配で。アカシアさんとセシルさんならもうお部屋で休んでもらっています。ですからご心配なく。
I know I could count on you, Marie. I reached out and ruffled her hair, soft hair. A small smile finally tugged at the corner of her lips. Our shadows stretched long across the ground, swaying with the slow rhythm of the swing. Every now and then, our shoulders brushed and a gentle warmth passed between us.
お姉さんに避難計画のことを話しました。
Her voice wavered slightly and her grip on the ropes tighten.
でも当主になるだけじゃ足りないかもね。そうね。あ、そうだ、弟くんと誓約を結んだらどう？そしたら三大都市圏もさすがに言うことを聞いてくれると思うわ。
誓約ですか？
Just hearing the words sent a rush of heat to Marine's cheeks, warmth rising all the way to her ears. The wish to take the final step with the adjustment stirred constantly in her heart. Her feelings were true, yet she couldn't bring herself to say it. With the Lucilian in Christ and her proposal to become a new family head, confessing her feelings now will only make the covenant seem more like a means to an end and less sincere. Determined to preserve the purity of her love, she suppressed the thoughts and let her body instinctively lean back into the warm and familiar arms behind her. And then, what did she say?
計画はまだ不十分だと。ですが安心してください。すぐに練り直してお父様とお母様を説得してみせますから。
I tilted her chin up gently. She let her head dip back without resistance, her violet eyes shimmering with anxiety. Why not just say it? Are you worried I might refuse? Her lips pressed together, her lashes trembled at the urge that she has suppressed welled up again.
誓約は愛を誓い合うためにあるべきです。今それを言い出せば、それは取引の道具や切り札となり、本来の趣旨とはかけ離れたものになってしまいます。誓約の本来の意味を守りたいのです。たとえ自分の思いを抑えてでも。
She lowered her head, her voice growling quietly but steadier with each word. A breeze stirred, brushing her bangs aside. For a moment, the only sound in the warm sunlight was our quiet breathing mingling together. That's not it at all. Becoming head of the family, protecting Lucinian future. None of those things depend on the covenant to happen. Rather, they will happen because you meant to take that position, to be that person, to do those things. That path has always been yours to take. You don't have to trade anything for it. In our covenant, it isn't a deal. It just gives me a more justified reason to stay by your side, to protect you and to walk that path with you. Marine. I whispered her ears and went down on one knee. Her fingers trembled softly as I took her hand in mine and pressed a gentle kiss to the back of it. Let me be the one to propose. You're my pride, the girl I want to spend my life with. And if our covenant can become the wind beneath your wings and lift you even higher, then nothing would make me happier. So Marine, will you seal a covenant with me? Her eyes shimmered, golden sunlight dancing in their depths. She smiled, relieved, joyful, and overflowing with the love she could no longer contain.
もちろんです。ずっとこうなる日を待ちわびていました。
I'm glad you said yes, since you agreed to our covenant. Your mother says the succession ceremony will be held tomorrow, and that's when our covenant will be announced to everyone.
お父様とお母様はすでに？
Marine placed her fingertips lightly on her lips, whispering in surprise.
急に緊張してきました。
Then let's do something that'll relax you. I'll be here with you.
少し考えさせてください。
She gently rocked the swing. A smile tugged at her lips. Her fingers traced the rough rope. Then something seemed to spark in her mind. Her eyes lit up.
そういえば ブランコで高くまで揺れたことがないんです。分析員さん、手伝ってくれますか？
Really? Never?
子供の頃、足に病気があったので、ブランコで遊ばせてもらえなかったんです。だから、空を駆け巡るような感覚を味わってみたかったんです。
For once, the usually composed girl sounds like an excellent, excited child, a sweet smile curling at her lips. Alright, that's tight. I'm gonna start pushing. Marie adjusted her posture, and gripped the rope with her both hands. With my first firm push, the swing swept forward, stirring a breeze.
すごく高い。
Scared?
全然。分析員さん、もっと強く押してください。
I pushed her harder as she arched back. The swings climbed sharply, almost leveled with the frame. Her flaxen hair streamed behind her, catching the sunlight. She laughed, bright and unrestrained, as each swing lifted her closer to the clear blue sky. The wind brushed gently past her cheeks, the sky and ground rising and falling. She could see layers of clouds above, lemon groves stretched across the distance, and the faint outline of buildings along the coast. With every push came the sharp, exhilarating rush, the feeling of finally spreading her wings. She was no longer a sheltered legend, nor a swift skimming closing to the ground, but a qualia, an eagle that soars high. Progress 3. It felt as every skill tailored in Lucian has been summoned to the Undertory's manor, all those scrambling to finish our outfits before tomorrow's ceremony. Marine has been tucked in her room all day, hauled up in a makeup trials and the steady rotation of our outfits fitting. Although the Undertories gave each of us our own room, Ikisia's still ending up in mine. She's used to sleeping beside me after all. Right now, she's sprawled me across my bed, idly flipping through the formal wear pamphlets, as if she had all the time in the world. Madeleine stood behind me, testing different tools as she experimented on my hair for tomorrow's ceremony. Her eyes were on me, but the focus wasn't. Her gaze has gone distinct, her mind clearly elsewhere. She didn't snap out of it until the sharp scent of burnt hair hits her. The curling iron in her hand was still pressed to the strand of my hair, sizzling. She started frantically fanned the thin trails of smoke, as if she would reverse anything, but the damage was already done. The bit of hair was gone stiff, darkened, scratched to the touch. Worst of all, it has been curled itself into a strange little hook, poking out like a tiny rebellious tentacle.
ごめんね、分析員。ローズランで一番流行ってる髪型にしてあげたかったのに。
How about we just stop here? I doubt anyone would care if I'm the most fashionable.
ダメダメ。あなたはアンドレオッチ家の未来の婿なんだから、明日はビシッとかっこよーく登場してもらわないと。
Is that so? I'm not convinced your tool agrees with that plan.
そうね。ヘアワックスがあればなんとかなるんじゃないかしら。
Let's not bring hair gel into this. Madeleine, you've been a bit distracted. Is something on your mind? Hearing that, Ikisia lifted her eyes from the pamphlet. Her attention settled on us. Madeleine let out a small, awkward smile and glanced away.
考え事なんかしてないわよ。あなたとマリアンの制約が が急に決まったせいであれこれ忙しかったからちょっとぼーっとしただけよ。とりあえずヘアワックスを持ってくるわね。
Before I could press her, she has already darted out of the room. A moment later, a bright voice carried from the courtyard below.
そこのあなた、家中のヘアワックスを集めてきてちょうだい。高価なものであればあるほどいいわ。そしてあなたたちはスーツを20着用意して。気合い入れていきましょう。明日の儀式はどんなミスも許されないわよ。承知しました、マデリン様。
After a long while, a noise outside finally died down, and the moment it did, Acacia let out a laugh she clearly has been holding on. And what exactly is so funny?
ユグドラシルの大ヒーローがこんな目に遭うなんて。
She hopped off the bed and paddled over barefoot, poking at the scorch curled on my head. She tried smoothing it with her fingertips, but the instant it lifted her hand, it sprang right back.
ところで、マリアンとの誓約の儀式はいつやるつもりなの？
Not sure yet. We picked up a date once things settled down a bit.
彼女の家でやるの？
Probably. The undertourists will want to make it a grand event, but I'll talk to Marine about it. Why the sudden interest?
うん。ブーケをちょっと欲しいかも。
The what? In one fluid motion, she climbed into my lap and settled there, raising her arms on the chair's backrest and quietly enclosed me.
ブーケトスやるなら絶対に勝ち取ってやるんだから。
She said it with absolute certainty, her gaze fixed on my lips, as if she were quietly waiting for an answer. And what exactly are you planning to do with it?
とぼけてるの？それとも本当に知らないの？
I already know. It's just that... Why am I acting stupid? I don't know. I shook my head, pretending not to know, and making her say it herself. Okay, that makes sense. I already knew her answer, of course, just wanting to hear it in her voice. Acacia's cheeks went crimson, the flush intensifying by the second. Her heartbeat pressed lightly against me, quick enough to drown out the insect humming beyond the windows.
ブーケは幸せの象徴なんだ。受け取った人が次に結ばれるって。30年経ってもこの習慣は変わってないね。別にせかしてるわけじゃないから。
She quickly added that, then sat up, straightened her, arms folded defenselessly across her cheeks, chest.
ほら、積極的になってほしいってあなたに言われたし。だからブーケを頑張って取ろうとしたのも、私は準備できてるよってあなたに伝えるためだから。
Silly girl, all you have to do is say I want it, and I'll say yes in a heartbeat. You don't need to fight anyone over a bouquet for it. I ruffled her hair and she instinctively leaned in, our lips just a breath apart. So, do you want it?
欲しい。
Her answer came as a whisper, warm and moist against my skin, each breath stirring an inch in my heart. Then she pressed a trail of feather-like kisses over me, starting at my eyelids and then down to my cheeks, and finally gazing gazing my lips. When she was done, her golden eyes shimmered with a mix of anticipation and shyness as she waited for what was about to happen. But when I made no attempts to do anything further, a look of confusion crossed her face.
それで
A soft laugh escaped me. Sitting on my lap, she trembled just enough for me to feel it. Didn't you just say you wanted to be more proactive? So I'm letting you take the lead. You can do whatever you want with me.
私がするの
Akisia's face instinctively flushed a deep scarlet. Her hands, however, hovered uncertainty, as if unsure what or where to touch. Almost without thinking, she reached for my jacket. Fingertips brushed the zipper, only to freeze when she felt the heart radiate from my lap. After hesitating for a few seconds, she decided to keep everything from my waist up on for now. As she squirmed in my lap, finding the right angle to embrace my fiery passion, I caught her by the waist, not allowing her to sink down any further. Easy now. Let's not skip the tutorials and jump straight to the boss. She shot me a fluttering glare, her voice coming out quick, and a little breathlessness from how she was perched.
あなたに説明なんていらないでしょ。ただ私をからかいたいだけなんだよね。
Can you blame me? I just like to savor the experience. When I still made no move to take over, Akisia brushed deeper. I slowly bent down her lips, tracing a path downward. Before long, a warm and wet sensation envelops me. A gentle stream carefully washed over every burning crevice of mine. My fire intensified as I breathed in scent. Wait, I can't read that. Hold on, give me a moment. A soft milky warmth brushes with the lightest trace of citrus. As her head moved up and down to take it in as much as me as she could, I reached down and found a hidden fruit. I guess rub it. Under my teasing, the fruit quivers, and a spray of nectar spills out. Akisia's body tightens, and I felt a quiet tremor running through her as she sways under the rising wave of pleasure. Akisia's eyes glittered with tears. I brushed them away with my other hand, threading my fingers through her hair and gently guiding her to my rhythm. Her lips were flushed and slightly swollen, her delicate hands strained to maintain grip. Yet still she held on tight. As she slowly pressed deeper, the fire of my desire was squeezed into a tightened channel. And when I was at last, it could be contained no more. Pleasure erupted as an incredible, powerful torrent. A soft cry escaped her lips. She blinked. Milky droplets caught on her fluttering eyelashes. Before she could fully open her eyes, I took hold on her waist and completely embedded myself into her.
話が違うよ。私が頑張るって言ったのに。
She managed the words between shakily breaths, caught between protest and longing. Tutorial's over. Now we're playing for real. With that, we gave ourselves fully to each other, lost in waves of heat and longing. Akisia's brow drew tight again and again, and each little peak made her body quiver and fall back with eyes rolling delight. White dew boils where our bodies meet, and what seems like an internal repetition of expansion and retreat, the little peaks accumulated at the highest point. It wasn't until the cool moon rose in the sky that were utterly spent and content. Outside Lucien's winter breath of a cold hush, but inside our little world, it was the height of summer. Sweet silk skin, tangled bodies, and the breath mingling in the warmth and we made. Utterly spent, Acacia was still entranced, yet her gaze held fast to me, unwilling to look away. No one knew how long that stillness lasted before a gentle knock tapped at the door. I'll go take a look. I pulled the blanket snugged around her, shrugged into my jacket, and slipped quietly into the hall. A sudden gush swept through the courtyard, bringing it with the scent of grass and leaves, touched by the faintest hint of raspberry. A girl with a long rose-colored hair stood at the seams of the moonlight and shadow. Silver washed over her, letting her at an utmost disdain elegance.
お邪魔してすみません、部長。少し用件が。
You have something to tell me at this hour?
はい。昔から遅い時間にお会いしていましたので、慣れています。
In those days, erased from my mind, she worked undercover among the Adventists under my command. I could guess what she meant. Back then, midnight has probably been the only time she could safely pass intel along.
アンドレオチ家に関する情報を入手しました。どうやら洪水の件で彼女たちには他の計画があるようです。必要であればもっと探ってみます。つまり制約を結ばなくても済む方法はあるってお伝えしたいだけです。
You infiltrated Antitorus this fast and pulled intel already? I couldn't help but smile, part courtesy, part amusement. Circeus, on the other hand, stayed as serious and timid as ever.
私も覚醒者です。精神系に近い力を持っているので、私にとってそう難しいことではありません。
I always knew that we were probably gonna recruit her also. But if I remember correctly, you were undercover before the descent ever happened.
はい。当時はまだアポカリプスを迎えていなかったので、伝統的な手段に頼るしかありませんでした。幸い、降臨団内部はずっと混沌としていたので、私の計画はソフィー以外にはバレませんでした。
You worked hard. I gave her a light pat on the shoulder. She lowered her head without saying a word. In the moonlight, I caught a faint shimmer on her lashes, as if years of buried frustration were about to spill over. But she held back. When she looked up again, there was only a faint smile in her eyes. As for the plan you mentioned, I already know about it. It was a rather bold one. Will your whole family be evacuating with the people heading inland?
いいえ、私たち夫婦はしないわ。ローズランは私たちが生まれ育った場所。たとえ助からなくても、代々伝わるレモンの森に骨を埋められるなら本望だわ。それに洪水が襲ってきたとしても、ここはそんな簡単に壊れないわ。ローズランの別名をご存知かしら。
As I searched for an answer, Miss Undertori picked up the small service bell on the table. With a gentle shake, its clear chime rang through the room. Within seconds, the head maid appeared behind her with a courteous bow.
はい、 奥様。
机にある手紙を取ってきてちょうだい。必ずあなた自身の手でローエンさんにお渡しなさい。
かしこまりました。
During their brief exchange, the answer came to me. Lucidian, the city of the water, has been shaped by water, since the day it was founded. As the sea level continued to rise, its people spent generations fighting one flood after another. Over time, they built a comprehensive system for managing natural disasters. But for the system to work, it needed two pillars, technology and funding. If Cathedral Technologies represent the former, then Ms. Longyan, the partner they hoped to secure, embodied the latter, and her resources far exceeds anything a regional conglomerated could match.
搾州の友人が手伝ってくれれば、私たちの賞賛は大きく跳ね上がるわ。
Do you need me to step in?
あまり顔を見せない、ちょっとミステリアスな子なの。むやみに尋ねるのは失礼だから、辛抱強く待つしかないわ。
That's the truth of it. They never meant to hide anything from me, and I was never tricked into forming a covenant with Marine. Hearing her own suspicion laid out like this, the color drained from Circe's face. Her lips pressed into a thin line, and her lashes fluttered with quiet worriness. Circeus, you need to stop investigating that Androtaurus immediately. They trust allies of the Yggdrasil.
はい。すみません。ご迷惑をおかけして。
Feeling the space growing between us, I raised my hand and softly ruffled Circeus' hair. She clearly hadn't expected that. She went still, then gave a few small, bewildering blinks, like a startled squirrel that just lost its dash. This isn't trouble. You were looking out for me. I'm the one who should be thanking you.
そんなお礼なんて。
Alright, it's late. Get some rest.
はい。おやすみなさい、部長。それから、最悪の儀式がうまくいくよう、祈っています。
She gave a small wave, then shuffled back into the corridor, frustration clouding her expression. Once she was sure that she was out of sight, her steps quickened, as if trying to outrun the doubt and confusion rising in her heart. That's the truth of it. They never meant to hide anything from me, and I was never tricked into forming a covenant with Marine. Theseus, you need to stop the investigation with Androtaurus immediately. They're trusted allies of Yggdrasil.
どういうこと？部長にとって私はもう用済みなの。
The thought hit her hard. Her knees nearly gave out. She stopped and leaned against a nearby tree to steady herself. When she looked up, pale, withered branches reached through the thick and heavy fog. She stared blankly at them for a moment. The longer she looked, the more she felt like one of the yellowish leaves still clinging onto the branches, one small shake away from falling. It wasn't yet the coldest time of the year at Lucilian, but the early morning chills was enough to make her shiver. The cold pulled her back to the winter in Midgard. Winter from before the descent, where people still welcomed the snow, when both she and he lived quiet, uneventful lives. Oh, you're making me skip file 1. I should do file 1. Midgard climate was about as ordinary as it gets. Winters were cold, but actually snowfall is rare. Okay, so this is basically flashback. That year though, things were different. Fine, powdery snow drifted down for 3 straight days and nights, wrapped the entire city of miracles in white. A girl with long rose-colored hair walked down the streets at a leisurely pace. She carried no umbrella, letting the snowflakes settle freely on her hair. After spending a long time with the Adventists, anyone would learn to appreciate quiet, simple moments like this where she could finally breathe. Her destination was 24-hour cafe down the block. As she drew near, lattice windows emerged from the fog. A soft ember glow spills from each pane, like ice cubes blistering in the glass of Mimir soda water. Just as she reached for the door, she caught sight of an unexpected figure. Tercia stepped back at once, slipping into the inconspicuous corner and pretending to zone out, all while quietly taking in everything happening through the glass. Bathed in the cafe warm glow, the blonde girl was chatting and laughing at the person across her. Each response she received made the sparkling emerald eyes of hers shine even more. For a moment, Tercia felt life was a little unfair. How could a girl that pretty and that sweet still have a professor from the Academia Acropolis for a mother? For the moment she graduated, she already had one foot in Yggdrasil. Meanwhile, Circeus has spent years working herself to the bone just to barely reach the threshold. If she was him, she would most likely choose someone as bright and lively as Luna to be her assistant too. Realizing her thoughts were drifted, Circeus snapped her focus back to the reality. By now, Luna has stood up, hands on her hips, cheeks puffed out like a little angry chipmunk. The thick glass sealed the cafe into its own pocket warmth. Outside, damn, there's a lot of dialogue. Outside, only the dim whistles of the wind reached Cecilia's ears. Cecilia narrowed her eyes, reading their lips and pacing the conversation together.
これだけの手がかりですぐに降臨団の拠点を見つけるなんて無理ですよ。場所を突き止めるだけでも大変なのに、理事たちはそれを破壊しろだなんて無茶にも程があります。部長もなんとか言ってくださいよ。
Don't worry, I'll handle it. I won't give the board anything to criticize.
まあ、部長がそう言うなら信じますけど。
Luna leans forward and downed the rest of her drink in one long gulp, then gave her stomach a satisfying little pat.
飲み物もなくなりましたし、そろそろ帰りませんか？雪が強くなると運転も大変ですから。
You go on ahead, Luna. I still have few things to take care of.
え？私に知られたらまずいことなんですか？
Of course not. It's just...
まあ、説明しなくていいですよ。男は一人の時間が必要だって言いますからね。寮に帰ったら連絡してください。それじゃあ、私はこれで。
Reluctantly, Luna trotted towards the door, turning back every few steps to give a little wave. The wooden door swung open, and the jingle bells above it chimes. Its bright ring blended with the blonded girl's laughter into the warm and melodic sound. If Luna has glanced sideways, even a little, she would have seen Sirius standing in the snow, nearly frozen into sculpture. Sirius has wound her long rose-colored hair around her neck like a scarf, The wind had made her eyes watery, and a frost clung to her wet lashes. And yet she wore a long delicate in her eyes, her heart beating hot and fast in her chest. Once Luna disappeared from view, Cecilia shuffled towards the cafe door and, with numb, trembling her fingers, brushing snow off her hair and coat. The bell jingled again as the door swung open. The cafe was small, tables and chairs tucked close together. Cecilia eased on her chair back slightly and sat down, worried that the cold radiates from her might make the person across from her uncomfortable.
いらっしゃいませ。ご注文は？
Milk tea, please.
当店特製のコーヒーはいかがですか？昨週から新しい豆が入ったんですよ。
No thanks. She doesn't like anything bitter. After a waitress left, Cecilia hesitated for a while before carefully asking the question she'd been holding back.
部長、どうして私がタピオカミルクティーが好きだってご存知なんですか？
When you pay attention, you start to notice things, and once you notice, you remember. Yoshita Kyujo answers was light, almost offhanded. Still, Cecilia tucked those words away in her heart. The more she thought about them, the more meaning she found herself giving them. So she's been watching me all along, remembering what I like. His incidental bit of care hit her, like hot iron dipped into cold water, sizzling, thawing the cold from her clothes and the chill from her bones. The waitress returned and sat the drink down. The fragrance cure of steam rose, and swirling at the cup rim, Cecilia felt dizzy in the same peasant's way as steam churned. Alright, let's get to the business. How are those two assignments I asked you to look into?
こちらが降臨弾の座標です。
She slipped a tiny crumpled scrap of paper into her palm. Slightly, ragged corners torn from some other page.
ですが、少し時間を置いて行動した方がいいかもしれません。
And your reason?
聞くところによると、降臨弾の大司教が自ら聖女を一人選抜しました。春になれば、この聖女は拠点に向かい、みんなを祝福するそうです。直近では、これが降臨弾の一番の動きになるでしょう。
I see. I'll factor that in when I decide the timing.
2件目ですが、
She let out a slow breath, her expression turning more serious.
もう少し時間をください。降臨弾の大司教とユグドラシルの理事が裏でつながっていることが分かりました。ですが、その理事が誰なのかはまだ分かりません。あくまで推測ですが。
If there's no evidence, it's better not to jump to conclusions.
分かりました。
If it's more time you need. Yoshida Kyujo tapped a finger lightly against the edge on the table, thinking it's over. I suppose that won't be an issue. The board is still all smiles with each other right now. It'll be some time before they start peering at one another. When they do, just make sure the evidence reaches me. I only need one opening to secure a seat.
部長、一つお聞きしたいのですが、
Go ahead.
どうして理事たちが内輪もめを始めるとわかるのですか？
Because this is Midgard. If not for power, why else would anyone come here? Why would you?
私は
She fell silent. She knew the answer all too well. If she had stayed in her hometown growing lemons, an entire year harvest wouldn't have been enough to buy a few dozens of boulder inhibitors. Midgard, the city of miracles, played by different rules. Here, chaos was the right ground. Was the ground everything stood on, and for everyone willing to read the occurrences strike at the moment. Opportunities could be found anywhere, everywhere. But such playing mustn't be shown too early to the light. The weak must sit in the dark and build their venom, waiting patiently for the moment to strike.
部長、その日になったら安全部を私に任せてくれますか？
Yujita chuckles. It was a casual and light laugh, as if the conversation was only about how sweet the bubble tea was. I knew I was right about you. And I chose someone for the infiltration. I have plenty of options. Naruse Haru, for example, she started as an intern the same year you did. Her father is a well-known Nasure Masashi. Or Luna, I'll admit it, graduation from Academia Acropolis is a significant advantage. But in the end, I chose you. Plain to most, easy to overlook. You know the reason, don't you? Her breath caught, a warm ache pricked at her nose, the kind that came when someone understood her a little too well. Of course she knew. In her eyes, she caught a flicker of the same restless hunger, sparked she kept, buried deep inside, the part of herself she never dared show anyone. He's the same as me, right? Has to. Oh wait, I think this is her speaking. Alright. Though stuck before her, she could stop it and her heart skipped a beat. I don't even know what to speak. Sometimes he or she, I don't even know. From that last night, his warm smile at Luna. His flavor towards Naruse Haru, even with most kindness he might someday show to any other girls. She could tell herself that none of it matters anymore. Okay, so it's third person then. Because she was convinced the two of them shared bond unlike anything he had with anyone else. It's about time. We should go. They rose and made their way towards the door. That short walk from the table to the door was, in truth, the longest distance they had ever walked side by side. Outside, the snow has thickened. They stopped at the stoop, silently taking in the silver-washed world ahead. Neither moved to step off. After all, once they left, they would no longer be just Theseus and Yuji the Kyojo. Instead, they'll be the Aventus regional presbyter and Yggdrasil head of security. For people like them, walking away in opposite directions was already the closest they could ever get. Go. At their gentle urgence, Cecilia stepped forward, leaving a faint trail of footprints in the soft, wet snow. And so she began to walk into the sluggish fog, and 6 whole years vanished beneath her steps. It wasn't until Lucinium paled down, wrapped around her like a veil, that her soul finally returned from the wind and the snow. The warmth of that Sarah memory did little to quell the frustration twisting in her chest, but she quickly found a way to explain it away. All of this, she took herself, was because the chief has lost his memories. He'd forgotten how reliable she was. Yes, that must be it. That was why he trusted the Androtorius family more than he trusted her.
大丈夫です、部長。
She clutched the fabric at her chest until she knuckles went white. Her voice grew lower with each word.
部長のためにソフィーを捕まえられたら、部長はまた私を必要としてくれますよね。
Okay, now we're in progress 4. They only had one night to decorate the venue for the succession ceremony, but the results was lavish by any measure. The ceremony was set up on the open lawn, and to keep all the green from looking too plain, the Androtori's family has practically brought in every flower in the city. Bouquets were spread across the ground in dense cluster, forming a vast carpet of blooms. Whenever the breeze picked up, it sends a lush, floral fragrance drifting over everyone. The lemon trees encircled the venue weren't neglected either. Their branches were adorned with a cluster of pink and white blossoms. Gossamer's fabric steams down the treetops, flowing across the lawn before coming to rest in front of the grand piano. The music hasn't started yet, but the noise reached us first, swelling in from all directions. Guests pouring in from the docks and helipad, and even more so through the estate front gates, where hundreds of luxury cars lined up to enter the roundabout. Politicians and tycoons in the finest Altair gather around Miss Androtori's with warm congratulations then, and without exceptions, drift over to me, hoping to at least put a face to the name. I was in the middle of exchanging pleasantries when someone tapped me lightly on the back. I turned to find Ikizia looking at me with a mischievous grin. The guest seems to pick up on how close we were, and discreetly stepped aside to give us a space.
わあ、分析員。スーツもやっぱりお似合いだね。とってもかっこいいよ。
What about you? Why aren't you wearing the dress that Androtori's family prepared for you?
ああいう服は苦手。分厚いし、重いから着慣れてなくて。
By the way, why are you alone? Where's Ceres? Xerxes.
さあ、朝から見てないね。メッセージを送っても返事がないし、どこかに行ったのかな。まあ、儀式が始まる時には帰ってくるんじゃない？
Maybe. Anyway, I'll ask Madeleine to prepare something special for you two. Is already waiting at your seats.
特別な引き出物？
A few sets of Golden Breeze real-world locations of postcards. Figured they'll be right up your alley.
本当？今すぐ見てくる。
Akizia's eyes lit up like stars. Just as she was about to dash off, Madeleine pushed through the crowd in a hurry and nearly ran into her.
弟くん。
Hmm?
ちょっと変なことが起きたの。気のせいかもしれないけど、どうしても違和感があって。
She lowered her voice, her gaze swept over the nearby guests, alert and wary. What do you mean?
ここじゃ人目があるから、マリアの部屋で話しましょう。
We knocked, and Marine opened the door almost immediately, surprise written across her face. Her hair and makeup were mostly done, and the gorgeous dress hung on the rack beside her, waiting for its big moment.
儀式はまだですよね。
マデリンが奇妙なことに気づいたんだって。
Once we stepped inside, Madeleine's usually cheerfulness vanished, replaced by serious look. It's safe to talk now. So what's going on?
結論から言うと、来賓の数が少ないのよ。しかも、かなり。
出席したくないのでしょうか。
そんなはずないわ。ローズランチンなら誰もが出席したい儀式に出席したくないなんてありえないわ。連絡が取れない客の共通点といえば、レイト島を経由しないとここに来られないってことかしら。手がかりになるかどうかはわからないけど。そうだ。あとはあなたたちと一緒に来た子も。
He means Xerxes.
そう、その子よ。警備から聞いたんだけど、朝早くに庭園を出てレイト島方向に向かったらしいわ。
妙だね。ソフィーの件と何か関係があるのかな。
The moment that name came up, the room atmosphere tightens. Madeline let out an awkward little laugh, trying to break the silence.
まさかそんなただの遅刻かもしれないし、やっぱり今の話はなかったことにしない？
No. This Chelian is in a delicate moment right now. Staying cautious is the right call. Akezia glanced at my white suit, tapping a finger lightly against my lips as if thinking something over.
なら、私が向こうの様子を見てくるよ。あなたはまず、マリアンと当主就任儀式を終わらせて。
Her tone was casual, but if this really involved Sophie, letting her go alone would be too dangerous. Before I could answer, Marie was already on her feet, shaking her head firmly.
いえ、アカシアさん一人では危険すぎます。やっぱり分析員さんに同行してもらいましょう。こちらの来賓のことは私とお姉さんに任せてください。
She nodded towards Madeline, signaling for her to back her up. But Madeline's frown only deepened. She crossed her arms, fingers tapped restlessly against her arms.
やっぱりあなたたち3人でいた方がいいわよ。
それはどういう意味ですか、お姉さん。
実はお父様とお母様は儀式が終わったらあなたをアルスターの内陸に送るって言ってたわ。
なぜですか？私が新当主に就任したことを儀式で発表するんじゃ？
もちろんそうだけど、お父様とお母様は三大都市圏と協力を図るために妥協しただけよ。形だけの当主であるあなたはローズランの今の危機と向き合う必要はないの。内陸で身の安全を守っていればいいのよ。
By the end, Marine's voice faltered, as if she couldn't convincingly stand by their parents' reasoning.
そういうことだったんですね。てっきりようやく認めてもらえたのかと。
Marine let out a short, bitter laugh, her voice tinged with quite quiet disappointment. She looked at her reflection in the mirror. The exhaustion from staying up late preparing for the ceremony was beginning to show through her flawless makeup. After a moment of silence, she calmly removed her earrings, then her necklace, placing each piece of jewelry back into its case one by one.
分析員さん、アカシアさん、レイト島へ向かい調査しましょう。
急展開しすぎるんだけど。
Marine, are you sure about this?
はい。ですが出発する前にお母様に話しておきたいことがあります。分析員さん、一緒に来てくれますか？
Of course.
じゃあ、分析員の服を取ってくるから、外で合流しよう。
Seeing that her sister hasn't lingered in disappointment, Madeline let out a small breath and gave Marine's shoulder a reassuring pat.
あの二人の言葉はあまり気にしないでいいのよ。ただ あなたにもっと安全に快適に生きてほしいだけなんだから。さて、私もそろそろ会場に行かないと。主役の2人がいないとなったら誰かがみんなをなだめないとだからね。
Once Akiti and Madeleine has gone, I walk with Marine across the estate's ground towards Miss Andratori. As we walk side by side, I noticed how bright and steady her eyes were, clear of any hesitation. I must have been looking at a moment too long because she caught my glance.
分析員さん、考え事ですか？
I was just wondering. You are both their daughters, but Mr. and Mr. Andratori treat you two very differently. Even if they're trying to protect you because you're younger, it doesn't really explain everything. But if you rather not talk about it, forget I ask.
なんだ、そんなことですか。
A hint of relief passed through her eyes. She slipped her arm through mine as she started to reminisce.
小さい頃、私は先天性の足の病気で動力補助パーツがないと歩けない時期があったんです。12歳の時、お姉さんの誕生日パーティーを盛大に開くことになったんです。その時、いつもパーティーに出席しない私もみんなをびっくりさせたくなったんです。でもそう思ったのは人がいっぱい来てるからという単純な理由なんですけどね。アンドレオッチ家の末っ子も一族の果敢さと強さを受け継いで優秀な戦士になれるのだとみんなに知ってほしくなったんです。それから動力補助パーツを捨てて毎日のように歩く練習を始めました。
Marine rarely talks about her childhood. Only now did I finally understand the weight behind those few fragments she shared before.
もし私が家の商売により多く協力すれば、みんな私のことを認めてくれると思って。でも、みんなは雨ツバメの性能とデータにしか興味を示さなかったのです。やはり私は翼のない鳥に過ぎないのです。たとえ完璧な翼を借りても、羽ばたくのは私ではありません。
Why didn't you tell me any of this before?
分析員さんにまで哀れむような目で見られたくなかったからです。でも分析員さんが関心と愛をたっぷりくださったからだんだんとこんなことで傷ついたりしなくなりました。だから今の私はあの出来事の続きを素直に話せるまでに成長できたのです。お姉さんの誕生日パーティーは予定通り行われて、会場は今日みたいに賑わっていました。私も最も綺麗なドレスを身につけて、一歩一歩自分の足でお父様とお母様のもとへ歩いていきました。もうすぐ両親に認められ、会場に集まっている来賓たちにマリアン・アンドレウォッチを再認識してもらえると思った。まさにその矢先。
She drew a steadying breath, forcing her voice to stay even.
私は転んでしまいました。みんなの前でみっともなく。お母様はひどく驚いて、お父様は激怒して、私のメイドをすべてクビにしようとしました。お誕生日会が台無しになってしまったお姉さんは、私を責めるどころか、号泣する私を慰めてくれました。私の弱さを再認識したのか、あの日から みんなは今まで以上に私のことをいたわるようになりました。ですが同時に、両親とお姉さんから期待されることも二度となくなりました。
By the time she finished, she has come to a stop, her voice thinning into a hoarse whisper. I couldn't hold it in anymore. I reached out gently, ran my hand through her hair, and pulled her into my arms. My Marine, you truly are remarkable. Even after all that neglect, you still fought so hard to become stronger. She let out a soft laugh against my chest.
分析員さんのおかげです。分析員さんが昔言ってくれたことをまだ覚えていますか？私はもう受け身で弱いだけのマリアンではなく、支配を欲するマリアンです。何の束縛も制限もなく、自分の身分や立場を気にせず、ありのままの自分で生きていきます。はっきりと言ってください。そして命令してください。私は自分を出してもいいのですか？
Absolutely.
今日一つ聞いてもいいですか？私は当主としてローズランのより良い未来を見つけることができると思いますか？
I do. Marine looked up at me, her eyes rimmed red, shimmering with unshed tears.
ありがとうございます。失望させませんから。
She blinked back her tears, refusing to let them fall, as if holding them back was a way to show her resolve. Hand in hand, we walked across the lawn to a small pavilion. Miss Andratori was there with the chief delegate with the other three metro areas, chatting and laughing. A stack of documents lay on the table between them, agreeing for future corporations among all 4 metro areas. When she saw what Marine was wearing, her expression flickered with a surprise, though her polished smile stayed perfectly intact.
マリア、来たのね。
Marine's gaze dropped to the black onyx ring on her mother's finger. It was Andratori's heirloom, the ring that should be resting in the velvet box, ready to formally place in Marine's hands later. The 3 chief delegate glanced at me, then at Marine, realizing Dawn immediately. They gestured for their aid to gather up the documents.
この話はマリアンさんが当主に就任されてからということにいたしましょうか。マリアンさん、分析員さん、三大都市圏の辺境は解放されました。これからはローズランの住民もいつでもこちらへ移ることができるようになりました。
Thank you for your support.
いえいえ、私どもといたしましても、今後、仮想度テクノロジーやユグドラシルとのさらなるお取引を楽しみにしておりますから。じゃあ、私たちはこれで。
Watching the 3 chief delegates walked away, Miss Andratori's smile remained, though there were a trace of resignation in it now.
マリアン、これはどういうことかしら。
外の人ですら私を当主として接してくれているというのに、お母様たちは私を傀儡としか思っていません。それでよろしいのですか？
当主の責任はあなたには重すぎるのよ。
もしそうお考えなら、この儀式に何の意味もありませんね。では、私たちはこれで失礼します。
待ちなさい。一体どういうつもり？アンドレオッチ家の面目を潰そうというの？
外の人間にどう思われようとも、家族みんなに認められなくても構いません。お母様、さっきの人たちの反応を見ればお分かりかと思いますが、私がこの家の当主であることはすでに周知されています。なので私は自分がすべきこと、したいことをやらせていただきます。さあ、分析員さん、行きましょう。
Just as she took my hand and turned to leave, Ms. Andretori suddenly shot to her feet.
分析員さん、あなたまでこの子と一緒になって立てつく気なの
Honestly, between the two of you, I think you're the wayward one. Hearing that, Marine couldn't help but let out a laugh. Ignoring her mother entirely, she took my hand and pulling me forward. Her steps light and quick like a bird finally taking a flight. Yeah, that felt more like a political marriage during that time.
分析員さん、なんだか全部吐き出したら気分が良くなりました。
Then let's run faster. That's enough that none of those doubts and troubles can catch up to us. As we race across the lawn, every guest turned to stare, shocking written across their faces. Then somewhere in the crowd, the champagne tower came crashing down, golden liquid and glass shards scattered in the bursts of rainbow before falling like stars. The sharp crackle of shattering glasses kept ringing out. I didn't need to look back to know whose spew of the moment mischief that was.
これは私をないがしろにした仕返しだと思ってください。
She cast aside her usual poise, her face blooming into the radiant smile. Every step she took felt like it was lifting her off the ground, and she looked bright enough now to rival the sun itself. It didn't last long for the Andretori estate security team go swarm in front of all directions. Akizio hurried over, clutches my change of clothes.
何が起きたの？
Long story short, getting out of here won't be easy as we thought.
庭園の入り口は人でいっぱいです。なので、埠頭からボートに乗りましょう。
Alright, then let's make a run for it. Once the security team realized that we were headed, they split up and reformed into a long narrow line that threads through the estate's side path. Their synchronization footsteps grew louder and louder behind us, closing in fast, but just as they were about to catch up, a wave of startled cries erupted. The entire squad toppled like dominoes, crashing onto one another until they hit the ground in the spectacular heap. At the rear of our group, Akizia shook her head with the most innocent look, making it clear that she has absolutely nothing to do with it. Let's make the most of this. Get to the dock in one go. Only after we were far out of the sight did the real culprit, Madeline, quietly draw her foot back. She cleared her throat and put on an over-the-top angry expression to wash her hands and feet of any suspicion.
すぐに捕らえなさい。アンドレオッチ家の名誉を怪我させることは許さないわ。はい。
By the time the security team scrambled and stumbled after us, not a single shred of anger remained on Madeleine's face. Instead, a small, triumphant smile tugged at her lips.
私がいなかったら大変なことになっていたわよ。
If she muttered, the distant roar of speedboat engines drift over from the dock. She nodded, satisfied. Then her smile settled into the more composed emotion as she began to stroll back towards the venue. Alright, the runaway.
見ててください。私の変身。
Wait, this is Marine's battle. Let's do
だいぶ裏
this.
切りませんよ。
I don't want to use the keys yet. It makes more sense if I use her.
向こうには警備員さんがたくさんいますね。分析員さん、明石家さん、遠回りしましょう。静かにできないのですか。傷口に息を歌いましょう。全滅完了。リロードします。すぐに終わりますので。
What's this? Oh, that's...
静かにできないのですか。傷口に息を歌いましょう。全滅完了ですが、いつもどなたが片付けているのでまだ我慢できます。
Oh, I'm stuck. Oh, I have not realized that. Okay.
リロードします。すぐに終わりましたよ。カポ。全滅完了。
Yeah, she does feel weak. She's not really a carry. She's more of a support when you think about it. Mickey, let's go.
静かにできないのですか。まだ我慢できます。手加減しますから。リロードします。すぐに終わりますので。
あっちが不当なんだよね。
はい、ボートに乗り込めば追っ手を振り切れます。
Wait, I have to find all the power boxes? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, they're hiding. Alright. Imagine moving all the way back.
静かにできない。
Okay, let's use the ulti now.
深海に沈んでください。全滅完了ですが、いつもどなたが片付けているの。リロードします。手加減しますから。受け取ってください。私には必要ないものですから。
Wait, what is this? I guess that doesn't do anything. Okay.
まだ足りませんね。
Alright, next stage.
ゲームスタート。
Firefighting device. Break it and ride the water jet to jump up. Ooh. So that's what it is.
喜んでお手伝いさせていただきますね。
Okay.
終わりましたよ、カポ。
それにしても
That should
マ
look
リアンの家
it should look fun in real life, but I don't think it does that.
まだ布団につかないよ。
もうすぐです。もうちょっと頑張ってください。できないのですか？手加減しますから。受け取ってください。私には必要ないものですから。リロードします。すぐに終わりますので。
There's more? Wait,
全滅完了。
I thought I
ですが、
killed her. Alright.
いつもどなたが片付けているのでしょう。
There's no more, right? Alright, there's no more. You stupid! Why are you still stepping on there? Easy handicap. You stupid. Alright, just wait. Alright. Oh, wait.
完了。
I could use her as a support. Hold on.
止まって。傷口まだ我慢できます。
Yeah.
リロードします。すぐに終わりますので。
That's a very good
受け取ってください。
support.
私には必要ないものですから。
We can't use the ulti yet. However,
剣の上振って手加減しますから。 止まって。その人、布団にボートが止まっていないなんて。
手配するのにどれくらいかかるの？
そんなに時間はかかりませんが、追っ手に追いつかれてしまいます。
じゃあ手配してて。私と分析員で時間稼ぎするから。
手加減しますから。全滅完了ですが、いつもどなたが片付けているのでしょう。見張りをお願いしますね。
huh? Okay. Let's close it.
深海に沈んでください。手加減しますから。全滅完了ですが、いつもどなたがリロードします。まだ我慢できます。
Oh, so I'm just holding off. Okay.
分析員さん、ボートが来ました。
分析員。
I have time. I still have time.
剣の上振って。分析員、いけいけ。
お嬢様、早く止めろ。お待ちを。お嬢様、どけどけ。お嬢様、戻ってきてください。
あれはウォーターライドみたい。私こういうの好きなんだよね。 私を見続けてください。
Okay, that was a very fun thing to do for them. So yeah. After leaving the Endratori's manor, we follow the river back towards Lucinia's coastal district. There were no pursuers in sight. On both banks, people hurried past with suitcases and baggage carts, heading for the border.
やっと追っ手を巻いたね。
According to Madeline, the direction Circeus went and the route those missing guests took both lead to the same place. So what exactly is this Edo Island?
レイト島というのは昔の呼び方で、今は小福街と呼ばれています。船でローズランに来た搾州の商人が建てた搾州風の街並みが特徴の場所なんです。ゴンドラを使えば30分くらいで着くでしょう。
After Marine's brief explanation, we switched to the passing gondola and head toward the Chongfu Street. The small boat rocking gently beneath us as it drifted into the canal, carrying the three of us towards our destination. Just like last time, we haven't gone far when Madeleine's voice floated through the speakers.
小福街は2022年に整備された新しい町として知られていますが、実は歴史はたった40年なんかじゃありません。昔の小福街はレイト島と呼ばれていて、搾州の商人たちがこの地に来て最初に足を止めて一息ついた場所です。ここでは陶器と茶葉の取引がとても盛んに行われていました。
Don't tell Madeleine recorded a narration for every sightseeing spot in Lucelian.
はい、毎年観光地の状況に応じてアナウンス内容を更新するようにしています。
Sounds like she's really passionate about running the tourism business. As Marine and I chatted, I sent Circeus several messages asking where she was. Hold on, give me a moment. But there was no reply at all. Hold on. I missed. Okay. Before long, Chongfu Street came into view. Just as Marines had said, that part of Lucelians felt completely different from the coastal district. Lucelian usual timber and stone buildings were now lined with the red pillars, walkways, and gray tilted roofs. Most striking of all were the little stone foxes perched atop of the tiered eaves. Back when I visited Suzhou, I saw plenty of rigid beasts, lions, dragons, but foxes? This is a first.
もっとじっくり見てみてください。ただの狐じゃないですよ。
Is it Huomisian or something? At her words, I look at the stone beast again. Sure enough, each fox have 9-tailed fox. Oh, a QB. Each fox has 9 clouds like the tails fan out behind it.
搾州の商人がローズランで商売を始めた歴史は1000年以上前に遡ります。シルク、磁器だけでなく、九尾信仰という信仰まで持ち込んできました。何でも商売繁盛のご加護があると言われています。
Once the boat finally docked, our light-hearted conversation tapered off. The three of us slowly made our way towards the largest memorial archway in Chongfu Street, our nerves tightening with every step. At a glance, the street was bustling. People wandered in small groups, constant smiles on their faces. Speakers along the roadside played light, cheerful music. A slightly grainy sound reminding me of the old radio Acacia kept in her quarters. Everything before us looked placid and harmonious, yet with a deadly flood looming, the ordinary scene felt unsettling eerie.
あれ、人がたくさん集まっていますね。
Marie moved a few steps ahead, scanning the crowd. A few minutes later, she returned to my side with a grave expression.
アンドレオッチ家の招待を受けた客ばかりです。しかも高齢の方ばかり。パーティーに行かず、ここで何をしているのかしら。
As we were puzzled over it, Acacia tugged at my sleeve and showed me something in her hand. It was a brightly colored flyer. The background showed the Suzhou-style streets with a bold lettering splash across the front. Truffaut Street Retro Fair, a journey back to the 20s. Where did you get that?
地面に落ちてたよ。なんかの展覧会をやってるみたい。
I took the flyer from her and looked over the text and pictures of it. The 20s, a time that has already felt distant. Because of Genovis and the descent, modern art and culture has been cut off from the traditions of the old era, leaving the rift that's almost impossible to bridge. I never would have guessed that aside from Acacia, there were still people in this world trying to bring that past back to life. Southern bursts cracked above us, and we looked up to see the tiny party poppers strung along those streetlights. When they burst, a shower of confetti rang down, covering the entire streets in the glittering curtains. On top of that, rose-colored mist began to spill from the spent poppers, coating in the pavilions and the rooftops in a soft, dreamlike sheen. The sparkling haze blurred my vision, and a faint raspberry scent seeps in, spreading through my senses until I felt like I was drifting in a rose-tinted sea. When the dizziness finally embedded, an inexplicable joy swelled up from the deep inside me, and everything in Trongfo Street suddenly seems warm and inviting. But the feeling lasts only a heartbeat before Marie and Acacia both clapped their hands over their mouths and nose, scanning the area with their very eyes.
この匂いと音は人の精神に影響を与えるみたいだね。
私もそう思います。分析員さん、これからどうしますか？
It looks like some kind of mind control at display. Since it doesn't work on us, let's hold back for now and observe. As the rose-colored mist slowly thinned, a petite familiar figure emerged beneath the archway.
部長、それからアカシアさんとマリアンさん、どうしてここにいるんですか？
Acacia and Marie froze for a moment, but their shock quietly turned into a relief at seeing a familiar face. A hint of surprise crosses Circea's face too. She faltered for a moment, then forced a strained smile.
みんなもノスタルジア展に来たんですか？面白そうですよね。分析員さん。
Yeah, we're just looking around a bit. A deep and a heavy bell tolled. Each strike reverberated straight through my mind. All around us, the visitors wore blank smiles, as if they'd gotten completely lost in the atmosphere.
一緒に入ってみますか？
Before I could answer, Circe has already turned and started ahead of us. Acacia and Marie leaned in close, whispering under their breath.
ここの観光客、みんな洗脳されてここに留まっているみたいですね。セシルも似たような状態ですね。 ソフィーの仕業でしょうか。
I didn't answer right away, with every clue pointing to the same conclusion. A knot tightening in my chest. Watching Cecilia's fragile figure ahead of us, I couldn't tell whether she wants my suspicion to be right or wrong. For now, let's just play along. Whoever is behind this will slip up sooner or later.
装う？
We'll act like the visitors, enjoy the place, pretend we're having fun. As far as anyone knows, we're just tourists.
了解。とにかく今は楽しく遊ぼうってことだよね。
The girls caught on immediately. Their shoulders eased, and the alertness in their eyes softened. Chatting and laughing, we walked under the archway and headed deeper into Chongfu Street. Cecilia's glanced back at us. Her smile looked a little less unnatural than before. Inside Chongfu Street, narrow alleys crisscross with the wider lanes in every direction. When I look up, rows of painted lanterns and bamboo umbrellas sway overhead, adding unmistakable Suzhou's flair to the place. The waterways here were too narrow for gondolas to get through, so the locals built 24 small bridges across them instead. Each bridge has a light strip fixed beneath it, and one night fell, the bridges and their reflection joined to form a 24 moons. To reach the main street, we had to cross a long stretch of roads, and the organizations had set up something special there. A few odd-looking vehicles sat parked at the start of the road, and an event staff member immediately waved us over as we approached.
ノスタルジア店へようこそ。ここでタイムマシーンに乗車して道を進めば過去へ戻れますよ。
If you ask me, these weird little carts don't look like a time machine in the slightest.
分析分かってないな。昔のタイムマシンはこんな感じだったんだよ。
Before I could even react, Akisi has already hopped into the driver's seat and looking absolutely thrilled. She drove the little time machine in circles around us, honking the horn to hurry us aboard. You could technically call it a vehicle since it has wheels, but it was really just a moving plank, no seats, not even a handhold. It felt less like a design choice and more like an unspoken quirk people of that era simply accepted. Not really seeing the appeal, we climbed onto the plank as carefully as we could, holding onto the driver's seat just to stay balanced.
みんなちゃんと座った？それじゃ出発。
Sorry about that. This reminds me of Benny driving. She eased the control lever forward and started humming a bright little tune, her eyes crinkling into crescents. There might be a little bit of acting involved, but Akisia really seems happy. The time machine wasn't fast, but it jotted and swayed as it rolled along. Marine braced herself against me, while Sirius looked like she could barely stay upright. Not Sirius. Circes, if you're having trouble keeping your balance, you can hold on to my shoulder. After a long moment, a pair of delicate trembled hands finally came to rest on my shoulders. She didn't dare grip, just lightly caused the fabric of my coat between her fingers.
ありがとうございます、部長。
Her soft thanks reached my ears. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her cheeks flush and a small shy smile tug at her lips, as if something quietly wonderful has just happened.
そういえばこのノスタルジア展ってなんで20年代限定なんだろう。何か特別な意味でもあるのかな。
Give me a moment, I want to see what this looks like. So that's what it is. Okay. I like this time machine.
ノスタルジア展は笑福街の40周年を記念するイベントですから。住民が昔のものを集めて飾り付けをしたのも当時の雰囲気を振り返るためです。
Life back then, huh? I haven't lived through it myself, but from Acacia's story, the bits and pieces recorded in old books, it sounds like a pretty good time. The novice has yet broken out of the large scale. Most people didn't even know how such an incurable illness existed and lived simple, happy lives. The Descent and the Titans hadn't touched their world either. No wonder people back then could devote themselves so freely to art and culture. As we drifted into thoughts of the past, the scenery of the main streets unfolded before us, and the crowd thickened up ahead. The first thing that caught my eye was the neon lights, clustered together, almost like a fish scales. Most have no text, just retro-style line art. Bright and bold, they splash color across the otherwise gray alleys. The air carried a faintest sweetness, and every so often, tiny orange sparks drift by. Tracing the source of those warm fleck of lights, I spotted a food stand, the coals burning bright beneath the roasting sweet potatoes, their scent inviting me. Beside them, the vendor opened an unfamiliar foot pedal machine. The core spun around and around, splitting out soft, fluffy strands of sugar. With a twist and a lift of a bamboo stick, those strands got together into a perfect cotton-like cloud. It's a cotton candy. What? Do they not know what a cotton candy is?
分析員。あれは綿菓子だよ。
Acacia parked a time machine and ran towards the food stall. In no time, 3 cotton clouds were bobbed in front of us, with Acacia's bright and shiny grin peeked out from behind them.
さあ、食べてみて。私の時代にあったお菓子だよ。砂糖が足りなかったから3つしかできないって店主に言われたけど。
Wait, so cotton candy didn't exist in this timeline? What the hell? Okay, sure, why not?
マリアンに1つ、セシルに1つ。分析員は私と半分こして食べよう。
It wasn't like I never had cotton candy before. Back at Yggdrasil, we even had someone in logistics who was really good at making it. But compared to Jingling's spilled cotton candy, the one in my hand felt more like a fluffy cloud. I wasn't even sure where to take my first bite. Circeus struck her tongue out just like a little, just taking tiny, careful licks. Marine, even the refined one, pinched off a little thin piece before placing it in her mouth. I thought the girl were overreacting with how careful they were, but the moment I took a bite, I realized they weren't exaggerating at all. The instant my lips touched the cotton clouds, it collapsed, burying my entire face in fluffy sugar strands. By the time I finally managed to get my mouth full, my eyebrows and cheeks were streaked with the white. Acacia burst into laughter.
分析員、顔が真っ白だよ。お掃除してあげるね。
With that, Acacia grabbed the front of my clothes and pulled me down towards her. As soon as she could reach my face, she leaned in. Her warm, damp tongue swept tightly across my cheeks and carried the sticky sweetness away with it.
独り占めは良くないですよ、アカシアさん。
独り占めなんかじゃないよ。綿菓子は1人に1つでしょ。公平じゃん。
綿菓子のことじゃないですよ。分かってますよね。
Marine said that with a smile, but her brow dipped subtly, a quiet thread a quiet thread beneath her expression. She leaned in as well, mirroring what Kezia has done, and let a faint trace of her own scent on the spot of Kezia couldn't reach.
ねえ分析員、ニューススタンドに行ってみたいんだけど、一緒にどう？
分析員さん、記念品を買いに行きませんか？
The two girls stood on each other's side of me, neither willing to back down. Just as the tension peaked, Tertius' soft voice drifted in.
ニューススタンドに行ってから記念品を買いに行っちゃダメですか？もしくはその逆で。ダメです。どうしても私と分析員を取り合うつもりなら、正々堂々と勝負して決めよう。
Kezia crossed her arms, throwing down her challenge with all the swagger she could muster.
いいですよ。何で勝負しましょうか？
あそこにゲームセンターがあるでしょ。ゲームで勝負ってのはどう？勝った方が先に分析員に付き合ってもらうってことで。
Are you sure this is evenly remotely fair?
受けて立ちましょう。
I thought Marie would turn down such a lopsided match, but she agreed without a moment's hesitation. There was even a spark of excitement in her eyes. We followed the two contestants into the arcade. Kezia slid into the seat in front of the cabin like it was a second nature. She flexed her fingers and started checking the joysticks and buttons. But even after she finished her whole pre-game ritual, Marie still made no move to sit down.
もう一度ルールを確認しますね。アーケードゲームでアカシアさんに勝てば私の勝ちですよね。
I already figured out from that intentional phrasing what Marine was getting at, but Kezia, too absorbed in the machine in front of her, failed to notice the trap.
そうだよ。
じゃあ、分析員さん、代わりに戦ってもらえませんか？
A sweet smile curled at her lips. She tugged lightly at my arms. She looked so cute that it was almost impossible to turn her down.
それは反則でしょ。
ですが、違反してないですよ。分析員さんが出ちゃいけないルールなんてありませんよ。
なんたる不覚。
She frowned, grumbling over for a moment, then slipped back into her usual nonchalant look and patted the stool beside her, motioning for me to sit.
分析員だからって勝てると思わないで。
Alright, since you both agreed to this, let's begin. The arcade cabins looks like something straight out of the Bygone's era, each one built to run just a single game. As I settled into the seat, I skimmed the description on the cabinet. The game was called Kettlehead. Two players each controlled a kettle in the duel, firing shots from a spout. Each kettle has 3 HP. So it's just Cuphead! Each kettle has 3 HP, and judging how eager Kezia looked, she was probably already planned to take me out without losing a single HP.
準備はいい？
Ready. A lively piece of background music kicked in, and our kettleheads burst into motion across the screen. As a pro gamer she was, Kezia didn't bother testing the waters and jumped straight into the all-out offensives. I kept experimenting with the different combos while dodging each shot, noticing that I was still on the defensive. Kezia pressed the advantage and fired off the volley of homing rounds.
くらえ。
Or it's not Cuphead. It could be something else. But then, like, if you read it, it kind of makes sense. Her fingers danced across the buttons as she added the sound effects to every shot she fired. Her relentless attack even made the two girls watch tense up. They both leaned in towards my scene, lips pressed tight as if afraid I'd get blown away any second.
分析員、避けてるだけじゃ勝てないよ。
You're right, and that's why it's my turn to attack. It only took me a few seconds to figure out the attack patterns. I even had a battle plan mapped out in my head. Maybe I was overthinking it, but when you're playing against Akizia, going all in is kind of a mandatory. Jumpu. Her homing shots hit hard, but the cooldown was long. The moment I saw an opening, I dashed through the blind spot and closed in the gap in an instant. Up close was a perfect moment for a blast shot. It was slow, short range, but it dealt heavy damage. A giant blue bubble slammed into Akiza's kettle head, sending it flying. Just like that, I landed the first hit of the match.
やりました。分析員さん、さすがです。
Hearing Marines praising me, Akizia didn't sulk. She just flashed a mischievous grin. Her fingers blurred across the buttons in midair. She broke out into a hit stun, charge up, and then fire a heavy shot. The shot came from the angle that was almost impossible to dodge. I barely had the time to reposition after my attack, so I could only take it head on and lose 2 HP.
見くびらないで。このゲームはちっちゃい頃からやり込んでるんだから。
I'm telling you, it is Cuphead, look! Cuphead, right here. You can see the characters right there. But, it doesn't really matter. After landing that hit, Akizia just got bolder. She poured the rest of her energy into a wide area barrage that filled the entire screen. With only 1 HP left, all I could do was keep blocking the hit. Akizia energy bar ran lower and lower, and the moment the barrage ended, I dropped my guard, only to realize she's been baiting me the whole time.
そう来ると思った。
Her kettlehead squinted angrily, dashing right in front of me in an instant, and swung a punch straight in my face. At my face. All swagger a moment ago, Akizia Kettlehead flopped over with a sad little thud, its eyes and mouth drooping in utter defeat. When the big red KO flashes across the screen, Akizia stared at me in total disbelief, wearing almost exactly the same expression as her fallen Kettlehead.
嘘。私が負けた。
Because I used my ulti. I tapped the wall of text posted beside the cabinet, and Akizia had to squint and lean in to read it. The moment I stopped blocking, I fired a ricochet shot. Each bounce doubles the damage, so once I anticipated where you appear, even tapping out 3 HP with one shot wasn't the problem. Hard. Close enough.
いつからそんなに上手くなったの？
Well, after spending so much time with you, I picked up a thing or two. She froze, and whatever frustration was left in her eyes melted into something bright and starry. Her head dipped as she tried to hide the spreading brush behind her hair.
どうやら私と分析員さんの勝ちのようですね。
負けは負けだから仕方ない。マリアンの行きたいところに行こう。
それじゃあニューススタンドに行きましょうか。勝負には絶対に負けたくなかったんですけど、どこに行くかは正直どっちでもよかったんです。
She gave me a playful wink. A sly little smile softened by a touch of innocence.
みんなして勝負欲が強いんだから。 それじゃあお言葉に甘えてニューススタンドへゴーゴーゴー。
By the time we stepped out of the arcade, it was already a late afternoon. The sunlight has softened, and a cool breeze shook a few leaves loosened, sending them drifting down. The girl's brisk step crumbled over the fallen leaves. Except for Circe's. Her first steps made almost no sound, quiet just like her. Sometimes it felt like she was just a shadow trailing behind us. Circe's. Hearing me call her, she turned, slightly flustered. I was just wondering, with the flood so close, why does everyone here seem so relaxed, so able to enjoy themselves? She didn't answer right away. Instead, she brushes her hair back over her shoulders and calmly pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose. The lens caught a soft halo of light, hiding her expression.
まあ、あれこれ考えても仕方がないじゃないですか。楽しみましょう。
Her voice was soft and sweet. A few simple words were almost enough to melt someone's heart. But a moment later, I caught a glimpse of the pale blue depths that felt bottomless in her eyes.
分析員、セシル、何してるの？早く来てよ。
When I turned, Akesia and Marine were already standing at a red kiosk, waving us over. Maybe we passed it earlier because it looks kind of similar, but without Akesia pointing it out, none of us would have guessed it was the newsstand. To our surprise, the owner looks even younger than us.
ああ、天使さん、この店、いい味が出てるね。
天使と呼ばないでください。私はこの店のブランドオーナーなんですから。
I don't know why, but I like this newsstand curator. She's really cute. Is that how the locals here talk? Because it doesn't make any sense to me. I glanced at Marine, but she only shook her head, just as confused.
あ、昔はこういう言い回しで見栄を張ってたんだよ。例えば、私は惑星開拓のブランドオーナーで、分析員は樹木警官の動的再構成のブランドオーナーで、
DALR.
木の動的再構成って？
各地区の木を抜いてるってこと。わかりやすいでしょ？
Yeah, people from that era really were hard to understand.
私以上にあの時代のことに詳しい人がいるなんてびっくりです。本で勉強されたのですか？
違うよ。私はあの時代の人間だから知ってて当たり前だよ。
え？私と同い年くらいにしか見えませんけど。
The curator muttered under her breath, truly not taking Akesia's words seriously. The kiosk was cramped, so the curator had to put up a desk hanging rack to make a little more room for our manga and magazines. Most of the books were barely readable, covering torn pages, missing, corners frayed, the prints faded into blurry smudges. Akesia looked around, then closely crouched down, studying the book one by one, a quiet mix of nostalgia and fond memories warming her eyes. She finally chose one, lifting it and turning the page slowly and carefully. A puff of old dust drifted about, catching the sunlight, and shimmered like gold as it floated into her eyes. I hurried over and gently blew the dust away from her eyes. When it's clear, a faint hint of dampness lingered in the corners of her eyes.
ちょっとしか経ってないのに、なんでこんなに古くなっちゃったのかな。
Hearing her quiet, wistful murmurs, the curator scratches her head with a puzzled look.
地面から発掘されたものですから、古くて当然ですよ。紙の本はだいたいこんな感じです。比較的状態のいいおもちゃもありますけど、見てみますか？
She rummaged through the box behind her and placed the 4-color eggs into her hand. Tamagotchi. That's the word I was looking for. I was like, wait, what was the word I was looking for? Tamagotchi. That's what the actual product what is. They're showing you. I said is. I should have said was or were.
これです。ミラクルエッグと呼んでいますが、遊び方がわからなくて、インテリアにしています。
この四角いところってもしかしてスクリーンなんですか？
Marine and Cersei studied the toy intently, but didn't seem to have a clue.
何言ってるの？まったく。これはミラクルエッグとかじゃなくて、お世話っちっていうの。昔のペットが飼えるゲーム機なんだ。
Osewachi. Instead of Tamagotchi, it's Osewachi. Okay. This is interesting. Akezia swiftly pulled a little paper tab from the back of the egg. Beep rang out one after another, then the screen flickered to life.
電子機器だったんですね。
全然そう見えなかったです。
A jumble of pixels flicker across the screen, quickly forming a little cat that bounced up and down. It looks incredibly cute.
餌をあげたり、お風呂に入れたりできるんですね。さらにマルチ通信機能まであるんですか？
ふふん。あの時代にはおもちゃがたくさんあったんだから。端末しかない今とは全然違うよ。
Curator. How much for all 4? I'll take them.
私の分まで。
A faint blush creeps up her cheeks. Flustered, she almost handed the Osewachi back without thinking. Of course, I figured you might like something cute like this.
はい。
She lowered her head with a small smile. Gently, she slipped the Osewachi into her pocket and cupped the hand over it, as if shielding something precious.
お金なんてとんでもないですよ。こちらこそどんなものなのか教えてもらったのですから。やっぱり過去はいいですね。のんびりと自分の店をやるこの感じ、すごく好きなんです。
Akezia opened her mouth as if to speak, but no words came. After a moment, she just gave a smile, wistful smile. Mini fireworks hang from the streetlights burst again. Just like before, a cloud of rose-pink smoke drifted outward, hitting the sunset of deeper red. Under that wash of color, everyone around us broke into bright, blissful smile. The curator was even grinning from ear to ear. But the shy girl among us didn't share any of it. Instead, a faint cold flick of satisfaction glinted in her eyes. Marine and Akezia caught the subtle shift instantly. At the moment, both of them glanced at me. When no one else was looking, I gave a small shake of my head. They understood right away. Their expression settled, and they carried on as if nothing has happened.
時間が経つのは早いですね。もう夜の7時ですよ。みんなで楽しく遊んでいたからでしょう。部長、今日はまず宿を取って 明日また観光しませんか？
Sure. I agree without hesitation. If she wanted to stay, then that meant that evidence supporting my theory should surface soon. Alright. I swear, that was really long. Really, really long. Oh my god, there's still more to go. Alright, sure, why not? By the time we reach the inner mark of the map, the sky has faded into the soft pink and blue dusk, with a few faint stars beginning to blink overhead.
老月庵。上品な名前だね。
She lifted her head a little as she read the sign out loud. Kung Fu Street was full of Suzhou-style buildings, but most were really just regular Lutelian's house, slightly refitting to look the part, all looking the same and lacking any real charm. This place, though, stood apart. Two bamboo lanterns hung beside the dark wooden doors, casting a warm, hazy glow. Oriental lattice windows dotted the gray-blue walls, and through them you could make out a lotus pod, a waterside avalon, and the shapes of the bamboo and ginkgo sways in the courtyard.
ここって本当に旅館？なんか違う雰囲気だけど。
あれ、看板じゃないですか？
I looked where she was pointing and spotted a nail wedged into the crack in the stone. A thin wooden board dangled from it. Thick layer of dust coated the surface, like it has been left there untouched for ages. Up close, I barely make it out the sloppy brushstrokes laid down in the Suzhou brush, then lodging this way. It's an inn, alright. Good enough for tonight. As we pushed the door open, a clear silver laugh drifted down from somewhere above, plucking lightly at everyone's heart.
老月庵の景色はわらわが心を込めて作り上げたもの。それがあの名高い分析員の目には簡素な建物に映るだなんて。悲しいわ。
誰ですか？
That soft Cochette's voice lingered in the air, brushing faintly against the senses. We looked around, but couldn't pin down where it was coming from. My apologies. I shouldn't have put it that way. Miss Longyang. The moment her name left my lips, the courtyard felt silent. Only the evening breeze whispered through the floors. Flowers. After a long pause, a quiet laugh drifted across the yard.
わらわのことを知っているのね。面白いわ。
知り合いなの？
I don't. More precisely, before we came here, the only expression I had on the name Longyang was.
搾州の友人が手伝ってくれれば、私たちの賞賛は大きく跳ね上がるわ。
Do you need me to step in?
あまり顔を見せない、ちょっとミステリアスな子なの。むやみに尋ねるのは失礼だから、辛抱強く待つしかないわ。
A Suzhou connection, a discreet manner, and now the fact that she's already knew who I was, everything aligns with what I had suspected. And from what I gathered earlier, Miss Longyang likely commanded resources far beyond anything a regional conglomerate could muster. As for how I deduce, my gaze drifted across the courtyard again. Moonlight Retreat might appear at first glance to be nothing more than a refined inn, yet a closer look at the details invited awe. The base of vermilion pillars were carved from fine white jades. The jagged rocks circling the pond weren't commonly lake stones at all. They were far more smoother, almost warm to the touch. Even the plants that looked plain beneath the moonlight were rare specimens, black pines, orchids, and other prized varieties. No ordinary innkeepers could afford splendors like this.
まさかこんなありきたりな夜に分析員と知り合えるだなんて。これも何かの縁でしょうから取引でもどうかしら。
Business can wait until we settled in. I'm sure you agree, Miss Longyang.
わらわとしたことが気が早すぎたみたい。許してちょうだい。
A thin mist rose from the lotus pond, unfurled into the pale ribbons of smoke. At its far end, Lace's window lit up at once with a warm, welcoming glow. You girls go on ahead and rest. I still have matters to discuss with her.
わかった。早く帰ってきてね。部長、あのオーナー、なんだか怪しいですよ。ここはやっぱり。
She lowered her voice, her gaze swept wary across the courtyard. It's alright. I can tell she means us no harm.
わかりました。
Once the girls disappeared down the lantern-lit path, the low-lying mist stirring and drift towards another, darker walkway.
分析員、どうぞこちらへ。
Following the ribbon of smoke beneath my feet, I noticed a narrow stone path beside the waterside pavilion, easy to overlook at a glance. Potted peonies lined both sides of the rockway. Though no longer in bloom, their strong, arching stems still held a quiet, ritual grace. Beyond the path lay a quieter, more secluded courtyard. The carved doors of the central room stood half open, spilling the warm sheet of light across the floor.
さあ、気にせず入って。
Her voice no longer sounded distinct and ethereal as it had earlier. Now it became clearly from within the room, softened by the languid, velvetly drawl. As I pushed the door open, the room opulence washed over me. On either side of the sitting room stood matching seats of tables and chairs, carved from rare Phoebe woods, prized for its faint golden sheen. Rosewood display shelves lined the walls, holding lustrous porcelain books and scrolls of calligraphy and art. Most striking of all were the bronze ritual vessels displayed at the heart of the shelves. Its ancient form of glimmer was the deep green titania, radiating a calm and solemn gravity. I still couldn't see Longyang directly, but through the layers of bean curtains and gossamer drapes, I could just make out her silhouette, half reclined in the languid pose upon a chaise lounge. Thin coils of smoke drifted from the senses of the solid gold beside her. A fresh, distinctive fragrance spread across the room, lighting the lavish space of a softened warmth. This incense has quite a distinctive scent.
これは柚子の葉で作ったお香よ。作集の内容では柚子の葉で厄を払う習わしがあるの。
You're from Suzhou?
ええ、行ったことはないけれどね。わらわの先祖は海を渡り歩く商人でね。ここで商いが大きくなったから 腰を落ち着けたのだとか。わらわに興味があるのかしら。
Curious isn't the word. I simply prefer to uncover more about the person behind the scenes before I decide whether to trust them.
あら、わらわが顔を見せないから気を悪くしたのかしら。わらわに裏なんてないわよ。この主練だって容姿に自信がなくてかけているだけ。分析員が興味を持ってくれるのなら。
She caught the tassel cords at her side between her fingers, gave a gentle push. Strings of jades beads parted like flowing water, pamming softly as they brushed together. Then, as the drape rose, a wash of pure white and vivid crimson filled my vision. She lifted her fox-like eyes, their corners slightly upright. Light shimmers within them as a faint smile touches her lips. In the blink of an eye, the shadow of a nine-tailed fox unfurled beside her, shifting and wavering in a constant, graceful motion. A nine-tailed divine fox.
改めて自己紹介するわ。わらわはローエン。ローズラン商会の会長で、笑福街とこの老月庵の主でもあるわ。うん、そうそう。ローズランの水上輸送網もすべてわらわの事業よ。分析員にも信じていただけるかしら。
Tell me about the arrangement between you and the Andretori family.
あら、まだ聞いてないのね。でも、意外ではないわ。向こうも、わらわの返事をずっと待っていたのだから。
She let out a soft laugh, giving the folding fan a slow, languid shake. At some point, the drifting smoke has slipped away, leaving my view of her clear. The Polonian embroidery of the scene beside her caught the light with a soft sheen, lending her presence a stately original splendor.
分析員はローズランに来てまだ2日しか経っていないと聞いたわ。街を歩いていて触媒凍結装置を目にしたかしら。
I have. I think they forgot to add voiceover for this one. Yeah. She's just having her lips moving for some reason.
この排熱バレルは船で運ばれて十分に熱を吸い切ったら外界へ送られるのよ。
So you intend to use the system to freeze the flood water.
町の水位が6メートルを超えないことが前提よ。それに最大の力を引き出すには3200隻ものゴンドラを投入しなくてはならないの。
Her slender fingers idly toyed with a strand of her snow-white hair. The gesture seeps in quite a lure, yet her eyes held a cold, calculating gleam. This arrangement is between you and the Andretori family. What does that have to do with me?
利益を負うのは商人の本分よ。この計画、商会にとってはなかなかのリスクなのに、アンドレオッチ家が提示した報酬は少しばかり見劣りするの。 でも分析員から何かいいものをいただけるのなら、わらわは喜んで協力するわ。船の数だって倍に増やしてあげてもいいのよ。
And what is it you want?
そうね。
A faint crest formed between her brows as she touched the fan lightly to her lips. Only after a long, reflective pause did she release a soft sigh.
今すぐに思いつくものでもないわ。わらわに一つ借りができたということにしておいてくれる？考えがまとまったら改めて話すわ。
A favor is the hardest debt to repay.
でも借り一つで町が救われるのよ。どう考えても割のいい商売だと思わない？それにあなたの隣にいたバラ色の髪のあの子に承服害をめちゃくちゃにされたの。でも分析員が後で落とし前をつけてくれるのなら、ひとまずは許してあげてもいいわ。
Her voice turned sudden cold, and a sharp flare of anger lit her eyes. Behind her, the shadow of Nine-tailed Fox writhed in a brief, rippled surge. But the moment passed as swiftly as it came, and Long Yang slipped back into her earlier languid grace. Like she said, if a single favor can buy Lucilian an extra measure of safety, then it is a fair exchange. Alright, I'll accept. With that, I rose my feet and started towards the door. Long Yang paused, clearly surprised. She slipped off the chase without bothering to reach for her shoes. Her bare feet hailed as carved jades, stepping on the floor.
あら、もう帰ってしまうの？あなたに特別なお茶を入れて差し上げるつもりだったのに。
You asked for an explanation. I intend to provide it. As for the tea, send it to our room. My footsteps faded into the night beyond the courtyard. Long Yang lingered where I stood, fingers rising lightly to her lips as soft and lifting laugh escaped her.
噂の大ヒーローって意外と気さくなのね。
Before I even reached the guest room, Akezia has already heard my footsteps. She leaned from the doorway, her little head poking out.
分析員、こっちこっち。今日は私たち3人が同じ部屋だよ。セシルは隣の部屋。
As Akezia opened the door for me, a little fox-shaped robot slipped in. It must have been hiding in the blind spot earlier, since she clearly hadn't noticed it until now. The mechanical fox managed to balance a large tray on top of the round's head and magnetically locked in place. 4 streaming cups of milk tea sat neatly arranged on the tray. So the specialty Long Yang mentioned was milk tea? The little fox trottled up to the table, but no mechanical arm to set the drinks down. His eyes began flashing red, so it was begging for someone to help it. Circe hurried over, lifting the cup off the tray one by one before setting them neatly on the table. Only then did the fox seem satisfied, trotting off again.
このロボット、言語システムも搭載されてないの？じいちゃんよりも片落ちだね。
Gigi is going to be heartbroken when he hears that.
部長、さっき
さんと何を話していたんですか？
あれ、分析員さん、トレイにメッセージがありますよ。
Marie's lips curved into a smile, her eyes narrowed into a cheerful crescent. With that single line, she neatly deflected the question for me. Cersei rubbed her nose awkwardly. A hint of embarrassment flickered across her face. I took the note from Marine, written in that same sloppy Suzhou-style brushwork, were the words, Retro Fair Special, Classic Milk Tea. Elegant as she is, her handwriting is a disaster. Before I could even read it out loud, Acacia has already recognized the drink at a glance.
これ、私の時代のインスタントミルクティー？しかも一番人気のタロイモ味。
インスタントミルクティー？
She asked as she took a cautious sip. Then her brow knitted almost at once, an indescribable look crossing her face as she forced herself to swallow. One look at the flimsy paper cup and a plastic straw took me it wasn't made with anything good. No wonder Marine didn't care for it. Acacia, on the other hand, took several delight gulps before she finally answered.
クリーミングパウダーにお湯を入れてできる飲み物のことだよ。昔は甘すぎて毛嫌いしてたけど、今飲んでみるとなかなかだね。お腹も心も温まる。
I think some of the voiceover didn't register from that previous sentence.
これが格安ミルクティーの魅力だね。
She stretched her arms out and flopped back into the bed with a content sigh. Cersei's, however, haven't touched her cup. She sat exactly where it has been placed. Cersei's, you're not having any? I remember you used to really like milk tea, didn't you? I handed the cup to her. Her eyes lit up for a moment, and her fingertips trembled as she accepted it.
はい。好きですよ。
She lowered her head, holding the cup with both hands. Damn, I've been struggling so much. Holding the cup with both hands was a little too stiffy. Through the strands of rose-colored hair falling all over her face, I saw her biting her lower lip, her breath glowing unsteadily.
少し眠くなってきたので、先に部屋に戻りますね。皆さんも早く休んでください。
She stood up abruptly, her voice trying to sound steady but frayed at the very end. The moment the door clicked softly shut behind her, her composure collapsed. She almost fled down the hall to the farthest guest room. She leaned against the cold wall, yet the heat in her face refused to fade. Looking down at the steaming cup in her hands, she found herself smiling before she even realized it. And that smile only grew brighter, wilder, laced with sweetness, and with something feverish and obsessive beneath it.
まだ覚えているんだ。じゃあ彼はまだあの時の彼のままのはずよね。
She kept asking herself the same question, searching for traces of the man he once been. Those questions drifted like feathers that didn't belong anywhere. They wandered through the long years and finally settled on a snowy day 6 years ago. Back then, Midgard has just survived the descent. Panic and despair spread through the city like a plague, yet none of it ever seems to touch Cersei's. Her only regret was that the cafe where she always met the chief was about to close for good. She glanced at the closing permanently noticed. to the window, letting out a soft, helpless sigh, and made her way to her usual table, her steps light and quick. She had 2 pieces of good news she could not wait to share with them. First, she has gained her manifestation powers through the Adventist crude Medicare that nearly killed her in the process. Second, she has finally uncovered the proof that someone in Yggdrasil boredom has been concluded with the Adventist, evidence that could help him clear the biggest obstacle on his path to promotion. But after she sat down and shared both pieces of news, bubbling with excitement, the man across from her met her gaze with an exhausted look. Circes, they're sending me a Mystalian station soon. Circe froze. Has she slipped up somewhere? Has the broad discovered what she's been doing? Yuji Takijo caught the shock in her eyes and offered a faint, reassuring smile. I volunteered. She heard the tremor in her own voice and clustered the hems on her skirt, trying to steady the helplessness rising inside her. There's been a lot these past days. After the descent, I spent all of my time at the stadium organizing their rescue. The scene was devastating. He forced that last word out slowly, as if dragging it from the place he couldn't bury. The Titans level everything. The air reeks of blood, of dust, and even of things burning. For 14 hours straight, I didn't find a single living soul. Any survivors? Can anyone hear me? Please. By dusk the next day, I was still standing in the ruins, watching the sun dye Midgard blood red. And it struck me, everything you've been chasing, did any of it even matter? Power, ambition, the seat of the abroad, all of it felt meaningless in the face of something like that. Circe stared at him in shock. She tried to open her mouth, but no sound would come. She couldn't even remember how to shake her head or how to object. Have you heard of someone named Benny Golden?
Benny Golden? アルキリーゲームの競技選手の方でしたっけ？街ではよく彼女の CM が流れてますよね。
She was the first survivor I saved. No, more accurately, she was the one who saved me. In the early hours of the 3rd day, she answered me with a small cry, fragile, yet fiercely alive. I held her in my arms, her warmth, her breath, her heartbeat, all telling me she was alive, that none of it has been for nothing. That's why I chose to work with Tao and go into Mystalian Station. Maybe I won't make it back, maybe I'll die up there, but if I can win the smallest chance of life for the people who found the courage to answer me, then I'm willing to risk my own life. Circe looked into her eyes. There, she saw a light burning, clear, bright, and full of hope. A light kindled by Fanny Gold the very moment he first met her, the moment she proven she was alive. A light straightened by the courage, even living soul who refused to live up and reach out for his hand. A light that had nothing to do with her. She knew that from the moment on, his hand would hold many people, not just Luna's, not just Naruse's Haru. It belongs to someone far greater, the fate of humanity. His steady gaze moved past hers, towards the horizon forever out of her reach. But she would be left behind, forgotten in the shadows that has once shared. The nights has once belonged to the two of them, would now be memories carried by her alone. Thinking back on the past, where she has gone where she has gone from someone she relied on to someone he left behind. Cersei lowered her head. Her rose-colored hair fell in loose disarray across her cheeks, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. When she felt her tears hit the floor, she jotted back to herself. Only when her breathing finally steadied did she lift the milk tea to her lips. The warm liquid slid down her throat, sweetness blooming across her tongue. So this is what it feels like to get back something precious you once lost. At that thought, the soft shimmering in her eyes settled, tightening into a small burning resolve.
私がソフィーを捕まえてみせます。きっと。
She murmured the words of herself, unaware that her every small gesture, every flicker of emotion across her face was being watched. Even Riptide Power Marine has already melted into the night, keeping silent watch as planned. Like a hunting sight, her prey, her cold glint sharpened in her violet eyes. Maybe the milk tea has made her a bit too warm and cozy, because not long after flopping onto the bed, Akia already growing drowsy. Lost in her sleepy haze, she didn't even notice when Cersei's and Marine slipped out. When I leaned in to check on her, she rubbed at her bleary eyes and gave my shirt a small tug.
出撃の前に少し寝てもいい？
Of course, get some rest. Marine will let us know if anything comes up. She blinked slowly and fighting off sleep, pulling a small silver square from beneath her pillow. What's this?
MP3 音楽プレイヤーだよ。部屋で見つけたからあなたと一緒に聞いてみたくて。分析少しの間一緒にいてくれる？
Of course. After I turned off the lights, only the small bedside lamp remained, casting a soft pool of light across the dark room. Akezia tugged at my arm again, motioning to me to come closer. I pulled her into my arms, letting her curl up against my chest.
じゃあイヤホン片方ずつ使おう。
She slipped one wire each bud into my ear and the other into her own. Just like that, the two of us were connected in this weirdly soothing way. A soft, flittering voice filled her ear, the mellow melody woven her faint threads of static, the kind you only ever heard in old recordings. On the MP3 tiny screen, the lyrics scroll slowly in the dim backlight as if time itself has begun to slow along with them.
どう？いい曲だと思う？
It's nice. The song loops once, then twice. Then when I thought Akezia has fallen asleep, her soft voice rose again from within my arms.
分析今日はセシルを惑わせるために楽しく遊んでたけどアーケードゲームも綿菓子もミルクティーも楽しかったすべてがどれも懐かしかった。
Her drowsy murmurs were barely more than a breath, as if might slip into dreams of any moment. Warm tears slipped slowly through my sheets, blooming into a small damp patch.
もし昔が恋しいって言ったら失望する。
Everyone would feel nostalgic sometimes. I'll never be disappointed in you over something like this.
みんなもどうしてだろう。
Because no one can ever really go back in time. That's why the past ends up looking even nicer in our memories. And the nicer it seems, the more we miss it.
なんだか罠みたいだね。もし私が罠にはまっちゃったらどうしたらいいの？
Then think about things even nicer than the past, like the person by your side, and the future that yet to come. The looping song kept playing, and Acacia's eyelids grew steadily heavier. When the only bedside lamp finally went out, the color that world seems to fade with it. Everything turns black and white. The room and the walls, even the faint outline of her own. If there truly were a quiet steam between one era and the next, it would probably feel like this. No tides, no love, clean and empty, like a world in black and white. Luckily, Acacia hasn't been alone for a long while. The red thread of fate has already bound Yujita, Kyojo, and her together. Warmth traveled along that invisible red thread, blooming in her chest, before slowly spreading through her whole body. Acacia closed her eyes and drifted quietly to sleep in an embrace filled with love. Time slipped by unnoticed until Marine's hushed voice sounds through the door.
分析員さん、向こうに動きがありました。
I won't. The moment the words left my mouth, Acacia's eyes flew wide open, instantly alert, and at last the mist-shrouded Chongfu street was ready to lift. Damn, there's a lot. I'm serious. This is crazy. As dawn neared, Chongfu Street lay quiet. Almost every shop has closed its doors, leaving only the flickering neon signs to paint the alley in patchy shifting lights. A chilled wind whistled through, setting the rows of red lanterns overhead, swinging wildly. The girl with long rose-colored hair hurried forward. Her heels hit the stone pavement without the sound.
こんな夜遅くにどこへ行くおつもりですか？
Marine's cold voice drifted down from the eave at the mouth of the alley. In the dim light, she looked like a spectator. An instant later, she was standing silently in front of Circe's, completely blocking her path. Circe spun around without second thought, but when she saw Acacia and me at the other end of the street, her eyes widened in shock.
部長。
You were going to plant those sounds and scents, weren't you? You mentioned before that your manifestation abilities lean towards mental manipulation. Judging from how the tourists act, this isn't just some illusion, and you needed sounds and scents to make it work. So a mental suggestion, right? You planted the idea on everyone in Chongfu Street that they must stay here until the flood hits. After I laid her plan out, a look of unexpected delight crosses Circe's face. She even let out a small, unburdened smile.
よかった。部長なら影響を受けないと思っていました。騙してすみませんでした。確かに皆さんが小福街に来たのは予想外のことでした。昨日皆さんに遭遇した時、すでに心理暗示が植え付けられていると勘違いしていました。そのせいで精神崩壊を起こしてしまうのではないかと心配するあまり、現実と反する事実を受け入れられなかったんです。幸い皆さん無事だったんですね。
Her tone was lighthearted, So much so that it sent chills crawling up my spine. Why?
理由ですか。もちろんソフィーを捕まえるためですよ。
Cersei adjusted her glasses, her voice tingled with puzzlement. And when I didn't respond, she went on explaining gently and patiently.
信託の内容を忘れたのですか。ソフィーは罪を洗うだけでなく、信者の魂を導こうとしていました。
Sophie didn't want to cleanse sins. She wanted to guide the soul of her faithful as well.
避難計画のように、住民たちがアルスターの内陸に避難したら、ローズランはソフィーの目標から外れますし、彼女を捕まえられなくなります。
So the residents of Tongfu Street, they're all your bait.
はい。
She nodded, firm and without a moment of hesitation.
ソフィーを彼女の計画通りに動かすためには、これくらいのことをしないとダメなんです。心理暗示がある程度深まってから部長に説明するつもりだったんです。部長、私は証明したいんです。以前のように私を信じて頼っても大丈夫だと。
Her rose-colored hair fluttered softly in the wind, stranded, brushing across her flushed cheeks and the faint smile tugging at the corner of her lips. And if we fail to stop Sophie and the flood does come, were you planning to let these people die? Cersei caught the tone in my voice and frowned, doubt flickering across her face.
もちろん考えました。ここにいるのは高齢者かバルハラに行きたがる巡礼者ばかりです。洪水が来てもどうせ逃げられないから、最初から逃げる気がない人たちばかりです。私は自分の力でノスタルジア展をまるで本当に過去に戻ったかのようなイベントにしたいんです。洪水も降臨弾もタイタンもない、あの楽しかった日々を思い出し、私たちの役にも立つような、いいことだと思いませんか？
Cersei's voice stayed calm from beginning to end. Her gaze was clear and steady, without the faintest glint of guilt. Undo the suggestion you planted in them.
なぜですか？
She froze, her voice trembled as if she couldn't believe what she just heard. There are so many ways for us to catch Sophie, but you chose the one you should never have. They're living people, with the right to make their own choices. They're not tools for you to use to get what you want.
ですが、私は部長の力になりたくて。
I don't need that kind of help, Cersei. A victory built on needless sacrifice means nothing. At my word, Cersei bit down hard on her lower lip until blood swells up. She tasted iron in her tongue as she struggled to hold herself together. The light in her eyes wavered, hoping draining away, leaving nothing but disappointment and despair.
意味がない。だなんて。私が何をしても、あなたに見てもらえないというのですか？
That's not what I meant. Cersei slowly lifted her head. She almost never looked me in the eye. Most of the time, her gaze stays lowered and drifts elsewhere. But now her pale blue eyes locked onto mine, burning with anger. 6 years of suppressed emotion surged upward all at once.
ソフィーを探し出すために、こんな卑劣な方法しか思いつかなかったのです。あなたとの関係を元に戻したかっただけなんです。それでもダメなんですか？
世界を救うだとか使命とかそんなのどうでもいい。どうしてあなたは私から離れようとするのですか？
Circes, calm down.
十分落ち着いています。
She clutched at the fabric over her chest, spitting out each word through clenched teeth. Tears rolled down her cheeks, then all at once her legs gave out and collapsed to the ground like an abandoned rag doll, as if every last bit of strength had drained from her.
あなたがどんどん遠くへ行ってしまうから。なんでいつもどうか私を見てください。
An invisible pressure burst outward from Circes, her eyes reddened, bloodshot lines spider-webbing across the whites. The concentration of titrogens around us spiking violently, and something inside her was starting to break loose. Akezia and Murray recognized this instantly. They both stepped back and putting distance between themselves, and the sobbing girl crumpled on the ground.
分析員さん、神格侵食です。このままだと精神まで崩壊してしまいます。
Marine stopped observing and kept in front of me with Akezia without hesitation. Circes clutched her head, her shoulders jerking as stabbing pain shots through her nerves. Circes, stay with me. Her rose-colored hair began to flow, even though there were no wind at all. The colors of the roots slowly bled into gold, and subtle changes began to appear across her body. In those final moments, before she transformed into a demiurge, her tear-filled eyes held resentment, sorrows, and the bottomless despair.
悩んだだけでなぜ精神が崩れて神格侵食にまで至ってしまうのかな。
Akezia stared at Circes in disbelief. She has never been anyone lose themselves over something like this before. What she didn't know was that this torrent has been building for 6 long years, fed by the single unbroken lie. For over 2,000 days, Circes Dwewu's Aptat, the goddess of deceit, has been reinforcing the same suggestion inside her again and again. Someday he will come back to me. She clung to that lie to hold herself together, believing her patience would be rewarded, believing he would eventually turn back to her. But now that lie has finally shattered. And the moment it collapses was the moment its price came due. The air grew thick and sticky. Fine cracks spidered across the stone slab beneath her feet, with rose-colored mist seeping through them. Drew in the steady breath and a step forward. Akezia and Marine exchanged a quick glance. In that instant, they understood each exactly what I meant to do. As I moved towards her, her expression twisted even further. The titrogens inside her surged violently, out of control, whispering of an invisible storm through the narrow lanes of Chongfu Street. But the moment it reached me, the storm unravels, flowing obediently into my body. I crouched beside her, leaned in and gently pulled her into my arms. She fought me with everything she had, shoving at my chest, desperate to break free of the embrace. Stay still. More and more titrogens pouring out of her and flowing into me. Her rage, frantic breaths gradually settled into the steady, even rhythm. The golden strands in her hair faded back to a soft rose falling in loose, wisping strands when they brushed against my fingertips. they still carried a fainted warmth. Her bangs were damp with sweat, plastered messily around across her pale face. She looked completely deceiving. Once the flooding was fully suppressed, some strength seeped back into her limbs, only for her to use all of it trying to push me away.
見たのですか?
Yes, I did. When I was stabilizing her flooding, the fragments tightened spilled out over her, flowing into me. And the end of that winter flooding into my mind in vivid detail. They're sending me to the Missitanian station soon. Sirius, will you come with me?
私が?
Not Sirius, Cersei's. Damn it. Yes, Luna was injured during the descent, and she might end up losing all her memories. And Haru, I think she still needs more time before she's ready. There aren't many people left I can trust, so will you join my team and come with me to Missitanian station?
私がですか?
She ran her fingertips along the edge of the chair, trying to hide her embarrassment. Her earnestness didn't ignite any resolve in her. If anything, it hit her like a splash of cold water. She remembered the hardship of her time in a hustler. She remembered the grind in her internship, the time that she had gritted her teeth just to get by among the Adventists. All of it has been for a better life, to satisfy the restless, ambitious heart. Not for humanity, a mass of strangers she never met, not for some vague, lovely ideal.
すみません.
I see. Her reluctance must have been too obvious, because Yuchida caught it right away. He didn't blame her or try to talk her into it. She didn't even show the faintest trace of disappointment. He simply gave a faint smile. It's alright. I understand. Everyone walks their own path. Then, before I leave, would you do me one last favor, Cersei's?
何ですか?
Plant a suggestion in me. Make it this. The paper book in Academia Acropolis are important.
それだけですか?
Cersei's froze. She had thought it would be some dangerous mission, something to atone for her betrayal. But instead, it turns out to be something this small. Yes, that's it. There's something else I want to give you too. He places a thin letter of recommendation in her hand, the envelope sealed with a red wax stamp. With this letter, you can work under a Director Tao or... I forgot what that word is. Zero? I don't know. And became a full-fledged Yggdrasil employee again. I'm sorry for deciding for you before even asking your opinion. The truth is, they focus more on the technical work, which means far less the internal politics. A place where your abilities can truly shine, and where your way up will be much easier. Cersei stared blankly at the recommendation letter. The color slowly drained from her face. So, she wouldn't go to the Missitanian station with him, even before he asked. He was fighting for the future of all humanity, while he had only been thinking about climbing higher. He already paved the path for her, and she didn't even have the courage to stand with him and face what was ahead.
ありがとうございます.
She had so much she wanted to say, but in the end, her cowardice reduced everything to just two cold, empty words. In the end, she clenched the letter, got to her feet, and ran into the tiny pocket of warmth against the snow. And that single moment of running away ended up sending her into 6 long years of emptiness. So it was guilt that made you care so much about being needed by me.
今さらそんなことを言っても何の意味もありません。どうせ許してくれませんよね。
Alright, reach out. Cersei's lifted her head, staring at the hand I held out to her. Her tears reddened eyes clouded with confusion.
これは
You're not going to Mississippi Station back then. That wasn't your fault, and wanting a better future for yourself was never wrong to begin with. If I'd known all this has been weighing on you, I would have pulled you out of that darkness myself. But it isn't too late. If you're willing, we can still set things right on Chongfu Street. You're much kinder and stronger than you think, and a lot closer to me than you realize. Oh, would you like me to try standing with me this time? Would you like to try standing with me this time? Yeah, I said that right. My hands hovered in the air. She didn't answer for a long while, only staring at it, dazed. It was such a short distance, one she could close to a single motion, yet something heavy still held her back. Her fingers twitched. She reached out of friction, then recoiled in fear.
私でいいんですか?
Of course you can. After a long silence, Cersei finally reached out. She raised her arm slowly, letting out fingertips resting in my palm, trembling with hesitation. Beside us, Eskezia and Marine shared a relief glance, letting out a quiet breath in unison. I closed my hand around hers, and helping her to her feet. By then, the first light of dawn has spilled over Chongfu Street, gently drying the last of her tears. Alright, first we need to break the suggestion plant in the residence and evacuate them inland. Cersei rubbed her eyes, sore from crying, then shook her head with a weary sigh.
心理暗示を植え付けられたら最後、私が直接解くことはできなくなります。暗示の刷り込みに成功したということは、暗示を受け入れたということです。ですので、暗示を受けた人が自ら暗示を疑うようにならないと解けません。もともと過去を懐かしませる暗示であり、かつアポカリプス能力による刷り込みなので、普通の人が抵抗できるとは思えません。
Her voice faded away as she lowered her head in guilt, biting her lower lip again until it bled. Is there really nothing we can do?
あるにはあります。暗示を受け入れた人々の潜在意識はつながっていて、網のようになっています。簡単に言うと、集団暗示は鎖のように一人一人とつながっているのです。
So, if even one link breaks, the whole chain will start to loosen. Sirius nodded softly, confirming my guess.
ですが、私の暗示は最初から皆さんに聞いていませんでした。つまり皆さんは潜在意識の網に入る条件を満たしていなかったということです。アカシアさんなら可能性があるかもしれません。
When Cersei looked at her way, Akezia blinked, then looked at icy surface.
それって私がまだ過去を懐かしんでいるから？
はい。あなたが自主的に暗示を受け入れたら、潜在意識の網に割り込めるかもしれません。
In that case, the suggestion you planted in me about the paper books at the Academia Acropolis.
はい。あの時も部長が自分に言い聞かせて信じようとしたから、私の暗示が成功したんです。
大したリスクはなさそうだね。じゃあ、そのプランで行こう。
Acacia nodded like it was nothing. Circe's, however, frowned again, worry creeping back into her face.
ですが、鎖の一部になったら簡単には逃げ出せなくなります。
まあ、そうは言っても、みんなを助けるにはこれしかないでしょ。分析員、私は自分に自信があるの。だから試させてよ。
She shot me a playful wink. Her eyes crinkled with a smile.
あなたも私を信じてくれるよね。
I do. But to be safe, I'll enter your inner mind and help you break free from your suggestions.
はい、私もその方がいいと思います。安心してください、分析員さん。その間、あなたとアカシアさんをちゃんと守り抜いてみせますから。
As Circe listens, the worry on her face only deepened.
そんなこと無理よ。
それじゃあ始めよっか。住民救出大作戦。ところで、どこまで行ったら暗示を破ったことになるの？何か特別な感じになるの？
明確にそこから出ようと考えられれば出られるはずです。
了解。分析員が私の心象風景に入った後、セシルの暗示を受けて、なんとか網に入ってみるよ。
Alright, let's begin. Hearing that, Acacia let her body relax and manifest her inner mind. Circe's hypnotic whisper drifted into our ears, each word slowly sinking into my subconscious.
ここはあなたの懐かしき過去。洪水が来るまであなたはここから離れようと思いません。ずっとここにいて楽しく遊びましょう。
The scene around me grew hazy, and Chongfu Street slowly faded into from view. My consciousness sank, dropping into the depths of Acacia in our mind. File 2. I swear, this story is way too long. It was like, these parts took so long for no reason. I really hate this. Like, I wish they made it shorter. I wish the dialogue is much shorter. Like, keep it simple. It's not that hard. Once that sticky, heavy feeling faded, I opened my eyes. The world slowly sharpened into focus. The stone path, the 24 arch bridges, the tiers, eaves, the archway hung with red lanterns. Every detail made it clear where I was. Acacia's inner mind was full of drifting memories, but since the scene was still in Chongfu Street, I was probably only skimming the surface of her consciousness. A few steps in, I already noticed something was off. Everything looks like it was a little too perfect. Perfect. It sounded like I said it with a K. The sunlight was bright and warm, and soft, carefree atmosphere hung over every corner. The girl at the newsstand has fished out a few more old manga, and heavily setting them out on display. Colorful hard candies clicked as they were pouring into glass jars, gleaming invitingly in the window. People had even set out wicker chairs and tables along the streets, and small groups were already sitting down to play mahjong. Everything here felt almost unnaturally idyllic. It looks like Acacia's consciousness has successfully flipped into the subconsciousness network. I was still trying to figure out how to find Akizia's projected self when a sudden announcement? Is it? Yeah, when a sudden announcement cracked from the PA system overhead. That unmistakable old-time static buzzed through the air.
ノスタルシア展特別コーナーミニレーサー大会は午前10時より中央広場にて開催いたします。出場選手の皆様は
The Central Plaza. Feels like a hint from Akizia's subconscious. I should check it out. After the announcement, I headed for the Central Plaza. A sizable crowd was already gathered to watch the event. At the center, several large workbenches has been set up, and contestants were fully absorbed in building and tuning their mini 4WD cars. Akizia, or rather the version of her in this memory, was standing in front of the sign-up poster, studying it closely. When she noticed me, she didn't question it, as if my sudden appearance were completely natural.
分析員来てくれたんだ。
What are you looking at?
右レーサーのレースだよ。
What's a mini 4WD?
右レーサーの模型だよ。昔は自分の右レーサーを組み立てて速さを競うのが流行ってたんだよ。
She explains with a genuine enthusiasm and nostalgic excitement shining in her eyes. But she never mentioned joining the races herself. She only watched the contestants from a distance, her gaze tingled with envy and longing. Don't you want to join, Akizia?
実は私、組み立てられないんだ。
You don't? I thought you were good with everything back then.
あの時は遊んでくれる人がいなかったから、一人でやっても面白くないでしょ。
She let out a soft, resigned sigh and shrugged. So she was interested, but she never tried it. If I can give her that kind of joy she never got to have back then, maybe she'll realize something's off and notice the suggestion at work. With that in mind, I turned to her and pointed at the poster. Let's sign up.
でも、分析員もやり方がわからないよね。
We won't know until we try. And just like that, I led Akizia over to the pit area. After we signed up, a staff member quickly set us up with a workbench. Facing with the spread of parts laid out on the table, Akizia was clearly at a loss. She scratched her head, grabbing the manual, and flipped through it.
右レーサーのアニメを3回も見て、説明書を読んでもわからないんだ。
Even if we build it exactly as the manual says, it'll end up like everyone else's. That won't give us much of a shot at winning. Better let me handle the assembly. I pick up the chassis and looked it over. If we want speed, we need a hand-wounded motor. Hand-wound motor? What? The hell? Whatever. Akizia, hand me the files and the nippers.
なんで分析員の方が詳しいの？やったことないんだよね。
I pick up the basics of the mechanical modeling from Fredia and Haru. This is pretty easy for me. And don't just stand there. You're the one entering the race after all. I slid the white body shell and a thick stack of vessels towards her. Your favorite part, visual design.
塗装なんて不要だよ。ステッカーを貼るだけだから。
Despite her grumbling, Akizia was already humming a cheerful tune as she grabbed the tweezers and got to work. Every now and then, she tilted her head to peek at what I was doing, and I leaned over to talk her through the parts. Time seems too slow. The noise around us faded, leaving only the soft click of metal and the steaming rhythm of our beating hearts. Once I finished with the motor, I paused, thinking it over.
どうしたの？
The bearing wasn't running smoothly enough. I need to tune them a bit more. While I was rummaging through the parts, Akizia finished adding her own tweak to the design. On the blue and white body, she carefully painted chibi versions of our faces on the back of the car.
ふふん。完成。音速号って名前にしよっかな。
She proudly shook the body shell in her hands like she was showing off some masterpiece. I couldn't help laughing at how cute she looks, and she smiled back, her eyes curling into the little crescents. Alright, time for the final assembly. We finished putting Speed Sonic together just as the PA called everyone to the starting line. The racers gathered at the front, carefully placing their mini 4WDs on the track, all of them itching to begin.
分析。緊張してるの？
When I turned around, Akizia has somehow gotten herself a pair of goggles and put them on. They made her look ridiculous and adorable all at once. What are you wearing on your head?
知らないでしょう。ゴーグルは漫画の主人公の基本装備なんだ。これがあればきっと優勝できる。
She carefully adjusted the goggles, then put on a serious face as she waited for the starting signal.
選手の皆様は位置についてください。まもなくカウントダウンに入ります。10、9、8。
When the starting gun went off, the colorful mini 4WDs shot forward like arrows. Akizia bolted right after them. Is there a dialogue to this? What happened? Hold on. Okay. I don't know why it's that. Okay. People were already staring at her, but for Akizia, there still wasn't dramatic enough. Hold on, let me check. Yeah, I don't know. I literally don't know what just happened there. Seeing everyone still frozen in place, she kept sprinting like Speed Sonic while scouting at the top of her lungs, her voice echoing across the tracks.
何ぼーっとしてるの？己がマシンと魂を重ね、最後の瞬間まで駆け抜けてこそ絆の力が解放されるんだ。
Cheesy and over the top as her speech was, it somehow fired everyone up. The racers blinked in confusion, then cheered and took off after their cars. It was a little embarrassing, sure, but with Akizia watching me with those hopeful eyes, how could I not run with her? Speed Sonic held steadily on the tracks, leaving the other cars in the dust. Akizia's brisk run turned into the excited little skip, her whole body buzzing with energy.
勝った。もう勝ったでしょ。
Don't start celebrating yet, Akizia. The last stretch is where the race is really decided. Sure enough, right after I said that, a purple mini WD shot up along the side and cut in front of the Speed Sonic. A pair of spinning blades prop up from the back as it slowed, drifting closer to our car.
嘘。
A cheap trick like that, they really think that will work on us? Speed Sonic tilted sharply and shot up onto the wall of the track, skimming along to overtake the purple car in one clean move.
すごいよ。分析。
After clearing the hairpin turns, and ramps. All the cars finally reach the last straight way. Alright, Kezia, time to show you the secret weapon I built into our car.
まだあるの？
A jet of air bursts from Speed Sonic's tail. A blast sent from the car spinning, whispering itself into the tiny tornado that races down the track.
その技は音速トルネード。
Speed Sonic keep gaining speed. To keep up with the blue and white streak, Akezia left the other racers far behind. The wind roaring past her ears, and suddenly she saw that the only one still ahead of her was Yuji Kyojo. Just the sight of him sent her heart racing. The noise faded, the track blurred, the crowd blurred, everything else stopped mattering. The only thing that came into focus was him. Without thinking, Akezia reached out for him, the only one who always brought her warmth and joy. Just as something planted deep inside her mind began to slip loose. She slammed onto my back and bounced off, landing hard on the ground. Rubbing her head, she looked up at me with a little pout.
もう分析急に止まらないでよ。
I quickly turned and pulled her to her feet and drew her into my arms. Tell me I stopped because Speed Sonic has already crossed the finish line. We got first place.
本当に？
She froze for a heartbeat, then leaped into the air. Her eyes sparkled with the excitement. A nearby event staff member hurried over, grinning from ear to ear.
優勝おめでとうございます。商品は特製記念はがきです。
はがきだけ？
はい、そうです。
Faced with Akezia's disappointed look, the staffers could only scratch their heads and give him an awkward smile.
まあ、ないよりはマシか。そのはがきはどこでもらえるの？
あそこの時空郵便局でお受け取りください。
She pointed towards the green building just a few steps from the plaza.
分析員、行ってみる？
It's not far away, might as well. We barely taken a few steps while the staffers called after us again.
せっかくなので、先ほどお二人が組み立てたミニレーサーも差し上げますね。
After stowing Speed Sonic safely away, Akezia and I headed towards the time capsule post office. I kept an eye on her along the way, but even with the race over, she didn't even show the slightest sign of wanting to leave. Just like Cersei said, breaking free from the implant suggestion is going to take some patience. She's turning that over in my mind. I pushed the door open and stepped outside. Maybe it's because post office didn't exist anymore in our era, but stepping inside one felt strangely new to me. Two large mailboxes stood by the entrance, one red and one green. Beyond the service counter, an open space held rows of postcards display. I was still deciding which postcard to take as our prize while Akezia slipped up beside me, mischief glimmering in her eyes.
分析員、ここがなんで時空郵便局って呼ばれてるのかわかる？
Seeing I had no idea, her brow arched slightly and gave me a smug little smile.
正解は未来の自分に手紙を送れるからだよ。送りたい日付を書くと、その日に自分が当時書いた手紙が届くんだ。はがきをもらったけど、持っていても仕方がないから、これを未来に送ろうよ。
Sounds good to me. So, what are you planning to tell your future self?
教えない。
She twisted away towards the postcard racks. After browsing for a while, she finally settled on the scenes shot in Chongfu Street. With a pen in hand, she tilted her head and tried to think. But even after tapping the pen against the lips a dozen times, the card stayed blank. Her golden eyes darted left and right as she thought, rolling in the little circles before she finally lit up with an idea.
自分に何を書けばいいかわかんないや。ねえ、送る相手を変えてみない？私は未来の分析員に手紙を送るから、分析員は未来の私に送ってよ。
Sounds good. We'll swap then. Even though this was only her inner mind rather than reality, I still wrote what genuinely wanted to say. I must have written too fast because her little protest came right away.
分析員、もうちょっと真剣に考えてよ。
Oh, I took it very seriously. I've been thinking about what I want to tell you for a long time, so the words just came out naturally. A brush crept up the tips of her ear, then slowly washed across her cheeks like watercolors. She looked as she was expecting a confession.
ずっと考えていた。じゃあ、今の私にも教えてくれる？
Nah. This is a letter for the future. Only the future Akizia can get to open it. In that case, something inside her seems to crack softly, and a strange, unexpected longing swelled up in her chest.
未来に行ってみたいな。
As that thought took shape, I dropped my postcard into the mailbox. With the soft rustling of paper landing inside, the world around us began to ripple. The bright color, the warm sunlight, the cheerful crowd, everything blurred and dissolved. And when my senses finally settled, I found myself standing on a completely different street. Is this a new memory drift? The place was eerie empty. Trash littered the ground, and every gust of wind kicked up a veil of dust. Far away, a digital billboard flickered with a news broadcast. In the lower right corner, the confirmed Genova's cases, highlighted in harsh red, ticked upward by the second. Judging by the news ticker, this has to be sometime between 2017 and 2030, when Genova's went global and everything fell apart. If I was right, this was a much deeper layer of Akizia consciousness, where Circe's suggestion would take an even stronger hold. The farther I walked, the bleaker it got. Most of the shop windows lining the streets were shattered. The pharmacies were in an even worse shape. Shelves toppled, supplies scattered everywhere. Just as I wondered which way to go, the manga shop caught my eye. Maybe because nothing inside was worth looting. It hasn't taken much damage. When I pushed the door open, a faint smell of ink drifted out. Sunlight slanted through the beige curtains, bathing the room in soft golden light. I walked between roll after roll of shelves. Not another soul in sight. The place was so quiet that the only sound was my only footsteps. As my eyes trailed along the spines of the manga volumes, familiar titles stood out. Instinctively, I reached out and pulled the volume from the shelves. The moment the book slid free from the shelves, a pair of beautiful eyes appeared in the gap behind it. Akizia lips parted slightly, her lashes trembling, startled by my sudden appearance. In this memory, we still haven't met. She has no way of recognizing me. If she doesn't know me yet, how am I supposed to make her want to leave the old era behind? As I was turning that over in my mind, she pulled a manga volume from the shelf, hugging it to her chest, and walked over to the small table by the window in the corner. I followed and sat down across from her. She blinked at me, startled, then quickly dropped her gaze and began flipping through the manga. But I could tell she wasn't actually reading. Every few seconds, she steals another glance at me from the corner of her eye, curious written all over her face. The shop was so quiet. The only sound was the occasional rustles of the page turning. After a long while, she finally couldn't hold it in any longer.
ねえ、その漫画面白い。
The moment the words left her mouth, she panicked and scrambled to explain herself.
ごめん、邪魔したいわけじゃないんだ。ここはずいぶん前から誰も来ない場所だから。それに、あなたを見ているとどこか懐かしくなるんだ。我慢できずに話しかけてしまった。その漫画が好きなら私と思考が合うね。
Her voice grew lower and lower until the last few words were barely more than a mutter. Yeah, it's great. I really like it. At my answers, her eyes brightened and a soft smile spread across her face.
本当？どこが面白いとかある？
Before I could reply, her expression dimmed, the excitement slowly draining from her eyes.
この作者、もう続き書かないのかな。はあ、このご時世じゃあまり期待できないね。
Actually, the series picked up again in 2058. I already read the ending. Akezia scoffed, the corner of her mouth twitching.
へえ、あなたも中二病なの？じゃああなたの能力は何？時空旅行？それとも未来予知とか？
Given the situation right now, I say time travel sounds about right. He raised an eyebrow, diagnosing my condition with a suspicious look.
じゃあ、この漫画の最終回を教えてよ。
You sure you want spoilers? Okay then. The ninja who threw the world into chaos met someone who lighted up his life like the sun in a new era, and the two of them live happily ever after.
それだけ？
That's it.
そんな幸せな結末だなんて。いや、そんな簡単に信じらんない。なんか薄っぺらすぎるし。
With that, she shot me a pout and looked away, refusing to talk to me anymore. A few minutes later, her soft, sweet voice drifted again, half to herself, half like she hoped I would hear.
でも、確かにいい結末かもしれないね。2058年の生活が幸せだから、作者はそんな話が書けたのかもね。私も未来を見に行けたらいいのに。
Wouldn't that scare you? Jumping into a completely unfamiliar era just to see the ending of the manga?
そう言われると確かに怖いかも。ああ、ダメダメ。起きるはずのないことを話しても意味ないって。
Her eyes dropped to her arms out of reflex. A small patch of crystals shooted from her skin, glowing faintly blue. It was a mark death had left on her, The sign of Genovis she couldn't escape. No matter what the future held, it was a future she would never reach. She didn't know how long she stayed lost in that daze before she finally blinked and came back to herself. When she looked up, the seat across from her was empty.
行っちゃった。
The hollow ache opening quietly in her chest. In time as chaos as these, it has been so since. It has been so long since anyone has simply sat down and talked with her. Everyone else was too busy trying to survive. Any spare moment that had went into this scrapping together money for more doses of treatment, not chatting with strangers. She lowered her gaze, caught somewhere between disappointment and sinking feeling that she was being ridiculous. He was just some stranger. They only talked for a few minutes. And he was a total chuny on top of that. So why did it hurt this much?
でも彼もあの漫画が好きなんだ。じゃあ私たち仲間だよね。
She was still lost in thought when two cups of instant noodles slid on the table in front of her. Hungry? Want to eat together? Her first instinct was to refuse, but the moment she saw the label, she froze. Tonkatsu, her favorite. Just imagine that rich savory broth was enough to make her cave in.
でもこういう店でラーメンを食べるのはちょっとまずいんじゃない？
No one's coming in anyway.
それもそっか。
She nodded, a little deflated. If this place has held anything worth taking, it wouldn't be intact. As soon as the hot water hits the cup, the aroma filled the little room. The two of us sat at the small table at the corner and started slurping. Seriously, are you trying to out-slurp me?
そんなことない。美味しく食べてるだけだよ。
Sunlight pooled across the table, over the rising steam, and across the faint brushing warmth of her cheeks. For a moment, Akizia felt genuinely happy. She wasn't a special force operative fighting to survive. She was just an ordinary girl in a manga shop, sharing cup noodles with someone who made the world feel like a little less cold. And for the first time in a very long time, she felt connected to the world that was otherwise falling apart. Just as she finished the last sip of broth with a little satisfying burp, her terminal buzzed.
直ちに実験室へ来てください。新しい進展がありました。
Her heart sank at once. She has finally met someone who made her feel less lonely, and now they were already about to go their separate ways.
そろそろ行かないと。また会えるかな。
The moment the words slipped out, she felt her face burn up. But she forced herself to meet his eyes, waiting, hoping for an answer. I doubt it. Not in this era, at least.
そう。
But you can come with me. But you can come find me. We can read manga together, eat cup noodles, play games. You could even become a game developer. I'll be your personal tester. And Akizia was pretty sure her brain was short circuit. It was the only explanation for why every word out of his mouth sounded pretty painfully tempting. None of it felt realistic, yet she wanted to believe him all the same.
じゃあどこに行けば あなたに会えるの？
I'll be waiting for you in the future.
忠義っぽい冗談言わないでよ。
I'm serious. Akizia. Hearing him say after hearing him say her name so clearly, so accurately, made her freeze. The thoughts flickered through her mind. It was too good for her to believe even for a second. He knew her name, he knew her favorite manga, he knew she likes tonkatsu cup noodles. If he really was from the future, did that mean she survived? The person sitting across from her, was she the one she would someday find, the one who would bring her happiness in the future? Hope surged up so fast, her nose stung and her eyes went red. The voice trembled, thin and unsteady, with the tears she struggled to hold back.
ねえ、指切りしてくれる？未来で私を待ってるって。あと、さっき言ってたゲームを作るとか、テスターになってくれるとか。
I promise. Their pinkies hooked together. Akizia held on for a long time, reluctant to let go. He was terrified that if she loosened her grip, he would vanish, and the future with him in it would vanish too. While her terminal kept buzzing, again and again, each vibration sharper and more insistent. In the end, she slowly let go of his pinky and gave him a small trembling smile, her eyes still brightened with tears.
未来で待っててね。すぐに走っていくから。
With that, she turned and pushed open the manga shop's door. Warm, bright sunlight spilled in, wrapping her in a glow. She drew in a deep breath, wiped her tears with the back of her hand, and stepped outside. Back to you. Oh, we're doing regular. Okay, this actually makes sense because we're going back in time, so we're using the old Akizia. So the one she actually has gun one.
あれ、ここはさっき分析員と一緒にいたはずなのに変だな。鎖の存在は意識できているのに、なんでここに残ってるんだろう。
Go
テスト
towards.
の合格です、アカシアさん。これよりあなたにはアポカリプス計画の被験者となっていただきます。
言い方を変えれば、私は生き延びられるってことなの？
そうと決まったわけではないですが、その可能性は大いにあります。
じゃあ、私は今何をしたらいい？
手術を受けてもらいます。その後、実験計画通り模擬トレーニングをいくつか受けてもらう予定です。その表情は嫌なのですか？
そんなわけないでしょ。この時をどれだけ待ってたことか。やっと未来を見に行けるようになったのだから。さっき見たのは被験者になったばかりの頃の記憶。その希望に支えられて、私は実験前期の目標を全て達成できた。模擬トレーニングのたびに全力を尽くしていた。だからこそセシルの心理暗示は私に効かなかったのかな。 私は誰よりも明日を待ち望んでいるし、この悲しみにあふれた時代は好きじゃない。じゃあ私が今もここにいる理由って一体何だろう。
Earlier it says walk towards the light. It sounds like, oh, she's dying. It's like it's kind of weird putting that. Yeah, weird wording because of that.
5秒あれば十分。ゲームが変える。
Actually, yeah, we might as well use our ulti.
あなたは時間から忘れ去られる。
Because the ulti gives her like infinite amount of standard skill.
余裕。
アカシアさん、これからあなたに協力してもらう特殊な実験があります。
嘘はやめて。私を処理するんでしょ。
嘘って何か聞いたのですか？
顔に書いてある。他の選択肢は、私は死ぬの？
死にはしません。ただあなたたちを睡眠カプセルに入れるだけです。プロジェクトが再開した時、すぐにあなたたちを目覚めさせると約束します。その日はそう遠くありません。
すぐってどれくらい？1ヶ月、それとも1年？
せいぜい数ヶ月です。保証します。
そう言われても、保証も何もないのは最初から知ってた。自分が怖くならないように必死に自分を説得するしかなかった。大丈夫だよ、アカシア。希望はまだあるって。数ヶ月だけの辛抱だって。でもいざカプセルの扉がちょっとずつ閉まっていくのを見たとき、どうしても考えてしまったんだ。私を一人にしないで、私を助けてって。
By the way, I couldn't run because of the dialogue and somewhat. See, look at that. I like this hair. This Kaguya hair, Akizia. Looks so much better on her. And I like the suit also. By the way, I don't mind lewdness, but then this type of uniform looks so good on her as well, okay? Too much teal green or something. Light yellow green. Too much of that.
あの子たちが瓦礫の山の中であの機械を見つけたんだ。まだ正常に動いているみたいだ。
これって休眠カプセルじゃない？私何かのボタンに触っちゃったみたい。アカシア？休眠時間1万日以上？そんな、これ何かの間違いよね。
あれは休眠カプセルが発見された時のことでしょ。分析員は私が新しい時代で出会った最初の人なの。そして最初に私と話してくれた人。周りのみんなは私がどこから来たのか、どの実験の被験者だったのかにしか興味がなかった。でも彼は私が自販機で奪ってきたお菓子を一緒に食べてくれた。変異雲やガンマ光線のようなバカな話にも付き合ってくれた。その一瞬、心の奥にある助けてほしい気持ちが少し和らいだような気がした。ほんの少しだけどね。だって知らない時代で知らない人を見るとふと思ってしまうんだ。私は見捨てられたんだって。この記憶は分析員と一緒にデンドロンを抜きに行った時のものだね。私はキャンプ地に残ることを自ら志願して、通信が完全に切れる前に分析員のもとに駆けつけると約束していた。あの夜は吹雪が激しくて、また 気温は何もかもが凍ってしまうほど下がっていた。過酷な時の塵になれ。あの感覚が浮かんできたのは仲間の皆さんが睡眠カプセルで30年を過ごした。目覚めると知ってる人がみんないなくなっていた。あの孤独を思い出した。余裕。そういうことか。今もここに残っているのはまた孤独になりたくないから、過去とのつながりに必死にしがみついて記憶の中で何度も美化して、私自身が自分を過去の遺物だと思っているということか。変化することによって過去の影が完全に消えてしまうことを恐れている。だからフェーズコアの力を我が物にできないのか。では私はこれから何をすればいい。そういえば分析員は昔のことよりもいいことを考えた方がいいって言ってた。目の前の人とかまだ見ぬ明日とか。
I forgot what I wanted to say because there was so much monologue to this one. I forgot what I wanted to talk about. Now, this outfit, I don't mind it. I don't mind the lewdness is catered to us, but I wouldn't mind having a exosuit that looks like the Kaguya one, and also the hair that looks like it as well. It's best to have both of both worlds, okay? That's what I'm saying.
ねえ分析員、惑星開拓の新バージョンのテストプレイしてよ。今回はあなたが探検家になってライトソードを振りかざして変異生物と激闘するの。愛する女領主アカシアと再会するために惑星をくまなく探索するんだ。どう？面白そうでしょう。分析員が私の専属テスターになってからゲームを作るモチベがめちゃくちゃ上がったんだ。今回もプロデューサーとして上達したところを見せてあげる。そのまま遊んでて。今絶品豚骨ラーメンを作ってくるから。分析員はきっと私の気持ちに気づいていた。だからずっと私のそばに寄り添って楽しいことを一緒にやってくれた。孤独な日々を明るくしたのは過去の光じゃなくて分析員を大好きだっていう気持ちと愛なんだ。青蘭会のホテルで分析員はまた一緒に遊ぼうと言ってくれた。ビジョン島を作った時も分析員は私に自分の世界に来てくれてありがとうって言ってくれた。彼はいつもそうやって素直な気持ちを伝えてくれる。考えるだけで胸が高鳴ってくる。それに比べて私が分析員にしてあげられたことは本当に少なかった。
I didn't want to interrupt because it was a monologue that's very important over here. I don't like her pigtails. I think this is more so a 3DS idea because she's more so pigtails. She kind of designed it for her, so give it what it takes. That's my aspect of it. I prefer her to have her hair downward rather than having pigtails because it makes it look like her hair is too thin. Not enough volume. Earlier it says that there was time limit though. I didn't felt like doing it because I was listening to the monologue while I didn't want to attack during that time. It felt like it was a precious moment. But regardless, here's a bit of gameplay that you guys actually want to see. So.
Yes. 開発費の以前の私は趣味で一人でも楽しめる世界を作り上げていた。でも今は楽しみを分かち合える相手ができた。私の趣味も分析員のおかげでさらに面白くなった。孤独じゃなくなったから。過去に執着しなくたっていいよね。この気持ちを分析員に伝えたい。真剣に彼の愛に応えたい。私が分析員のためにできることがあるとすれば、まずは彼の信頼を裏切らないことだね。そろそろここを出て鎖を断ち切らないと。
Okay, now she's slow walking. Oh, interesting. Press Q to use the ultimate. Okay, break free of the past and run towards the future of the where the adjustance awaits. All right. Alright, next stage. After Akizia left that little manga shop, I couldn't sense her mental projection anywhere in her inner mind. Normally, that meant that she descended into the deepest layer of her consciousness, where she had to face the final hold of Cersei's suggestions on her own. She had to walk the rest of the path by herself, but after that promise, I have complete faith she'd break free of the suggestion.
未来のその日に行けたら、きっとあなたに会えるって約束して。
I promise. As I slip out of her inner mind, and that sensation of the sticky heaviness. Damn it. The sticky heaviness faded away. The first thing I felt were the cool, gentle breeze of the real world and the warmth of the sun, along with the triumphant little chuckle. While I opened my eyes, Akizia was looking at me with a gentle warmth, but she was no longer the petite girl she used to be. She'd grown noticeably taller, her long ash gray hair now fallen almost to her waist. Hold on. Oh. It's still in shadow. Hold on. So give it a little bit of a moment then. Her exosuit has reshaped itself as she grew, its sleek line fitting her new form perfectly. Even with her new, more mature appearance, the girl standing before me was still the same Akizia I knew. Catching me staring, she grew a little self-conscious, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear and quickly looking away. Did you end up fully mastering your transsphere core? Transsphere core, yeah. Oh my gosh, it's been a while. Did you end up fully mastering your transsphere core while you were breaking free of the suggestion?
まあ、そんな感じ。でも意外な収穫だった。
Okay, now we get to see. Oh, okay. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's not bad. I can't speak. God damn.
今までの私はずっと変化を拒んでいたから、無意識に戦術装備の力に頼らないようにしていたんだ。その考えがセシルの心理暗示とちょうど重なってたから、一緒に解決できちゃったの。そろそろ褒めてくれてもいいんじゃない？
Did they change her voice actor? Did they change the voice actress for this, or is that the same voice actress that changes with it? I don't even know. You did really well. That's my Gizia. I reach out instinctively, meaning to ruffle her hair like I always did. But out of habit, my hand ended up hovering around her chest instead. She let out a soft little laugh, then dipped her head, nudging into my hand like a kitten, letting me pet her just like the way I always did.
ねえ、どうやったんだって聞いてよ。
Alright, how did you pull it off? Her smile stayed, but her eyes slowly grew serious, a solemn look settling in them.
分析員と別れた後も、私は心象風景にずっととどまって、傍観者みたいに過去をもう一度見直したんだ。私が変化を嫌ったのは、過去が何よりもよく見えたからじゃない。本当に怖いのは、時代が消えた後、私が一人だけ取り残されることだった。だから、自分が孤独じゃないと証明するために、何とかして過去とつながりを持とうとしてたんだ。私まで変わってしまったら、過去は本当に何も残らなくなるって思ってたんだ。でも本当は、一人ぼっちになりたくなかっただけだった。
Even the wind seems to pause around us. A faint brush warmed her cheeks, but she didn't look away. She just watched me, intent and earnest.
だから、私が言いたいのは、分析員、愛してくれて、ずっとそばにいてくれてありがとう。どの時代にとどまるかなんて、私にはもう関係ない。あなたとの約束通り、あなたがいる未来にしか生きたくないから。
When she finished, she held out her hand again, her pinky curling slightly, her eyes bright with expectations. Reach out. Our pinkies touched, then curled and hooked again. And just like that, we completed the promise we made in another era. That promise drew us even closer, like an invisible red thread of fate. Then, out of habit, she rolls on her tiptoes, only for her lips to brush the tip of my nose instead.
あれそういえば、今は背伸びしなくても届くんだった。
She tilted her head slightly, then pressed her lips softly to mine. Time seems to freeze around us, our warmth blending together as we kissed. We didn't snap back to reality until we heard Cersei's hurrying towards us.
部長、明石家さん、もしかして。心理暗示なら、もう破ったよ。承服外の人たちも、そろそろ目が覚めるんじゃないかな。本当に破ったのですか？信じられません。
By the way, Cersei's, where's Marine? I looked around, but Marine was nowhere in sight. Cersei's hesitated, unease flickering across her face.
実は数分前
前にソフィーと遭遇しまして。
3 minutes earlier. After Akezia entered her inner mind, she looks like she's simply fallen asleep. She sat quietly on the bench, her head propped on one hand, her breathing slowed and steady. Cersei's, meanwhile, was a burden of worry, her brow nearly tied in a knot.
安心してください。分析員さんもアカシアさんも無事に帰ってきますから。
Her tone was surprisingly light, a stark contrast to Cersei's anxiety.
なぜそんなに自信満々なんですか？信じるのってすごく不思議な力だと思いませんか？信じてくれる人がいるなら、その人の期待を裏切らないように一生懸命何かをしたくなりますよね。そんな風に信じてくれる気持ちが唯一無二のものであれば、あなたはもっと強くなれます。
As she spoke, Marine's eyes and voice grew softer.
実際、私やアカシアさんは分析員さんの期待に応えたいから全力を尽くしています。そうなんですか。
Cersei nodded thoughtfully, as though she were trying for the first time to understand what kind of strength people can give each other. As she was turning Marine's words over in her mind, a ragged figure suddenly slipped across the far end of the street.
あれはソフィー？
Marine snapped her gaze in the same direction. The figure has already slipped around the corner, but her instincts told her someone has definitely been there.
私が追いかけます。ここで分析員さんとアカシアさんを守ってください。私が？それじゃあ、あなたはどうするんですか？
Cersei's was so flustered that she could barely get her words out. Her fingers tightened around the fabric of her skirts. Marine paused, sighed softly, and gave her a reassuring look.
心象風景の中の時間の流れは現実と違うんです。お二人が長い時間を過ごしても現実ではあっという間なんです。なので二人は数秒後に帰ってくるかもしれません。その時は私が残した目印をたどってついてきてください。安心してください。単独でソフィーの相手をしたりはしません。こっそり尾行するだけです。
In the next instant, Marine leaped up onto the eaves. In a few swift steps, she crossed the rooftop and vanished into the winding streets ahead. Eaves? That's how you call it? Eaves? I could say it wrong, but okay. Cersei took a few hurried steps after her before she could even realize it. But Marine was far too fast. In the blink of an eye, she was already shrinking speck in the distance. Cersei came to a stop, watching the silhouette fade as a knot of emotions tightening in her chest.
信じてくれる人がいれば勇気が出る。期待を裏切りたくないから全力を尽くす。じゃあ私にもできるよね。
Alright, on to the hunt. Oh, finally! Alright, we're gonna get 3 more battles until progression 9, and then we head to the boss, and then we got other stuff. So, the hunt. This is her battle, not anyone else's. Okay, let's go.
傷口は分析員さんに見ていただかなくては。静かにできないのですか？手加減しますから。受け取ってください。 から。
Oh, there's one more.
手加減しますから。治療ですか？特に必要あります。どうやらソフィーは海浜エリアに行ったようですね。ボートを使えばすぐに追いつけると思います。
Pilot the speedboat. Use the default directional keys to move the speedboat. Okay. Press P to quickly get the speedboat back in course. You can leave the speedboat and go to the shore after entering the yellow zone. Colliding with the flow, it reduces durability. Collect turbo energies to make the speedboat move faster. Colliding with an enemy raft speedboat is moving will knock them into the water. Okay, that's logical. Just follow the speed of whatever it is going to. Hey, the maneuvering is not that bad.
滝が。ボートがひっくり返るかと思いました。
Yeah, I would be afraid too, but this is a game, so it's not gonna happen. Just avoid these. Okay, I didn't get that. That's fine.
ここは任せてくださいね。
We didn't gain speed, that's why. Knock them over.
ちょっと煩わしいですね。アナウンスは。
美しい街の風景を見た後はローズランの歴史に興味が湧きませんか？臨海都市であるローズランは降臨事件前に一度甚大な洪水被害を受けたことがあります。今横に見えるのは、その時に水没した都市遺跡です。
あれ、切ったはずなのに。なんでまた流れ始めたんでしょう。ですか？深海に沈んでください。
Okay, so I thought I could dock it like properly when I did with the boat when I was playing God of War before, but then I didn't really read the text completely. So
傷口に意義を与えましょう。これは大怪我。リロードします。すぐに終わりますので。もっと私を見続けてください。
alright, next stage.
ゲームスタート。分析員、早くマリアンを追いかけよう。近道へ案内しましょうか。こちらです。ベルゲーだね。あなた、よし。開発費の回収完了。また水路だね。しかも橋もないし。向こう岸に行きたいときは水位を調整できるこの装置を使ってください。
Oh, I thought I could break it.
本当だ。
Oh, by the way,
HP が全回復したよ。
yeah, I mentioned this before. Akezia 4-star should have been like this.
パスワードはどうせ123456でしょ。 ちょろいね。レアモブが大量発生してるみたい。
Okay, for this one that's single target, this one's for multiple targets.
やっ、あなた弾薬箱を持ってきて。
Earlier, I did use my ulti, but we're doing it for the boss. The boss fight.
レアモブが大量発生してるみたい。ベルゲーだね。よし、開発費の回収完了。パスワードはどうせ123456でしょ。
Alright. Okay, that was stupid. Getting hit by that. Okay, I was wondering what that. Okay, the yellow rope. We can't jump over that.
ちょろいね。ベルゲーだね。あなた、こいつら全員ビジョン島送りにしよう。よし、開発費の回収完了。
I know I should have dodged, but
あなた、弾薬箱を持ってきて。
okay. Switch.
Huh? じゃあ、とりあえずあなたとデュオで1回ね。
And then we have one more to go.
見ててください。私の変身。分析員、マリアンが残した目印だよ。きっとすぐ近くにいるはず。
Oh, by the way, I think it's Paradox. The Paradox Labyrinth. I can't wait to play that. It's gonna be so fun with Akizio.
あなた、
Or maybe I'm not gonna do
弾
enough
薬箱を持ってき
damage.
て。任務達成だね。あなた、とりあえず1回セーブしようか。あなた、こいつら全員ビジョン島送りにしよ
Okay, nice. Really nice. Even though they give us silver bucks, I wish they could give us like a bit more. Like, one digi cash is not a lot,
う。
but it does accumulate. Like, I'm not asking for like 50, just one or something. Okay, now switch.
あなた、弾薬箱を持ってきて。
Here we are.
あなた、こいつら全員ちょろいね。
It's so satisfying playing her. I wish she does get more blades though.
レアモブが大量発生してるみたい。
Alright, now we have to move again. The movement feels so weird though with this. Oh, we're using turret. Alright, nice.
こいつら全員ビジョン
Oh, we're using laser beam. Oh, laser beam. Hell yeah. This feels good. Oh yeah, there's gonna be another tower defense later on in this event. This feels very satisfying. It does. Look at this. It's infinite amount of laser you can use with this. Although it depends on how much damage you put out.
任務達成だね。あなた、とりあえず一回セーブしようか。あなたが好きならよかったわ。
Alright, next stage. This is not going to be the gameplay. This is more so a visual novel. The sea off the Lucelian coast tells a beauty all its own. Its waters were clear and a vivid blue, and when sunlight touches them, it shatters into countless glittering shards. Sophie stood at the shoreline for a long while, listening to the wave crashes against the rocks as the breeze tugged at the face helm of her robe. She didn't move, still as carved stone. No one could see the fierce turmoil churning inside the newborn god. If she had a choice, she wouldn't hurt anyone. She wouldn't let this beautiful city fall to ruin. All she had ever wished for was a world where everyone could find happiness. But now, no other path remains. To save the future of many, she would have to sacrifice the few. She pulled a small remote detonator from her pocket, her fingertips brushing over it again and again. With a single press, an orbital beam will lace down from the Mediterranean station, unleashing the massive surge of energy into the tranquil sea.
分析員さん、私の期待を裏切らないでくださいね。早くすべてを終わらせてください。
She praying silently with Yujita. I can't even say my name right. Yujita Kyujo will understand her and stand with her before it was too late. It was too late. It was the only way to stop what was coming. By this point, there was no turning back for her.
まずはローズランで大洪水を起こし、人々をさらに絶望させてから、神徳でそいつらを励まして、アルスターのデンドローに触れさせようとしてるの？いいんじゃない？面白いことを考えるね。なら、2発の神の杖の発射権限をやろうか。これは地上からなら簡単に迎撃されるけど、私の計算じゃローズランの海底地質構造なんて一発の直撃にも耐えられない。ソフィー、私を失望させないでよ。
The power to unleash the flood wasn't really a gift from Edda. It was a bargaining chip Sophie had won through deception.
エッタに気づかれる前に新楽園の地盤を固めなければ。
Lost in her thoughts, she senses a faint disturbance in the air behind her. Without turning, she spoke in a steady, quiet voice.
ヘイムダルのマリアンさんですね。分析員さんは一緒に来ていないのですか？
Wow, if you listen to this with your earphones, you could understand what she's saying. But then, since if you don't have earphones, oh my god, that's so hard. Standing on the wall, Marine froze, even with the riptide cloaking her so perfectly. Sophie still spotted her.
緊張しないでください。あなたに危害を加えるつもりはありません。人間は絶対的な天才の前ではあまりにも弱く救われるべき存在なのだと分析員さんに気づかせたいのです。それで 彼はいつ来られますか？
It was just a simple greeting, yet Marine felt a intense pressure that was hard to explain. Her hairline slicked with cold sweat.
答えないのですね。まあいいでしょう。あなたが来たということが何よりの答えですから。それでは序章から始めましょうか。
Sophie pressed the button with a casual ease, as if she were trying to just toying with a trinket. Her gaze drifted past the horizon, distant and vacant, as if she was looking down on all humanity from a great height, her eyes filled with pity and a chilling detachment. Marine didn't know what the remote would trigger, but the cold, offhand way Sophie pressed it drew a panicked cry from her.
10分後、一発の神の杖がローズラン方向へ発射されます。もちろん、私は仮想度テクノロジーが持つ実力はよく知っています。神の杖を迎撃することは、あなた方にとってそう難しくないのでしょう。ですが、念のために言っておきます。ローズラン周辺の海底の地盤はとても特殊で、ほんのわずかな衝撃でも海底地震が起きるのです。
Sophie's voice was soft and steady. It sounds less like she was announcing a catastrophe and more like telling a bedtime story.
マリアンさん、あなたはアンドレ・オッチ家の当主になられたのですよね。ならば、ローズランの住民たちを守りたいはず。
She tilted her head slightly, her tattered robe fluttering in the wind. For all her ragged appearance, she somehow looked gentle, almost merciful.
どうか分析員さんをお諭しください。住民たちを最悪に飲み込ませてしまう前に、私が彼らを救済する方が幸せだと思いませんか？
And with that, Sophie vanished, too fast for Marine to follow.
10分。
She whispered the number to herself over and over, while Sophie indifferent expression as she pressed the remote replay in her mind. The sheer fury surged through her, left her whole body cold, until a warm hand settled on her back, steady and reassuring. You alright?
分析員さん。さっきソフィーが。
I heard everything. Marine, contact your family. Tell them to activate their emergency plan. Akizia, with me, we're head to the coast to monitor the situation. Xerxes, your manifestation isn't suited for this. Get somewhere safe and stay here. Stay there.
わかった。わかりました。
Once I finished giving orders, the girls all sprang into action. By then, a blazing red beam was already streaking across the sky.
この様子じゃ間に合いそうにないな。
At least many civilians have already evacuated Lucelian. Our efforts weren't in vain. Judging from the scale of the orbital strike, this will be more than just a flood.
どういうこと？
Lucelian is about to be hit by a tsunami. At that, Marine's fingers trembled as it hovered over the terminal. Before she could dial out, a call from Miss Andretori came in. Steeling herself, Marine did her best to keep her voice steady.
マリアン、あなたとソフィーが海辺で話していたところを見たという報告があったわ。すぐにそこから離れなさい。今、ヘリコプターを向かわせるわ。
いいえ、 その必要はありません。
わがままを言うのはもうやめなさい。あなたがそこにいて何ができるというの。あなたの命の安全が何よりも大事なの。
7分後、宿り木宇宙ステーションから発射された神の杖が津波を引き起こします。アンドレオチケと仮想度テクノロジーには最前線に立つ指揮官が必要です。だから私はここに残ります。
She fixed her gaze on the red dot that's growing bigger by the second. A blazing trail tore through the clouds, hurling towards the sea with devastating force. With a deafening crash, the beam slammed into the water and the ground beneath them shook violently.
マリア、何を言っているの。
安心してください。これまでにないほどよく考えた上で発言していますから。
Her voice was shaky at first, but it grew steadier with every word, clear and unwavering, even over the howling winds and the roar of the blast.
アンドレオチ家の当主には最前線からローズランの住民を守る義務があります。ここから一歩も引いたりはしません。
Out of the horizon, the colossal wall of water gathered, climbing even higher, as if they were ready to swallow the sky whole. Having spoken her mind, Marine felt much of her unease melt away. In its place surged a fierce desire, the desire to control and dominate everything.
お父様とお母様は私に貴族の令嬢として守られ、安穏に生きてほしいと思っているのでしょう。でも分析員さんは私のやるせなさに気づいてくれた。そして私を信じてくれています。だから分析員さんの期待に応えたい。なりたい自分になるために私は踏ん張らなければならないのです。
マリ
お母様、私は今から当主としてアンドレオチケと仮想度テクノロジーに命令を出します。すべての移動水門を起動して全力で津波の衝撃に耐えなさい。早く。
Marion roared, reverberated in Miss Andretori's chest. For as long as she could remember, her youngest daughter had never spoken with such force and absolute authority. And yet, somehow, she felt this was exactly who Marine was meant to be, how the Andretori's bloodline was meant to shine through. That sense of being suppressed by Marion's aura, of no longer standing above her daughter, lingered. Miss Andretori drew a deep breath, then hurried to relay the order. As the order went out, 450 mobile floodgates rose from the seabed, their engines roaring with a deafening thunder. Massive steel barriers locked into position around the floating island, the second line of the flood defense flowing the catalytic freezing system. But Marion knew the floodgates could hold back only 3 meters of water. Against the tsunami triggered by the orbital beam strike, they could barely slow it. A shrill alarm ripped through the air above Lucelion. Every screen and speaker in the city came back online at once, all blaring the same message.
津波警報、津波警報。およそ5分後、ローズラン沿岸に高さ16から20メートルの津波が到達する見込みです。ご来場の皆様は直ちに高所へ避難してください。
The streets erupted in chaos. Screams, sobs, and desperate cries rose together into one overwhelming roar. But 5 minutes wasn't nearly enough before most could even reach safety. The water wall was already towering on the horizon, seeming to link sea and sky. The mobile floodgates buckled instantly under the tsunami force, metal screeching as if tore. Gate after gate shattered, crashing into the sea in heaps of twisted metal.
分析どうする？
We raised the wall with titagens and hauled the wave back. The moment I spoke, the oncoming tsunami slammed into the massive titagens barrier. Akizia and Marian stood on either side of me, channeling power into the barrier to reinforce our final line of defense. The clash unleashes a massive shockwave, spraying exploding skyward, shrouding the entire coastline with a blinding white haze. I could feel the titagens inside me depleting rapidly. After nearly a minute of standoff, the wave of force finally began to ebb. I'm not sure. At last, the titagens barrier forced the towering water wall back, altering it into countless smaller waves.
やったの？
The two girls could barely stay on their feet. Akizia doubled over, gasping for breath, while Marian braced herself against a nearby tree to stay on her feet. Raising a wall big enough to protect the entire city has left me drained as well. I only had about 40% of my titagens left. But my instincts told me this was far from over.
見事ですね、分析員さん。まさか津波そのものを押し返してしまうなんて。
As we caught our breath, Sophie quietly appeared behind us again, as if she's been there the whole time.
ソフィー、
Marian spun around, eyes blazing with fury, barely holding her breath back from lunging at the woman who had nearly brought her homeland to ruin.
怒らないでください、マリアンさん。あなた方にはまだまだやってもらうことがありますから。さっきのはほんの序の口です。
Wait, Sophie! This cruelty, is it truly the right way? Sophie froze. She felt silent for a long moment, and at last, 2 tears slid down her cheeks.
私だって津波やローズランの壊滅を望んでなんかいません。今日命を落としたすべての方のために私は嘆き悲しむでしょう。でもより多くの人を救うためにはこうするしかないのです。この最悪、ティーン症候群に似ていると思いませんか？ただ、ティーン症候群よりも訪れる結末が早く、より残酷に見えるだけです。あなた方は避難計画など随分と尽力したようですね。ですが、もう体内のタイタン物質は残っていないのではないですか？希望が見えたと思ったら、次の神の杖が落ちてくる。それはバルダー抑制剤がティーン症候群を治せないのと同じですね。止められないのに必死にもがき続け、人々は恐怖と絶望の中で苦しみ続ける。そっちの方がよほど残酷だと思いませんか？ですが、私に力を貸してくださるのなら、彼らはすぐに救済を得られます。新しい神に導かれ、真の楽園へとたどり着けるのです。分析員さん、私を認めてうなずいてくだされば、すべての苦しみは終わるのです。
You mean there's a second strike? Sophie said nothing. Her silence was its own answer. A gentle smile touched her lips, quietly expectant, almost beseeching.
さあ、あなたの答えを聞かせてください。
While Sophie's still waiting for my reply, a figure stumbled out of the shoreline, judging by her altar. She was one of the Lucilian pilgrims. No one knew how she survived the tsunami wave. The way she scrambled away in the blind panic told me she wasn't nearly as devout as she likes to think. Shaken to her core by the tsunami, she overheard Sophie's words, and her first instinct was to snatch up a stone, flinging it at her, bolted away screaming. The stone grazed her cheek, leaving the shallow mark. You see, when death is staring them in the face, everyone fights to survive, even your followers. If humanity even accept your plan for them, it will only be because you left them with no choice, not out of belief, but corrections. My answer hasn't changed. Humanity isn't as weak as you think, and we don't need a god dictating our fate. Even if you drown Lucilian, what exactly would that prove? Outside Lucilian, there will always be people who won't bow to you, and you will never become a god anyone will worship. Sophie's composure finally wavered, a faint trace of disappointment breaking through.
頑固なお方ですね。あなたはまごうことなき絶望に沈んだこともなく、弱き者たちの泣き声を聞いたこともない。だから、そんな風に考えてしまうのでしょう。ならば今日、存分にその泣き声を聞いていただきましょう。2発目の神の杖は30分後に発射されます。よくどうか、私のようにおごりを捨てて、すべての人たちに慈悲を向けてあげてください。
My apologies if I skip over that dialogue. She speaks so slow, I thought that she was finished.
私は逃げたりしません。あなたが心を改めたとき、私たちはいつでも手を結べます。
She turned and walked to the spot where a clear view of a sea. She stood there watching us in silence.
分析。ひとまず彼女を捕まえとく？
No, our remaining strength is already stretching thin. Our priority is to survive the second surge.
体調はどうですか？
I'm fine, but I only have 40% of my Taichigens left. Putting up another wall of that size will be difficult. As we searched for a plan, a familiar voice cut through the tense air. Madeleine came running towards us, lunging at a huge case with both hands.
お姉さん、なぜここに？もしかしてお母様に言われてきたのですか？だから言ったじゃないですか。
違うわよ。私が助けられるわけないじゃない。物を届けに来ただけよ。すぐに帰るから。
物って。
Madeleine hurried punched in a code. Lines of light flared across the surface in the case, and its panel slid open, revealing what lays inside. Inside was neither a weapon nor a shield, but a brand new exosuit.
これは？
アンドレオッチ家の新当主。仮想とテクノロジーの最高理事のために用意した戦術装備よ。そうそう、手紙もついてるから忘れずに読んでおいて。
Given how tense things are, Madeleine didn't waste any time. As soon as she was gone, she grabbed the rope ladder hanging from the helicopter, climbing up, and was gone. Still confused, Marianne poured open the envelope and skimmed the letter.
マリアン、 ちを伝えることを許してほしい。当主のためにデザインしたこの戦術装備には、今現在の仮想度テクノロジー最先端の技術が集約されている。デザインする時からこれは君のものになるだろうと考えていた。しかし親として君にここまで重い責任を背負ってほしくないとも思った。だからこの戦術装備を君のもとにずっと届けられずにいた。君には自由に生きてほしかった。しかし君を守りたいこの気持ちが君を縛り、君の本当の考えをないがしろにしてしまうとは思わなかった。ここまでの出来事で君はいずれ分析員へ向かって飛んでいく鷹になってローズランを守るだろうと悟った。もしこれが君の選んだ道なら、家族のことは君を高く飛ばせるための風だと思ってくれ。私たちの力で君がさらに遠く飛べますように。
The letter ended with the family's former head's signature, stamped with their deep red sign in. At the bottom, a few cramped lines in another hand had been hastily scribbled in the last moment.
お父様のデザインダサかったから、デザインは私が考えたの。分析員を骨抜きにできたら姉さんのおかげだから、その時は感謝しなさいよ。それと私はやっぱり観光事業をもっと発展させたいの。だから早く世界を平和にしてよね。
まったく、ちょっとは姉らしいことを言ってよ。
Marianne grumbled under her breath, but her eyes were already misting over. She's already told herself that her approval didn't matter. But now, with their support and the old barrier between them finally gone, she felt a courage she never felt before. This tactic suit couldn't have arrived at a better time. Go on, try it on.
はい。
Once she was fully suited up, behind a projectile optical curtain, Marianne realized what set this armor apart. The external flight unit snapped open, releasing a surge of thrust that lifts her off the ground, allowing her to truly soar. Watching from the shadowed corner of the wall, Cersei felt a small pang of the envy at the wings unfurling behind Marianne.
アカシアさんとマリアンさんが新しい姿で部長のそばに立っている。
Perhaps due to the eerie shockwave, fine cracks began to spread across the wall, and the whole building was starting to sway. But she stayed put as long as she could see him. The corner felt safer than anywhere else.
もう一度大きな壁を作るためにはたくさんのタイタン物質が必要だわ。
As she murmured to herself, the memory of what flooded has felt like came rushing back. If she could trigger the flooding on her own, would that be enough to produce more Titanogen? As she stared at the three figures standing by the shoreline, a bold idea began to shape in Cersei's mind. You're much kinder and stronger than you think you are, and a lot closer to me than you realize. So, would you like to try standing with me this time?
私も部長と肩を並べて戦いたい。部長は私を信じていると言ってくれました。だから試してもいいですよね。
She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and began calling out her Dweewus over and over.
アパテ、聞こえますか？私の人格と魂を捧げます。その代わり、誰にも負けない強い女神様になってください。そして、部長を助けて、災難を解決するために力を尽くしてください。お願いします。欺瞞の女神、アパテよ。
A tremendous power surged from deep within her, finally answering her prayers. Golden light flared through her body, wavering together with her rose-pink glow as she form turned translucent and an ember sheen spread across her skin. Bathed in the radiance that could only be described as divine, she could no longer remain hidden in that little corner. Her fiery gaze locked onto me, and she began to walk towards us, her step deliberate and steady. Xerxes.
また神格侵食。大丈夫です。この姿は私がこうなると決めたものですから。
There was a faint, ethereal echo in her voice now, but her eyes were still clear.
至上者ならタイタン物質をたくさん提供できますよね。部長、私やってみたいです。あなたの守りたいものを守らせてください。
A pinkish violet gel-like substance began to seep from her hair, withering as if engulfing her, and drew tight around her, forming a huge cocoon. The cocoon hovering in mid-air, bubbling now and then with a low wet bulge. Strange, intrinsic patterns crawling across its surface, golden molds drifting through its seams. Her voice grew faint, breaking through its scattered broken fragments.
あの日もこのくらい勇気を出せたらよかったのに。幸い、今ならまだ間に合います。
Xerxes, no.
私が完全に狂気に飲み込まれたら、私を殺して、私の体内にあるタイタン物質でもう一度仮面を作ってください。分析、どうする？
Hold on, this looks interesting. I like this art. It looks really good. We can't let her risk her life like this. Find a way to cut the cocoon open. Now.
わかりました。
Alright. The color of rose. Oh yeah, reminder. We're still gonna be using Riptide because her other exosuit is gonna be released in about a month or so, give or take, of this recording. So yeah, we're not gonna be using her anytime soon. Until then, just be patient.
Maria, 援護して。それ。
見ててください。私の変身。
I'm not doing enough damage, so let's do it.
フェーズエナジー防御。時代を超える美少女登場。
こんなはずじゃ。
この後に及んでまだ私を助けようとするんですか。やはり部長は優しいんですね。
じゃあとりあえずあなたとデュオで1回ね。
Alright, next stage. The sea surged, waves rolling below as Circes fell from the sky into my arms.
私生きてるんですか。これだけのタイタン物質で足りましたか。
Her faint murmurs faded into the breeze, then a soft, otherworldly hums drifted through the air. As that familiarity's melody rose around us, Circes slowly closed her eyes. A tiny speck of light slipped free from her chest like a lost firefly drifting into the distance.
セシル、セシル。
No matter how many times we called her name, the girl in my arms didn't respond.
分析員さん、まさか。
She's still breathing. It's more like she's just asleep. This singing, it has to be Sophie. She must have done something to Circes. As we spoke, the second beam tore through the sky and slammed into the seabed. A violent burst of energy rippled outward. The sea, calm only moments ago, rushed back at the terrifying speed, barring the black seafloor as its jagged reefs.
分析員さん、 海底で地滑りが起きています。2回目の津波はさらに激しいものになりそうです。
Get Cersei somewhere safe, then help evacuate the civilians. Get them to the highest ground you can.
あなたは
Trust me, I'll find a way. The worry in their eyes was unmistakable. Neither of them wants to leave my side. Even so, after a brief hesitation, they chose to follow my orders. Acacia heft Cersei onto her shoulders and sprint ahead, clearing a route towards the shelter by sheer speed and force. Marine unfurled her black wings to her full span, and sweep through the skies above the city, guiding the evacuation from the air. Once they disappeared from the view, I turned back towards the horizon, where a wall of water even higher than the last was slowly rising into view. Howling winds drove curtains of spray across the coast. The air felt thick, heavy with a suffocating pressure. It was as if the whole new world lay beneath the shadow of that towering wall of water. I swore to them I'd find a way, but standing here now, it felt as if every option had slipped through my fingers. A 20-meter wave was more than enough to swallow the entire city. Even with the Titan Cersei gave me, there was no way I could summon another barrier to hold back such an enormous wave. Mobile floodgates, mass evacuations, catalytic freezing device. If none of them would work, then what else could I do? Hundreds of simulations flashes through my mind in rapid succession. Each one dismisses as quickly as it appears. Is there really nothing I can do? 20 minutes earlier. From the moment the alarm began blaring, the abacus inside moonlit retreat hasn't stopped clacking for a single second. At a time like this, a steady, monotonous rhythm offered a shred of comfort. Even so, the merchant outside the beaded curtains were far from calm. Anyone could tell this deal was going to be catastrophic loss, and the president, of all people, certainly understood that.
会長、やっぱりヘリコプターに乗って逃げましょうよ。こんなの洪水じゃなくて津波です。ゴンドラと排熱バレルをいくら投入しても水面を完全に凍らせることなんてできません。
Longyang's voice drifted out from behind the beaded curtains, soft and impossibly calm.
紹介が投入できるゴンドラは合計で何隻？
最大で7800隻ですかね。
7800か。
Murmuring the numbers under her breath, Longyang shifted her gaze towards the hologram beside her. It was a live feed streaming back by a drone. The gale of tower waves were close and fast on the shore, and there stood Yujita Kyojo alone, at the very front, refusing to yield. With a catastrophe of that scale looming over the city, his figure seemed almost insignificant, and still, she found herself unable to look away. He wasn't just protecting Luthelian, he was standing ground over the homes of countless people, their past, their present, and their future. Watching their land that has risen and sharpened their teeters on the brink of destruction, a knot of grief and anger tightening in Longyang's chest. She couldn't just stand by and watch. The future of Luthelian has to be defended by the people who call this place home.
ヒーローが苦境に陥ったり美人に裏切られるなんて話は昔から見てられないのよな。割に合わなくてもやっぱり最後まで全うしたいわ。
She drew a long breath, and when she spoke again, her voice has turned clear and resolute.
紹介の全ゴンドラに排熱バレルを搭載し、 自動運転モードに切り替えて海へ出しなさい。ゴンドラだけでなく船でもイカダでも出せるものはすべて投入しなさい。
Through the gossamer drapes, Long Yang could just make out the merchant's face. Each one nodded with hesitation and worry.
ですが我々紹介の基盤が
A soft chuckle escaped her lips, yet a chill swept through the room. The beaded curtains quiver without wind, as an invisible pressure seeps from behind them.
ローズランが崩壊したら紹介も成り立たなくなる。この危機を越えた暁にはこのローエンがみんなの損失を補填する。たとえ全財産をはたくことになっても必ず納得のいく形でお返しする。
会長。
さあ、かかりなさい。
The order felt like a thunderclap. Out on the sea, before the colossal wave, a small gondola began appearing one after another. Then more and more. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, until they form a line of defense standing between Lucellia and the oncoming wall of water. At the same time, every drone cathedral technology could command took the air, releasing nanocrystal catalysts across the sea in massive quantities. Silver powder poured down the torrential rain, and at last, a fine layer of crystals began to form across the surface. But the instant they formed, oncoming waves shattered them again without mercy. See, even in the depths of despair, humanity refused to give up.
無駄なことを
More than you realize, to give up from the start is to snuff out any chance of survival with our own hands. But because no one gave up, the chance endured, and now I see it. Yeah, that was the text that they kind of missed the audio for that conversation. That was a huge downfall in some way. Not downfall. This is a very huge mishap on this part.
この排熱バレルは船で運ばれて十分に熱を吸い切ったら外界へ送られるのよ。
Now, I'm not sure if this works for the Chinese, the Korean, or the English, but then right now I'm listening to Japanese and this was a very huge error that they missed on. Nanocrystal catalyst, heat transfer, heat barrels. What if I followed the simple principle but replaced the nanocrystal catalyst with Titagen? I had barely 40% of my Titagens left, but combining what Circe had just released, a plan began to form in my mind. As the giant wave loomed overhead, Sophie had to evoke her manifestation power just to carry her voice across the distance to me.
この後に及んでまだ私の考えに反対するのですね。
Sophie, I'll say this one last time. Humanity is far less fragile than you think, and we will never compromise for happiness built on a lie. In my battle with rosin, I have learned how to manipulate Titagens at a microscopic scale. Nanoparticles derived from the solid state Titagens could serve as a perfect substitute for the original catalyst. Titagens burst from my body and mingle with the Titagens linger in the air, gathering into a rose-tinted mist that drifted downward and blinked the waves. Each Titagen's nanoparticles became a nuclear core. Water molecules surged towards them, clustering, aligning, freezing into place. Next, I need to convert every nanoparticles in the sea from matter to energy. And for storing that heat, there's only one place larger than the ocean: space. A certain atmospheric windows absorb almost no infrared at all. If I fire the titrogens through them, the heat will vent straight into space. As the nanoparticles shifted into the energy state hydrogens, the air above the sea began to ripple and distort with heat. Ah, that's what it looks like. Damn, that looks cool. Alright. What loomed before us wasn't water anymore. It looks like a giant hand poised to crash down, filled with a wrath capable of shattering the world. People shut their eyes tight, holding their breath as they braced for the end. Yet even in that absolute despair, their hearts kept beating, stubbornly, defiantly. Doki doki, doki doki. In the very next instant, the energy punched through the atmosphere, clearing light towards a jagged hole in the heavy storm clouds. The sky itself burned like an oil painting set ablaze. The sea surface splashes white as ice raced upward, freezing towering wave in the mid-motion and trampling its form in crystals. The cold crawled farther and farther, leaving Lucelian maroon at the center of the vast expanse of ice. I did it. I slowly lowered my hand. Every bit of nitrogen in my body was drained. If Sophie attacked now, I could only meet her with my own physical strength. But Sophie only stood beside me, stunned. Her lips trembled as if she wanted to speak. No words came. This is humanity. We turned the impossible into reality. So take your salvation elsewhere. We don't need it. Sophie felt silent for a moment. The shock in her eyes slowly embedded away.
素晴らしい。思わず心を打たれてしまいました。ですが、あなた自身の力で彼女たちを一時的に守っただけに過ぎません。次はティーン症候群です。ティーン症候群が牙を剥いたらどうなるでしょうね。とはいえ、私にも落ち度がありました。焦るあまり、あなたに楽園の美しさをきちんとお伝えしていませんでした。私と一緒に見に行きませんか？自分の目で確かめれば、人類が本当に欲しいものがわかるはずです。
She extended her hands towards me, palm up, an unmistakable invitation.
さあ、こちらへ。
Light began to warp. Sound grew distorted. Even time itself began to waver. Sophie manifested her inner mind. I walked through the darkness for what felt like ages before the faded orange glow finally appeared ahead. Followed that warm light, I soon found myself before a small cafe, standing alone in a stretch of untouched snow. The world around it was nothing new but white. Snowflakes drifted quietly through the air, setting on the roof, on the windowsill, on the steps leading up to the door. It was clearly winter, yet the place felt warm and cozy, soft gas and a rich aroma of coffee flowing through the glass and wrapped gently around me. I had no memory of ever coming here, but for some reason, the sight of it felt familiar. Sophie stood on the steps every time a drifted snowflake floating her way. The simple veered aside before touching her. The warm golden light behind her casts a soft halo around her silhouette.
分析員さん、こちらです。
As I approached, she said nothing more, just motions for me to look inside the cafe. A girl with a long rose pink hair sat at the table, both hands cupped around a warm mug of milk tea. A fainted smile played across her face. Her gentle eyes rested on the window, as if waiting for the wooden door to open and set the bell above it chiming once more. So that's why Circes won't wake up. You're holding her here.
分析員さん、少し勘違いをされているようですね。セシルは私の友人です。善意を示すために彼女を楽園の最初の住民にしたのです。
So this is your so-called promised land.
ええ、私はエッタと違います。皆さんを愛しているからこそバルハラになんて送りたくないのです。人としての姿を失い、尊厳もない終わりを迎えるなんてあまりにも悲しいでしょう。だから私は彼らのために美しい夢を用意したのです。今はまだ私の心象風景の中でしか実現できませんが、あなたが力を貸してくださるなら、ここは将来人類の新しい故郷となるのです。
As she spoke, her voice carried genuine emotion for once. I couldn't see her eyes from where I stood, but I could imagine the fiery resolve burning in her usual placid gaze. You mean, like a Valhalla where everyone keeps their own sense of self? That's impossible. Not even Edda or Gauge possesses the processing power required for something like that.
いいえ、できます。イエロシャ連邦療養センターにいた頃、小さな発見がありました。脳波を観察すると、患者たちの意識は眠っている間も活発に活動していました。しかもその状態では大脳への負荷はごくわずかだったのです。つまり歌声で人々を眠りへと誘えば、夢の中で独立した意識を保ちながら維持に必要な計算負荷も最小限で済むのです。これが私の考える新しいバルハラです。そしてそれが人類のための真に美しい夢となるのです。
Sophie glanced at Circes, a quiet, satisfied smile touched her lips.
ほら、今の彼女、とても幸せそうでしょう。夢の中では風雪の中であなたが振り向くのを待つ必要もなく、彼女にも愛と幸せが訪れるのです。どんな嫌なこともたちまち消えて。
Is that so? That cold question was enough to send a faint ripple of doubt across Sophie's calm face.
何が違うのですか？
She turned and let her gaze sweep slowly across the cafe, searching yet finding nothing out of place. And that little world behind the glass remained serene and perfect, exactly as she wished it to be.
どうやらどうしても私の真意を理解してもらえないようですね。 なら私の心象風景から出て行ってください。今後新世界を共にする機会を失ったことを後悔しないよう祈っています。まあその時に後悔しても手遅れですが。
Sophie let out a quiet sigh and with a gentle wave cast me out in the inner mind. The dizziness began to ebb, my thoughts cleared. The smell of salt rushed back into my nose, and the Lucelian familiar shoreline came into view once more. The two girls reached me at once, collapsing into my arms in pure relief.
分析本当にやったんだね。すごいよ。
Well, I did ask you to trust me, so there's no way I could let you do down.
ソフィーは
She's gone, slipped away while I was leaving her in her mind. And honestly, I'm in no condition to try and hold her here right now.
そうだ分析。セシルの状態があんまり良くないから一緒に見に行こうよ。
Led by the girls, I soon arrived at the makeshift shelter, packed with evacuees. Until the Andretori's family finished our inspection, all everyone could do was wait here. Because the entire city has been frozen over, the shelter was bitter cold. People could only huddle close to keep themselves warm. But tears still clung to their lashes, every struggle to suppress their panic. Yet their lips forced to faint smiles as they pass along warm water and food, silently supporting one another through their actions. Circes lay in the corner, shielded by a ring of people, her bundled under layer after layer of borrowed clothing. A faint warmth colored her cheeks, her breath steady and warm, calm, as if she were simply asleep. But I knew better. The Circes before me was only a shell. Her real self was trapped once again in that snow from all those years ago. Circes, don't let Sophie's dream hold you. I know you can wake up from it. I believe in you. Back in the cafe, Circe suddenly heard a faint, strange sound, but when she blinked and tried to focus, all she could hear again was the soft, easy rise and fall of jazz.
いらっしゃいませ。ご注文は？ミルクティーとコーヒー。
She was still wondering whether he ever liked coffee when the waitress still set a mug of milk tea down in front of her. She took a tentative sip, and her face fell at once.
あれ、冷えてる。
Not just the drink, it felt as everything around her had lost its warmth. Only the faintest trace of heat seems to seep from her pockets. She reached in on instinct, a small round ball rounded into her palm.
育ち。
Tamagotchi. I remember now. Okay. As she watched the soft, ethereal snow drift outside the window, realizing dawned on her. She finished the milk tea in one quick gulp, rose to her seat and headed for the door. But the moment she pushed it open, those gentle white flurries of snow twisted into the raging blizzard. Wind hammered against the glass behind her with a sharp, keening wail.
吹雪がひどいので、中に戻りましょう。分析員さんなら、もうすぐ来ます。ずっと彼を待っていたのでしょう。
She stood at the cafe door without even looking back at Circes, as if she were completely certain the girl would closed the door and returned to that warm dream.
いいえ、そろそろ行かないと。
And with that, she stepped out into the blizzard. Watching that fragile figure stagger through the whispered snow, Sophie could no longer hold back the question in her heart.
なぜこの夢のどこがいけなかったのですか。なぜ目を覚ましたのです。いえ、おかしいところはありません。確かにあなたの言う通り完璧でした。完璧だからこそ目が覚めたんです。実はこの6年間、私の夢に部長が出たことは一度もありません。私にその勇気がないんです。ずっとここにいたら部長と再会したり、肩を並べて戦ったり、まだ見ぬ未来を共にすることができなくなる。そのことは私が一番知っています。無限の未来を捨てて偽りの過去に執着するなんてあまりに虚しいです。だからさようならソフィー。私はこんな夢いりません。
The moment Cersei turned away, the blizzard raged even more intensively, as if the very world were lashing out at her defiance. Hailstones battered her with every direction, yet she pushed forward. She pulled her legs free from the deep snow again and again, pressing onward. Cersei, don't let Sophie's dream hold you. I know you can wake up from it. I believe in you. The farther she walked from the cafe, the clearer the guiding voice became. She had no idea how long she's been walking. The blinding white devoured her sight until at last a hint of color began seeping through the void. The color became clearer, took shape, and became the familiar faces of Ikesia, Marion, and him. And what they realized was waking up, smiling broke across their faces.
分析、セシルの意識が戻ったよ。
Though the people around us didn't know what had happened, they could feel the joy radiating from us. The mood in the shelter brightened immediately. Quiet whispers turned into easy laughter, and the tension slowly melted from everyone's faces. Right on cue, the broadcast crackled to life, announcing that the crisis has passed. After the first cheer of relief, people began leaving the shelter, heading home in small groups. Lucelian had finally survived in darkest day. By the time we stepped out of the shelter, the deep blue night sky was already dotted with stars. Their soft, clear glows felt like the universe's own blessing upon a city that has lived through the catastrophic and emerged, at last, into tomorrow. Now we're on to the last part. Progress 11. Everything that has happened in Lucelian that day has thrown the entire city into turmoil. Most of the Androtori's family forces to still out of disaster relief under a Marine's command. Marion's command. I'm so used to saying Marine. Marion? It makes sense with the 3 syllables. Madeleine has taken a separate unit to continue the hunt for Sophie. On Chongfu Street, Akizi and Long Yang worked under Cersei's guidance, keeping watch over the residents' recovery. As for me, I have burned through every last bit of Titagens in my system. Akizi and Marion were having none of it, and before long, it was clear I wasn't going anywhere, but back to the Androtori's manor to recover. The city remained frozen over, and the cold deepened as night fell. Inside the manor, the heat was already on and the fireplace lit. The work on the maids moved quickly through the house. Cozy flames flickered, casting a warm glow across the walls. There was a gentle knock at the door. I opened it to find Marianne standing there. Marianne. She stepped inside slowly, fatigue evident in her posture. Faint shadows lingered beneath her eyes. Our dances Lucilian.
幸い死傷者は出ていません。でもインフラの被害が甚大で修復には時間がかかりそうです。
She waked up to me, leaned into my arms, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I could feel the tension and exhaustion in her body.
すみません、分析員さん。今夜はいろいろ処理して疲れてしまいました。少しこのまま充電させてください。
Take your time, Marianne. I kept on saying Marianne. It's Marianne. We simply held each other in silence. The only sound in the room was the soft crackle of the fire. It was a while before Marianne lifted her head from my
あり
chest.
がとうございます、分析員さん。少し充電できました。
A recharge that short won't do for a new head of the new house. How about we turn in early tonight?
でも目を閉じると当主として確認しなければならないことが浮かんできて全然眠れないんです。
You're pushing yourself too hard. How about we take a short walk, get some fresh air, clear your head a bit. It might help you sleep tonight.
でも分析員さんの体調はまだ。
Don't worry, I used up my Tytogens. That's all. I'm not sick or injured.
ならばちょっと付き合ってもらえますか？
Marianne led me along the manor's garden path until we reached the lake at its center. Isolated from the open sea, the lake remained unfrozen. Tiny star-shaped lights floated across the surface, glowing softly as they swayed with the ripples. A gondola waited quietly by the shore. It was clear that everything here has been arranged with care.
分析員さん、まだ夜中にゴンドラに乗ったことはなかったですよね。試してみませんか？
She smiled, a little shy, even in dim nightlight. The faint blush on her cheeks was easy to see. I already guessed most of what was on her mind. Still, I pretended not to notice and I stepped into the gondola with her. A boat drifted away from the shore, rocking gently as it carried us towards the center of the lake. When we reached the center, the manor lights spread across the water in shimmering reflection, weaving together into something almost dreamlike. Marianne rested quietly against my lap, turning her face to watch the golden lights wavering across the surface. Is there something on your mind, Marianne?
やっぱり分析員さんはごまかせませんね。ここの飾り付けは1時間前に急いで完成させたものなんです。本当は分析員さんの調子が戻ってからここへ案内するつもりでしたが、私には待ちきれませんでした。分析員さんにどうしても早く伝えたいことがあるんです。
She slowly sat up and took a small velvet box from her pocket. Her fingers trembled slightly as she opened it with a deliberate care. Inside lay a silver ring set with a jet black onyx, a color deeper than the night sky above us.
これはアンドレオッチ家に代々伝わる当主の証です。 黒いメノウは揺るぎない盤石のごとくという家訓を表しています。今の私はあなたと肩を並べられるくらい成長できたと思っています。なので誓約の儀式が正式に始まる前に今の立場と新しい姿で改めてあなたに誓約を申し込みたいのです。この当主の座を意味する証や証に込められた誓い、それから私マリアン自身を全てをあなたに託し、あなたと共に生きていきたいです。
The blush on her cheeks deepened, spread across her face. It took a steady breath, then asked, her voice trembling, the question that mattered most.
分析員さん、私と誓約を結び、これからの人生を共に歩いてくれますか？
I will. As soon as I answered, tears shimmered in her eyes, like the lights dancing across the lake.
もう一度言ってくれますか？
As many times as you want. I will, Marianne. I want to enter the covenant with you and walk all the years ahead by your side. She lifted herself slightly, one hand brushing my cheeks while the other clustering my shirt, then leaning in and kissed me. The kiss began intensively, then slowly deepened, growing warm and lingered until we had to part for breath. You said you were exhausted just now. You don't seem it anymore. You don't seem like it anymore. Weren't you going to turn in early? Okay, this subtitle feels weird. You don't seem it anymore. I can't read that sentence. It's so bad.
分析員さん、先ほど寝る前に頭を真っ白にしろとおっしゃっていましたよね。私の頭を真っ白にできる方法はご存知のはずでしょう。
But in all due fairness, my voiceover is also bad. I always make so many mistakes. So, I am not the one to speak. But regardless, it's still bad for me to say it like that, so. Maria's lips curled into a smile, full of longing, with a hint of challenge. Then she shifted her weight sharply to one side, sending the gondola lurching off balance. The icy water swallowed us in an instant, the cold biting deep. In a moment like that, the desperation to seek warmth was impossible to ignore. Yet she didn't reach for it right away, because what she truly wanted was to completely claim by love. She no longer needed to think, decide, or sign off on anything. All she had to do was give in herself entirely to the one person she wanted to surrender to. She would yield, then would come the sweet release, and that overwhelming rush of pleasure. Sensing her intentions, I took the lead and drew her into my arms, filling her to the brim with the warmth she'd been waiting for. The shock of cold and heat colliding sent the tremor through her. Her body tensed on instinct and started to curl. I held her tightly, keeping her anchor in my arms, not even letting her rise for air. As the air dinned in our lungs, time itself seems to slow, every sensation heightened, every touch sharpened into something vivid and intense. She couldn't cry out beneath the water. All the emotions she's been holding back had nowhere to go. Again and again, they crashed against the depths of her mind, relentless, overwhelming, all-consuming. Until she gaze turned into a hazy and unfocused. Until every stray thought finally crumbled away. When we finally made it back to the room, dripping wet, Acacia was there, staring at us in shock.
二人ともなんでずぶ濡れなの？
分析員さんと一緒に湖に落ちちゃいました。
Kezia frowned, clearly unconvinced, especially after catching the smug, satisfied little smile Marianne was failing to hide. Still, who would have jumped into the freezing lake on purpose? In the end, she let it go and added a few more logs into the fire.
ほら、ローエンさんがこれをあなたに渡してほしいって。
Calling it a letter was generous. What handed over was really just a thin sheet of paper covered in Long Yang's usual scratchy, barely legible scrawl. As the years wane, night and cold draw near. By the heap's side, a modest feast awaits here.
これって食事のお誘いかな。
Seems like it. With everything that happened in Lucelian, I completely forgot tomorrow is Sujiao's Ming Ding Jay's festival. What? Ming Ding Jay festival? Okay, so I do know that it is this month now. This month is the Chinese New Year, so I guess we're gonna be celebrating that. I think we are. I don't know. Let's wait until the next patch. Since Miss Long Yang went to the trouble of inviting us, we might as well drop by and enjoy the festivities. The next day, before heading to see Long Yang, I stopped by the hospital in Lucelian's coastal district. The moment I stepped into the ward, I saw Circe's lying in the hospital bed, bandages so thoroughly it was hard to tell where she ended and which she began. Lucelian medical care was competent, but still fell short of what Yijuso could provide. After the surgery, Circe had lost her manifestations abilities. She was just an ordinary girl now. Unexpectedly, the one most affected accepted the outcome with complete calm. Even as the doctor delivered the news, there wasn't the faintest trace of regret on her face.
部長、リンゴ食べますか?
She awkwardly held an apple out to me. Her bandages made even the simple gesture a struggle. I couldn't help but laugh. You're the one in the hospital bed. How did I end up being the one getting the apple?
言われてみれば、そうですね。
Forget the apple for now. I managed to bring you some milk tea. Want a sip? The mention of her favorite drink brought an immediate spark to her eyes.
はい。
With her arms and legs wrapped up, she could hardly move, but I held the cup for her and brought the straw to her lips. Every now and then, she drank a little too quickly, leaving out small drops at the corner of her mouth. When I reached out to wipe it away, her face flushed red, like an apple she offered me earlier. Circe, I want to check with you about what comes next for you. I want to check in with you about what comes next for you. Okay, yeah, before I said it very retardedly. Is returning to Yizu still something you consider? She paused for a moment, then shook her head with a gentle smile.
でも、私はもう学生者じゃないんですよ。会社の仕事はもうできないんじゃ。
Yijuso is a big place. I'm sure we could find something that can work for you. That works for you.
ありがとうございます、部長。ですが、承服外の皆さんにご迷惑をかけてしまいました。だから1年間はボランティア活動をしたいとローエンさんに申請しました。これでせめて罪を償えればよいのですが。
I see. Then I respect your decision. Just remember, my offer always stands. Whenever you're ready, Yijuso doors will be open to you.
ありがとうございます。
Out of habit, she tried to bow in thanks, but only to wince in the moment fold in her wounds, drawing a sharp breath. Even so, her smile never wavered. If anything, there was a steadier, strong light in her eyes now. After that, we chatted idly about whatever came to mind. Little by little, the room glow changed from bright lemon yellow to gentle amber orange. As the afternoon quietly slipped by, the sorrow between us faded away. It was only when dusk almost settled that I left the hospital. Then Ikizio, Marianne, and I made our way back to Kung Fu Street. It was Mingding Day, and the whole district was alive with festivities. Red lanterns hung over every doorway, and delicate papers cut out brightened the windows. The children had already forgotten yesterday's tears, busy turning every icy surface into a makeshift slide. A light ting of firecrackers smoke lingered in the air, blending with the rich aroma of food, drifting with every kitchen. Moonlit Retreat was no exception. A slightly crooked food character hung to invite good fortunes for the coming year has been pasted onto the outer window door, flanked by a pair of red couplets. The evening brush strokes made it obvious they were Long Yang's handiworks. From inside came the lively clatter bowls of plates. Preparations for the feast were clearly already underway.
ローエンさん、ローエンさん、どこにいますか?
After Akizia called out a few times, Long Yang came out to greet us, smiling warmly.
ここよ。ずっと庭で待っていたのよ。みんな来ないんじゃないかって心配しながらね。
An invitation from Miss Long Yang herself? Of course we show up.
ローズランを救った大ヒーローは口もお上手なのね。さあ、立ち話はほどほどに。中へどうぞ。
As soon as we stepped into the courtyard, a wave of warmth greeted us. Long Yang had set up a brazier in the corners to ward off the cold. Did I say cold? Cold. It's damn. English is already hard enough now. Dinner was still some time off, so we sat together and chatted, casually working our way through a small mountain of honey mandarin piles on the table.
今までの名刀祭はずっと一人だったから、こんなに賑やかなのは初めてだわ。
ローエンさんは作州で生まれ育ったわけじゃないと分析員さんから聞きましたが、やっぱり名刀祭はちゃんと過ごすんですね。
先祖代々伝わってきた伝統だから守っていかないとね。
Long Yang leafed through her ledgers, the beads on her abacus clicking briskly as she worked. Even so, she kept up with the conversation, glancing up every now and then. What surprised me was how neat and refined her handwriting looked in the ledger, so unlike the chaotic scrawls she usually left behind. So she can write properly. Does she just not bother most of the time? When she was nearly finished balancing the books, Long Yang finally looked up at me, her eyes carrying an effortless, knowing allure.
わらわの7800隻の船が半分も海に沈んでしまったわ。分析員、この借りはどうやって返してくれるのかしら?
I knew it. There's no debt harder to repay than a favor. I could only imagine how Miss Long Yang planned to make me repay for it in the days ahead. Just as that thought crossed my mind, an unexpected guest arrived.
やあ、弟くん。
The moment she stepped through the door, the Madeleine blooming voice filled the courtyard. I shot Long Yang a helpless look. She just lifted her hand to her lips, barely hiding a soft, amused smile.
年越しのパーティーは賑やかな方がいいでしょ。弟くん、今日は名刀祭だからあなたにお年玉を持ってきたの。欲しければお姉さん、明けましておめでとうって言ってちょうだい。
お姉さん。
Hearing her sister's request, Marianne hurried to stop her.
マデリンさん、昨週には確かにお年玉をあげる伝統があるけど、それは目上の人から目下の者にあげるものよ。え、そうなの？じゃあ自分で持っておくわ。
As the conversation carried on, Long Yang's mechanical fox wobbled over again, its eyes flashes a warning red. You're really not going to give it a voice module?
ええ、そういうのめんどくさいから。
Then do you know what it means to... But then do you know what it wants to tell us?
ご飯が出来上がったって言っているわ。でも
She paused, glancing around.
アカシアさんが見当たらないわね。
When Akesia received the notice from the post office, she was left quietly confused. The adjutant has written the postcard within her own inner mind. How, then, it has crossed her into the real world. After picking it up, she didn't return to moonlit retreat. Curiosity tugged at her, and she took a seat on a nearby bench instead. For reasons she couldn't quite explain, her heart was racing. She longed to see what was written on the other side, yet fear it mingled not to be answered she was hoping for. So she remained there, staring at the image on the front of the postcard, her fingers tracing the paper edge, unable to turn it over. A color wind whipped along the streets, leaving her nose and cheeks faintly red. Just then, light snowflakes began to drift down, one after one then another, catching in the air before melting into tiny beads of cold against her skin. The chill vanished almost as soon as it came. She looked up in surprise. At some point, an umbrella has been raised above her, shielding her from the drifting snow. Above her was a soft gold of streetlights. Below, an untouched silver of snow. And below her stood a figure who added a third color in this small, quiet world. There you are. The moment she realized it was me, Akesia's face flushed bright red. She scrambled to hide the postcard behind her back. Hiding it won't help. I already caught a glimpse. Are you going to read it? I rewrote it for you after coming back to the real world.
だから私の元に届いたんだ。じゃあ、見るよ。
The two of us hurtled beneath a single umbrella. The falling snow softened the world around us, leaving a small quiet space meant only for us. Akesia drew a deeper breath, and with hands trembling just now, turning the postcard over.
未来のアカシアへ。長い時間を乗り越えて、私の元に来てくれてありがとう。 これからも君と一緒に素敵なものを見ていきたい。だから私と誓約を結び、共に手を取り合い、次の、さらに次の時代へ、時間の果てまで一緒に歩んでくれないか。
So, what's your answer?
答えはもちろん、はいだよ。
She drew herself into my arms. The umbrella slipped free with a soft thump as it sank into the snow. I cupped her face in both hands, watching tears shimmer in her eyes, then leaned down to press a kiss to her radiant smile. The kiss was cool at first, touching by the winter air, but warmth soon bloomed between us. When we finally parted our breath, pale mist curled and mingled between us as we tried to catch our breath. Snowflakes drifted down once more, settling on a flush, slightly warmed lips onto us, only for us to slip back into another deep, lingering kiss. By the time we returned to Moonlit Retreat, the girls were already busy carrying dishes to the table, and Ikizio hurried over at once to lend a hand. Let's see, what do we have here? Oh, then we are getting a Chinese New Year. Alright, sure, why not? Hold on, let me check this out. This looks really good. I think I'll use this as a thumbnail. This is a really good thumbnail. Hot pot, sweet and sour ribs, crispy fried cuts. The spread was so abundant, it was hard to know where to start. On top of that, Longyang has even brought one of some peach blossom brew she made herself.
大した料理じゃないけど、お口に合えば嬉しいわ。
Just as I was about to take a seat, fireworks shot up into the sky, blooming into brilliant colors against the night.
綺麗な花火。名刀祭を過ごすのは今回が初めてだけど、笑福街がこんなに賑わうなんて知らなかったわ。賑わっているのは名刀祭のおかげだけど、ローズランが天才を乗り越えられたから、みんなもいつも以上に気合が入っていると思うわ。これも分析員のおかげよ。あなたがいなかったら、ローズランはどうなっていたことか。
You're too kind, Miss Longyang. The chamber played its part under your leadership, and Andratori's family did it as well.
まあまあ、他人行儀はそれくらいにしておきましょう。
じゃあみんなで乾杯しようよ。せーの、乾杯。
Kanpai! Glasses clinked together. Their clear chimes echoed through the small courtyard. Marie took a sip of a peach blossom brew. The light sweetness made her eyes soften, and a small, satisfying smile tugged at her lips. Miss Longyang, you wouldn't mind if a few more gifts join us, would you?
あら？
It's our operatives! It's gonna be our operatives! I found a corner of a decent lighting set up at the terminal, adjusting the camera and steeling myself for the worry fuss I knew was coming from home. Sure enough, the moment the call connected, the voice flooded in, all talking at once. My girls all spoke all over one another, lively and animated, and no one willing to give it away.
ダーリン、電話で無事だと聞くだけじゃまだ安心できないわ。
Pure heart. I think that's pure heart. I like this exosuit. This one's really good.
ローズランの方は大丈夫なの？
Don't worry, everything's fine now.
ならよかったわ。あの憎たらしいソフィー、もし私が捕まえたら絶対に許さないんだから。
ファニー、せっかくの名刀祭だし、嫌なことはそれくらいにしておこう。あなた、年越しパーティーの準備をしてたんだ。ちょうどこっちもあなたと一緒に祝いたくて連絡しようとしていたところなんだ。まさかあなたも同じことを考えていてくれたなんて嬉しいよ。
見てください、あなた。みんなで作った餃子ですよ。ナズナの餃子は全部私が作ったの。全然サボらなかったんだから。
イチェル、小麦粉ひっくり返しちゃダメ。皮のない肉餃子と肉団子って何が違うの？こらイチェル、わがままは厳禁だよ。
The video feed flashes white all at once. While the flour finally began to settle, Haru stumbled into frame, coughing.
すまない分析員、ちょっと大変なことが起きてしまって。
I know. Echo knocked the flour over.
それだけじゃない。ミヤがチェルノの作った服煮込みを一口食べた途端、気絶してしまったんだ。
Wait, what are the 5 blessings? I want to know.
だから言ったじゃないですか。こういうのも社員研修マニュアルに書いとくべきだって。
Caroline's petite figure squeezed into the frame, giving a helpless little wave.
分析員、実家から花火をたくさん持ってきたの。一緒にやろうよ。
Sorry, Boo Boo. I'll make it up to you when I'm back. But for now, why don't you tell me what kind you brought? What kinds you brought?
ね、こっちがガトリング砲って名前で、こっちがマジックパレット。え？分析員、あの二人ブブの花火を勝手に打ち上げちゃったよ。
With the terminal propped on the table, the call stayed open, and just like that, I shared the entire Mingding Jay's dinner with the girls through the screen. By the time midnight creeps close, they finally said their goodbyes, reluctant as they were. Outside, fireworks were still bursting in bright waves. At some point, Long Yang has come to stand quietly at my side. Her profile softens by the shifting light.
分析員、新年のご祈願なんていかがかしら。
I looked up at the cascade of lights across the sky, taking a moment to think. Then let me borrow an old Sujiao saying that feels fitting for tonight. My wish is, may days like this return year after year. Alright. Yeah, that was very, very long. Holy damn. That's like over more than 8 hours of recording. I have to do some edits in some way because yeah, it's a very long story. I didn't expect this to be this long. It just broke a new record of being the longest recording I have ever done. Regardless, if you stayed with me for this long, please leave a like. It does help a lot. Comment down below. This is for the confidence, and subscribe to this channel if you haven't already. And if you are sub to this channel, share this video. It will help me a lot. I will see you guys in the next video. It will probably Arknight's Enfield because I promised myself that after this video I had to do Arknights. But with any case, thank you for watching this video, and I will see you guys in the next video. Take care, everyone.